Hello, hey friend. How you doing? Yeah, you got first message before I even got my VTuber up. 1 second. Yeah, your soul seems pretty vulnerable. Everyone's coming for it. Which doesn't want to load. How are you doing today, Izzy? Also, what are your preferred pronouns? I don't think I I can't remember if I asked, and if I didn't, I would like to know. She, her. Awesome. Oops. See on the background. The goodies. No, I didn't finish the box. I decided to... I'll get back to it eventually, but right now I just want to renovate some smaller houses. Some of like the more basic ones that aren't as well decorated. Like this one, for example. This is how it originally came. But I say nay. I mean, I do want to keep it within the... around the original budget, so it has to be less than... let's say less than 14,000. So for me to keep it less than 14,000, let's first start by deleting all this ugly stuff. And also I think it's interesting that I don't know about other people, but at least The Sims, it's like they're really into like light fixtures. It's like there are plenty of houses that have like recessed lighting, like these little spots of lighting. Here, let me show you. Like these right here. They're just like lights just in there, and they're really strong too, and they're very cheap. But for some reason, the game, maybe it's just not as decorative. The game doesn't like to use them. But like this is like in my room that I am in right now, I have basically 4 of these lights. They're not this strong, obviously, but I think that maybe you have a god complex. Maybe you should get that checked out. Time. Ah, ironically, this is... So I started doing it a little bit last night. And ironically, some of this is what I had originally... Like, I had used the same... Whatchamacallit? The same, I don't know what it's called. Like, colors and stuff. Not colors, the same cabinets. Yeah, but you can't have chaos. You know how they say you can't have light without darkness? So you can't have chaos without calm, so... Something to consider. That was you calm yesterday? Well, Ace Attorney would be better for you than me renovating. Something with blue. I think I just put the screen again. Yeah, that's not how this works, unfortunately. Yeah, this is kind of weird if you think about it. I don't think most people's bedrooms are just wide open. You can walk in. Oh. Well, thank you for popping in before you do go to bed. I do appreciate that. As chaotic as you are, it's good to see you. Maybe I could make this, I'm gonna add a wall here. These, and I mean I can always add more like actual like nicer lights later, make it all one bedroom. I mean that is something that I am willing to do, just to give it a try. We may not keep it, but hey, why not? Oops, whoopsie daisy, whoops. Oh, whoop, oh. Too much. You know, someone actually did that for a different starter house. But I want to keep the shell. I want it to look like... I want it to resemble the original house, but then like the inside can be different. I'm not going to take all your suggestions, but at least you can't say I don't take any of your suggestions. For now. This house can't afford a pool. And I make no guarantees that's going to stay a giant room. Although I really don't like when it's this long. It just feels... Okay, fine. I'm just gonna try and keep it under the original, price instead. Sold half the house, you say? You haven't even seen my final form. What the fuck? Yeah, who needs physics? Whoa, this is a step above. I'm not trying to make this a platform. Oh, I must have chosen the wrong one. Not this one. You mean just like light in like literally every square? I won't even be able to see what I'm doing because there's so many lights. I hadn't even considered a lighthouse joke. Got me there. Actually, I'm gonna take this. Yeah, something like that. Hi, kitty. Did you hear him? Probably not. I don't know if Sims like light. I assume they do. I mean, but at the same time, they're perfectly fine being in the dark because they're not particularly smart. What is this? Oh, okay. I mean, I don't have it installed. Oh, height restricted. But I wanted it to be... I did want this to be using just the base game. So, because not everyone can afford... Wow, these are more expensive. Huh? What? Does that make any sense? This doesn't look very good on this house, but we'll make it work. For the sake of money. I'm gonna change the outside of the house. I want to see what this looks like. I'm not really keen on making super modern houses. I'm just not very good at it. But I'll give it a try anyway. Well, if you have no roof, then everyone's gonna get rained on. But the game does think of it as inside. If you build a room and then delete all the walls, there's still a roof. like a ceiling. So the game still does to consider it as that, so interestingly. But filter base game. I'm trying to keep it as cheap as possible. No, I don't think so. I don't believe I have. I haven't, you know, he hasn't made any like big, like long form YouTube videos in a very long time, so. So he hasn't been at the top of my mind. That sounds cool though. Are these sturdy stairs? These are sturdy stairs. No, I refuse. You can't manipulate me. Unpaid interns. Didn't see that coming. Oops. I guess they do need to have railing. What about these columns? Can they be recolored? No. Just don't scare anyone away with your antics. I'm gonna choose a different door though, so at least for a moment your dream can be a reality. You get locked from the outside? Doth ask for too much. I'm trying to line up these roofs. They're making it a little bit difficult. Oh, I'm sure you do. I trust in your ability for unique views. Where's the corner here? The issue is like this corner right here. Maybe if I... Yeah, I'd fix this foundation. Looking rather unsightly. Well, technically you are correct. It is accurate. I would ask, and what is that? But I can probably guess without actually even guessing. It's probably something I haven't thought of. Unfortunately, I never watched Phineas and Ferb. I know of them, of course. That is the extent of my knowledge. It was before my... or not before my time, it was after my time. So if that's there, then I should probably extend this way. Yeah, it already did it for me. Nice. Okay. Or I could just back a touch. Make this here. This. Foundation kind of gets in the way though. Actually, okay, let's try... Oops. So if I take the... I know there's some people who have done stuff like that, where they just leave him in there, and like just leave the game running and see what happens. How can I change this? Oh, I think this might be a wallpaper. Should probably look for something that's more dark. Yeah, 𝗟𝗶ဖိ𝗸𝗀𝘀. We will pick a day in the future where we can let your chaos reign. It won't be today, but it will exist, and you can live out your chaotic fantasies. I have no idea what kind of music you listen to. What do kids like these days? Why should I know? I mean, like, why would I know? Yeah, should is the wrong word. Well, I definitely don't think pop is like your number one. I think maybe just for the lols, I'm gonna say 𝗟𝗶ဖိ𝗸𝗀𝘀. But it's possible that something else. That's my wild guess. Classical jazz. I knew, like, I listened to. Sorry, my brain is like, derp. So it's not like classical music. It's just like jazz that's classical. Interesting, unexpected mix. I like it. I like what you're putting down. But yeah, I totally believe it. Sounds soothing. Gotcha. This should come out a little bit. I don't listen to jazz a lot, but I can definitely see how it can be soothing. Guys around the corner. I'll have to listen to it off stream, but it sounds intriguing. It reminds me of back in my school days, because my music teacher loved, like, we listened to all kinds of music. I attribute a lot of my more classical music literacy to him. I want to take out just this side, but I guess maybe that's not doable on this particular roof. Yeah, I have music on right now, but it's royalty free. So, aka I'm not gonna get in trouble for having it on, type of thing. Or allegedly, I'm not supposed to be able to get in trouble. Oops, I'm doing the wrong thing. Okay. I think I've kind of piece together what I can there. Let me change the roof color. Or maybe I don't even need to. But this doesn't look very blue, it looks more like gray. Call the black and white house. Yeah, I'm trying to keep everything base game. Let's see. Trimming. Camera, please. Casually, there's just like a hole there. I mean, it's the thing is like, so if someone plays a song, like they use an instrument and they play the song, they now have their own copyright to their rendition of the song. So likely whatever one I find, it will be copyrighted by someone else, which is always fun. It is indeed a hole. Let's see if I go like this. Nope, that's not a good look. So wait, actually, if I make the... What if maybe I was thinking of maybe having the roof going in the middle, but I think that's too much, especially for a house this small. Oh, basement. Yeah, we don't have enough money for a basement. But we now can put in the doors. Okay, I'm writing it down on a piece of paper, so I'll look at it later, but I don't want to listen to it right this second. Blue skies around the corner. Hilton. At first I thought you meant like there's another song. It's not jazz, but I'm sure someone's played a jazzy version of just, it's called Blue Skies. Oh. Did this just like automatically... Whoa. Just automatically resized to what I needed. Strange. Welcome back. Didn't expect that. I'm gonna put an archway over here. Submission style the only option? Perhaps. If I had the money, I would have added like a second floor. I know, I added walls, blasphemous. How could I? Now how am I gonna fit everything in here? Oh, thank you. Thank you for the hydration. Double hydration to be correct. Oh god. What are you doing to me? I took a tiny sip in anticipation. So should this be the living room or should this be like a dining room and then a kitchen? Oh gosh. 4. 1. 2. 3. 4. I already feel myself blowing up like a balloon. gosh. Are you old enough to drink? I might do a drunk stream at some point, but I also want to have enough people to actually be able to appreciate it. Otherwise, it's like I'm offering my health for nothing. Okay, not nothing, but for less than I would like. Less than is optimal. It's pretty tight, but yeah. Yeah. And then a fridge can go here. I hate how there's like space between there. This is where a stove shall go. Be blue? No. Let's change that. Just wearing all the white. Ketchup. Ugh. That is adequately disgusting. Ketchup itself is not disgusting, but ketchup just alone? At least put it on a chip or something, I don't know. And we have sink. Gosh, the price is already ramping up. What's wrong with this? Oh, never mind. Totally knew that was happening. Oh, so are you saying that you're not legally of age and therefore you will do that instead to make up for the fact that you can't drink? Nice. It all makes sense now. It's all coming together. Where am I gonna put this bathroom? I would prefer it stick out, but that's gonna add to the price. You know what? I'm gonna try it anyway. Little square room here. Gosh, the light is so bright I can't even see the wallpaper. I'm gonna put another arch. Okay. Yes, we don't want you to have under 6 hours of sleep. Go sleep well. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate you. I actually like where this is going a lot more than I would have expected. Good night. Okay, so for the flooring here, I want to have tile. And wall. I had a specific one that I wanted. Base game, please. Tile. No, it was the fit and trim. 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝗀𝘀. Yeah, so what is the one last thing you have to say? Yes, I agree. Because why not? Fuck the 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝗀𝘀. Okay, so if this is green... This should probably be something different. I'm not sure what exactly, though. Have a good day. Okay, let's go back to Windows. See what's up with that. Oh wait, that's the... Oh, that was the bathroom. Oops. Okay, let's, maybe have one window that's normal. These match? Not really. I prefer windows that match. But I also need to do base only. Thank you. 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝗀𝘀. Just want to do a little test here. And there's this one. Ah, I see. They do look a little cheaper up front, don't they? I prefer double pane. To let in some light. Okay, so this is a good place to put a shower. Intersect other objects. Oh. Oh, true, true. I guess if you want to be that way, fine. I mean, I really would prefer to put the shower over there. Put the shower over there. And this is tough to move. Well, at least now they're even, I guess. I could put the sink over here. I don't want the toilet in full view. I can put it... No, that's right in front. Poop, no pun intended. That's a better proportion. We need a mirror. So I want to have wait, first testing cheats on, and then BB move objects on. Objects true on. Oh, I typed that one in wrong. I'll get to that later. I'm gonna look at it right now. Okay. Sims for debug. Show hidden objects. Oh, of course. What dummy? How could I forget? Show hidden objects. Objects. True. Oh, come on. What was it? Apparently just show hidden objects. Possibly. Debug. There we go. Okay. Well, now we know it's there, but we're back here to look for a mirror. Look, it's nice and cozy. Morning glory. Can't have it any higher. I mean, I guess they are only so tall, but feels a little bit low. And I know there's the thing to make it go higher, but it doesn't really work for me for some reason, so. Okay, bathroom done. Oh, it's at 10,000. Cutting it close. Oh, I need windows. Windows, please. I'm too tall. No wonder it looks strange. This is nice. Let's go to the bedroom. Base game only. This one actually feels pretty clean. I'm gonna change the color though. Like maybe this one should be the one that's green. I like when rooms seem bright. What is this? Just a blue house. I have a weakness for blue, I'm sorry. I think that's better. Okay, what else? There are no like small curtains that are just like simple. I mean, like, I guess these are, but not exactly what I was going for. Usk. Usk, 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 usk. I'm tempted to make you a VIP as you're the most consistent hello person. That didn't make any sense. You're the most consistent. Green. I mean, I guess part of it's because of the time that I keep streaming, but still. I'm good. I'm good. How are you? A very, very important Valiant. Yes, I love that. So, this was... Oops, I forgot I need to cover that. But this was a house that looked very similar to this, and basically what I'm doing is I'm remodeling it and trying to keep it about... It was like about 13,500, and so I'm going to try and keep it at that while also remodeling it. Creaky. Sims 4. I looked up the original. I want to open a YouTube video. So you can't see the inside, but like you can see like there's some lopsided windows, and this is basically what it looked like originally. And yeah, so I'm gonna remodel that. Like it looks so much different and so much better now that I almost wish that you saw it before. But yeah. I'll just have to take a peek. Yeah, so I think it, I wrapped the porch around a little bit. I changed these things. I mean, like the columns aren't my favorite, but they're cheaper. So I was like, okay, I'll do that then. And like, I can't really do much about this part. So if I move it in, then it starts looking weird. So you gotta, some things you just gotta give, you know? But yeah, so originally it was like that rectangle. There was one bed over here. Like it had this whole space. It was like roughly this shape, right? I mean, it was, maybe if you see this line right here, that's basically how wide it was. Actually, I think it's, yeah, okay. It was basically as wide as this, right? So they had, like a wall here, and they had like a kitchen. It was a wall like this. They had a bed and a dresser here. Actually, it was like, yeah, so it was like this. There's a little bathroom. No, okay. Scratch what I said. So there was a wall. There was a space here, like this or something like that. The point is that the living room. Oh yeah, there's a bedroom. Okay, so there's a bedroom here, and then there's a bathroom here. But basically, it was like the living room and the kitchen. The kitchen was here. The living room was here, and then there's just a complete empty space. There's no door to the main bedroom, so it was kind of like a studio in that way. But I think that it would be nicer to, like, yeah, now it's a 1 bedroom. You can change it around to be 2, but like for now at least it's just, I think this would be a better fit. So you have the bathroom, nice and cozy. You can put a little desk here. And you already have like built-in seating there, so I'm gonna maybe put a little 𝗟𝗶𝗶𝗀𝘀 here. Chair, comfy chair. But nothing too comfortable, otherwise run out of money. I mean, ideally it would be like something like a nook here, but I don't have limited space. How tall are these walls? They're medium height, okay. I don't know, if you have any suggestions of what I should put here, let me know. Also, I don't know if I mentioned this, but I'm only using base game, so basically I'm trying to make it so anyone can download this house, even if they don't have expansion packs, and they can still use it. And I think 𝗟𝗶₀𝗀𝘀 would be proud. Also, I turned on debug objects. So basically all the objects that are in the game like can be placed, but then they don't cost anything. So I know some people are like not big on that, but it's not cheating, it's just, you know, clutter. Like I could add a debug. Like none of these are named. They're all just debug. But there's like a toy car we could get and then make it big. Or not. Where's the debug? Let's add it on debug. Okay, there they are. Okay. See, they're all just like really random objects. Looking for a car. And I was looking for like this type of, well, I guess these are children's books, but I was looking for something like that for, 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝗀𝘀? For the, like, the spa magazine, like, magazine stack. I could. Because, like, at least, like, in New York, it's not uncommon to not really have a living space, which is probably one of the reasons why I hadn't, like, considered it. Or not, I considered it, but, like, you know, there's only so much that you can do. But maybe if I... Let me see if I can add, if I make this bigger, I might have to just get rid of the stairs here. And then if I get rid of this wall... I could make this into like a living room space. But first I need more lights. Yeah, so these are basically recessed lighting. I feel like people barely use them, but they're the cheapest light. And while there are definitely some cases where like, oh, this would look better with like an actual like light fixture, I think it's pretty underrated, especially because of how much power it has. But also just for when I decorate, I just like to put them down. It's easier to see. Oh, no, that's not what I meant. If I stretch this out. Push this down. Oops, that's too flat. There's a certain level of like roof Jenga that goes on. If I just go like this. Delete that. This has to go down. What if that goes down? Oh. Things are starting to look a little weird. What is this space here? Clipping. Oh, well, would you look at that? Nice. Oops, that's not what I meant. That might be a little too big. A little too much bigness. Take one of these windows. 𝗟𝗶H𝗀𝘀. Hope that's the same level. It is not. Down. Yeah, that looks a lot better. Gee, Usk, why do you have to have a brain? Why do you have to be a creative? Okay. The living room. Trying to think. Yeah, I mean, like, some people just don't have, like, we didn't have a TV for the longest time. We have one in the bedroom, but obviously that's not a living room. We have enough space to have a living room. But I think that maybe like an extended dining room, you could have like a couch there or something. Either that, or it would basically either be combined with a bedroom or it'd be combined with like an open space like the kitchen. It's basically more like what it is. Yeah, I'd say that's it. Or they just make a living room basically out of a hallway between stuff. But there isn't necessarily like a formal living room. It's funny. It's pretty what do you call it? Like traditional for a Sims house to have a TV, at least in like the opening, I feel like. I mean, all of the beginning houses always have something like that, so like I should probably keep it. I mean, I was thinking about putting it's a little crowded. I was thinking about putting a desk here just to show like this is something that you could do. Yeah, it's true. I think it's funny that this chair is so like cheap and stuff, because I feel like it's kind of a like has this kind of industrial feel, whereas this feels much more, I don't know. This just feels like a kid's chair, so yeah, anyway, change this to is there a lighter? I'll just keep it dark. I know it'd be better to have like all the wood matching, but at the same time it's like, yeah, this house isn't one that has like a whole lot of money, so maybe this is just fine. Oh, you know what? I can put the books there. So now they have this counts as their bookshelf. Let me think. Okay, basics. We have a TV, we have somewhere to sit, we have somewhere to eat, we have somewhere to poop and shower. It's pretty affordable for what it is. Like, I would like something here, but obviously might not be the most there. Sims can make a lot of money from painting. Do I make non-artist Sims? It's funny that you say that. I guess not often. Most of them are creative. Or geniuses and doing something else, you know. Huh. Oh, this is flat. Teen Idol. But also it is just like a known thing that even if you don't necessarily want an artist sim, like if you are short on cash, that is a way, or you like don't have a job, I guess. That is a way that you can adjust it. Big flower. I mean, honestly, if I could have it in the middle, I would. But this fills up the space. So perhaps I'll keep it like that. see if there's anything else. I mean, you're not wrong. Oh, we need a trash can. We have this trash can. I can hide here. Like, when The Sims, I hate leaving walls empty, but like in real life, there are plenty of walls that are empty, you know? I think that I should probably just leave it like that and let the Simmers decide what they want to do with it. But what I will do is decorate. Okay, so debug. So I want some bottles. I know they exist. Where are you? It's a baby bottle. I want like a adult size bottle. What? How dare you? Wait, these are all like, okay. Strange. Maybe it's because these are all just base game ones, and the other expansions have actual like more bottles or something. How was I able to put stuff up there? Was it using a shelf or something? I can spell shelf. Thank you very much. Let's see if maybe this works. Okay, debug. Oh, here's a debug item. Why won't it let me put it down anywhere? I guess that one was just too big or something. Oh, you know what? Part of it was that it was the whole thing where you have... I don't think it works for me, but yeah, I have this weird thing where it just rebinds to something else. The idea is that you hold down Control 9 and then you can basically shift things up and down, and so you'd shift it all the way up to the top. I'm sad. I think they said that there's possible that something like 𝗟𝗀𝗀𝘀 has something bound to it. Check. My eyes got stuck big again. No. Hotkeys. Looks like none of them are bound on Streamlabs. Oops. Where's my chat? No. guess we'll just have to go authentic. Ew. But seriously, I should be able to at least put them on, like, tables or surfaces or something. What about this baby? But I could put the pot, couldn't I? Okay, so some things can. Only I could stack. Because, like, the idea is that you put it on something and then you can. Like, if I put this on here and I move that, I can reposition it where I want it. So, like, they never use the back burner. This would be an example of an option. Oh well, I really wanted to put stuff on top, but I guess I can't. I can't think of anything else that stacks. Let's see, are there any other little bits and bobs? Disgusting liquid. Wait, this is not base game. Ooh. So if at least I can put this up here. Uh-oh. Lost to the wall. Hey, look at that. I may not be able to put bottles up there, but I can put on something. Right next to the coffee. No, I don't exactly know what I'm putting up there, but I feel like it's better than nothing. I wasn't gonna put up that, but it looked funny. Oh yay. Mixing bowl. Yeah. What else can I put up there? Open a cutting board. Oh, it's too big. Still can't believe this bottle is too big or like won't slot into it. Juice. It's a random piece of fish. What's this? Oh, it's measuring. I don't think it'll fit though. And what else? What else? What else? People also do this a lot for landscaping. Retrading potion. It looks like a toothbrush. Let's see. Empty food container. Just casually plop a strawberry up there. Banana? What the heck? Why is this a banana? We're entering territory that is not quite free anymore. Let's go back to the clutter for the kitchen. Why they're putting all this stuff as kitchen stuff, because it definitely is not. Or maybe they're just doing clutter in general. Yeah, I'm not gonna afford that. Oh. I guess it should be on that corner, shouldn't it? Well, it doesn't have to be. I'll pretend that that's where they mix and stuff, maybe. Is it weird to have it all the way over there? I feel like I should be fine. Stay steady. I want to just add a little flavor to the bathroom, but I feel like, oh, and like toilet paper. But other than that, there's not really much I can add here, I don't think. It's too bad you can't put this behind a door. Not that I was really planning on it, but... change this color of towel. Probably a little bit low. Rugs are also a thing. I mean, I could stop now. That would meet my... a little large. Would meet my needs, so to speak. Yeah, it looks like a floor mat. I think that's pretty decent, all things considered. Maybe if I can fit something outside. Pants. love me some houseplants. Debug isn't doing what I wanted to do. Maybe it's because I'm in trees. Creations. No. I mean, it is outdoor decoration. No, wait, I'm looking for... Oh, it is outdoor plants. They're definitely debug plants, though. Here's one. So I'll just have to pull them all out and then go from there. Debug only. I spy with my little eye. No, not that. Oh, that didn't work. The lack of greenery. So I'm used to what's the word? I'm used to having to debug objects of like all the expansion packs I have. But I guess that would kind of not really work. Maybe they're on to me. Okay, well at least I can... But doesn't it want to clone my aloe vera plant? Bug. The struggle is real. Oh, well, I guess it's not. I was gonna say, for some reason, my favorite grass is... There's like one in particular that I like, but then I realized that I don't have access to it with the base game. Woe is me, privileged as I am. Just adding a little bit of shadow. Makes it feel a little bit more realistic. I would put more, but I don't want to make it get too expensive. So let me reset my model because it freaks me out when my eyes are so big. Okie smoky. And base item. Realistically, aloe vera can be quite prickly, so it would be it would be better to have these softer plants. More in the front, closer to the entrance. Terrain, paint, paint, terrain, paint. Jeez, I didn't realize how the time had flown. Yes, exactly. Of course. You make a very good point. Izzy is one of a kind. Apparently they like classical jazz. It's their thing of choice. Music of choice. Kind of weird to have this like be like softer, because it's like either it's there or it's not. I think for the sake of money and the fact that my cheats don't want to work, I think this is consider this done. People can always add more if they want. Some ground variation. Okay. I don't really know what hashtags people use for doing this stuff, but value is... Huh, okay. So even though the thing is, it makes it look like it's cheaper, even though it's not. A more intimate look. Heart emoji. Reno. Base game. No CC. Well, I can't really say no cheats, but yeah. Yay. Look how much better it looks than the other two. I mean, maybe perhaps the terrain paint has something left to be desired, but you know, there are bigger problems. And it's less so even just... Yeah, exactly. It's less so even just that the outsides are unsavory. But let me show you one that's nearby so you can see comparison. Stream out single. So this one is going to be currently worth more than the one that I just made. I don't know what it looks like inside, but just like keep that in mind. Ta-da! Look how grim that looks. It's just like... Can you imagine sitting at this table? It's like not even across from each other that way, but just like the longest way possible. What a poor use of space. It needs a longer table. It's funny. And why are all the windows all mixed up? I wasn't gonna redo this one right now, but tempting. I am going to go walk the dogs, and I will be right back. Oh. You have returned. Okay. Who's here? We got a couple people. And I think probably a couple bots too. Thank you. Okay, I changed my mind. We're gonna do this house, and we're gonna do a rich house where cost is not an issue. Totally not a bot, Shifty Eyes. And then I'll move to Ace Attorney. Because I want to finish Ace Attorney so I can get to the second Ace Attorney, finish that one, and get to third Ace Attorney and finish that one. So I can get to Chronicles, which is basically like old-time Ace Attorney, but it's made more recently, so yeah. Okay. Kitty, can you move, please? You're very cute, but your butt is in my way. Oh, you know what he's looking at? I put my bottle, my protein shake, to my left. So he walked across my desk, and he's looking at the wrapper because he wants the wrapper. Okay, hold on. You only have tons of wrappers all over the place. It's like a cat food ad. He hears the sound and he comes running. It's a small one. Okay, satisfied. Okay. So this one I'm going to try to not change the outside too much. Because I mean it's okay. I mean like the general shape of it. In part because the landscaping, they put more effort into this landscaping than that landscaping, so if I can not have to redo it, that would be great. But then again, how much does this cost? Green grass. I could always move it, I guess. Okay, I forgot what I said. I don't believe myself. Okay, first let's get rid of all this. Oh wait, I need to be active. Active. Hey cat, I don't have the wrapper for you anymore. Can you go away, please? I love you, but you're in my way. Hey, cat butt. Go. That way. Thank you. I need to recalibrate this. I know if it goes like this. Yeah, that's better. Anyway, okay. First, let's get rid of. Wait, this thing's so gray and unlit. Oh wait, what is this place? It's 15,000. Okay, slightly more. We could move this one into a 2-bedroom. Well, it says streamlit single, but what if we made that single into a not so single? Ooh. Let me see. Okay, lights, camera, action. If you have, if you have any ideas, let me know. I'm very open to suggestions. Oops. Should we just make this like a nicer single? Or should we make this one for actually a family? Yeah, I know, it feels so weird. It's because it is weird. You know, it's kind of funny because this one is like naturally in a somewhat similar shape to the other one. Well, I guess not with this thing, but just the fact that it has a bump out. But I think it's kind of strange to have the bedroom like right next to the front door. Could make. I wish I knew more about feng shui so I could use that as like part of my shtick, you know. This is not permanent. This is just for, you know, visualization purposes. Ooh, shiny. I can see this be more of a bedroom. It's a little wide though. Like I could see it being like 2 kids' rooms. Like I could probably fit a family of 4 in here if I wanted to, but this is basically for not so expensive. It's 15,000. You're funny. You're funny. Because it's definitely a thing I would do. Okay. Let's try moving this. I did look up feng shui a little bit for Animal Crossing because they actually had like a mechanic for that. And there was like something else, but not for this. How do we make this more interesting? So I can this so I can. Oh, that didn't work. Okay, I need to actually make it a room. Fine, be that way. Oops. Nope. I want to move this in. And I also want it to not look exactly like the other one. So I need to be careful of that. Maybe they're a family that appreciates more outdoor space or something. Or put the door here. Yeah, so I know there's a Sims creator, Sim streamer that I know that like she keeps all of her walls bare until the end. Like I can't do that. I need to like have, you know, an idea in my head of what it's gonna look like. Although I can't delete these. Wait, no, but I want the door there, so I need to remind myself. Door there, window here. And this one doesn't have to be quite as cheap as the last one. So I'm imagining maybe like the living room here. A little bit more open concept. And if you just look at like the Sims builds by themselves, they tend to not have that much. Should I do base game or should I do whatever? I'd rather not do base game because it's kind of limiting, but at the same time, you know what? I'm just gonna let myself be for this one. Okay, let's see. since they're going with the kind of... I don't really feel like it fits the neighborhood, though. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna do one more base game. Because I said I would. And then I will go all out for the last one. That's what I'm telling myself. It's hard not to just make everything not be too bland and stuff. Yeah, that's true. I will. I want to make the neighbors jealous. It's okay, you paid $2,000 more than me and you have all this stuff that doesn't exist in my world. Because, you know, what would the neighbors think? The gasp. This one? No, it's... Wait. Do these not have 6 and... Oh, okay. Never mind. The islands just look a little different. Why does this look so dingy? Is it... What? Oh, maybe was I selecting this one before? Okay, I don't want dingy. This one comes in so many more colors. Oh, okay, okay. This is making sense now. You know how I said I was going to fit a living room in there? That's funny. Oops, nope. What if I make this into another end piece? To recolor it, of course. Well, that's not this one. Seems silly that you can't just... I guess that only works if you have like a double island situation going on. Okay, so clearly these two houses were made by the same manufacturers, therefore it's okay to have them be similar appliances. I just didn't really want a white one, but these other ones, like this one just seems dirty. And these other colors are a little intense. I mean, like, I have black appliances. Could switch this around just so it doesn't look too samey. Do this and then wait, that technically this is an outer corner. I don't want. Yeah, I'll just put this here. Okay, so you get this. Have the end piece. Which doesn't really look much like an end piece. Okay. I think I'd rather have this corner piece. And then I'd take a sink. The divine. It's a little cramped, but you know, life is a little cramped sometimes. Bothers me a little bit. There's not much I can do. I mean, I guess I could just use another island piece, but I don't think it would look right. We'll just have to make do then. Turn on base game, don't get tempted. Man, these are so much cheaper. This should be illegal. I think I need to change these. Looking a little too strange to... So let's change these walls so it doesn't look so blinding. Why is this brown? Bothers me. Everything bothers me. Wahaha. Surprised that this is as cheap as it is. But it has to have a different look than the one over there, but also not be incredibly expensive. Kitty corner. I feel like this goes on some top window somewhere, but we don't have 2 floors. Whisker, you saying you don't like to be blinded? How's that possible? Well, I guess if you're gonna be like that. So I was thinking, again with the same, I don't really like having this same L shape, it's just a little distracting. But then again, manufacturers like to have the samesies. What could I put here? I'll get back to it, it could change. But I was thinking like 2 bathrooms, like this one could be a private, this is the master suite. This is the ensuite. This is the public bathroom. Yeah, looks like we're going for dark wood this time. I'm doing my very best not to make it too much the same. It would be like realistic, but not what I'm going for. Did I choose this one for the last one? I feel like I did. I did, with the green one. Hipster hugger. Focusing decor. I don't want to give people too much comfort. Would be a problem. I hate these rounded corners. Therefore, I hate how much this matches. It's so matchy. Why does it match? Delete this. The black is so severe. Suddenly everything's gonna be just super dark.
I prefer pillows, even though I am never able to keep pillows on my own. Whatchamacallit. They always end up coming off of the animals. Attack! Okay. So I was the one who wanted the entrance over here. Maybe, how about we do this? And have the switch where the door is. Little switcheroony. I feel like this is starting to feel a bit better. Now I want these over here. Again. Auto counters, you have failed me. Oh, I guess to be fair, I failed the auto counters. I didn't give enough space. Okay, if I go... Nope. Nope. Oh, here. Dinner. Oh my god. We're already at 12,000. Regrets. This isn't gonna work out. Okay, it's starting to look a little more cozy. I'm wondering if this entryway is too big. No, I prefer it that way. And I need to choose a wall color that isn't just green at all times. Like, dark rooms are known for making rooms seem smaller. Like that's kind of like their thing. Sometimes it's hard if something just works. I just feel like white is too bright. And in a lot of pre-war buildings in New York, there's always like molding like this. It's a little dark though. Should I go with the an older look? Since this is supposed to be like an older house, it's supposed to be an older look. 'Cause it's kind of like a modern renovation on the inside and like more rustic on the outside. But I mean, because there are places like that. But what would work here? I'm kind of making it up as I go along. Just all these like small like, oh, I can just add this and this and this and this. It's all getting much more expensive as a result. Sorry kids, you still get the cheap TV. Unless I do it like this. I put a little picnic thingamajig. I need more windows. I think the unfortunate thing is it's like once you bring up something in terms of quality and then everything else feels like it needs to go up at the same time too. But then everything gets much more expensive. Then I guess that's kind of life. The right same one. The darkest one. I'm gonna put a little light sconce out here. I'm wondering if I'm just gonna have to choose the cheapest one. This wasn't too bad. goes with the diamond windows. Very on the nose. Sounds too big. I don't want to go down here because then it's too expensive. I mean, I do kind of like it with the thingies. Okay, let's make these dark. Now I need to think of something from the outside that goes with this. Like, we want it to be dark, but not like dark, dark. That's very dark. I have a soft spot for brick, as you can tell. Is there a lighter version of this? Seems like a lot of brick. But like, in a bright way. Not too much. Yeah, I think you're right. I don't know what to do with dark houses. What do dark houses do? I also could... This actually goes with the diamond there, so I feel like I should probably put that there. Gosh, it looks so bad because it's like made up of tiny, tiny rooms. Like the game isn't really seeing it as like one. They just act cool and modern. Even if they're like Victorian. I'm not in love with it. I really don't like when they don't have the like eaves pop out. It just feels weird to me. survival gains, there's either huge overlap or no overlap. Of what? Sorry, I missed that part. Of the roof. Oh, you mean like when you're making your own place? Or something like that? Oh, it's funny. I guess I didn't really think about that as much. I feel like I have much choice. Although I could just change the fence altogether. What happened to the fancy looking things? Is because the poles are in the way? Maybe. Maybe. So yeah, I got the diamond. Got the diamonds on Pat. Okay, that's too many diamonds. Doesn't that look weird? Like this looks like it's 2D. And then you think you're about to like turn it and it's not gonna be 2D anymore, but then it still is 3D. It's weird. It's bizarre. It's a weird look. Pessimist porthole. Okay, maybe I don't need to do that. You don't have to be a pessimist here, you know? Probably scooch this in one. That might might be too tight. I'll just leave it for now. I'm less committed to this one. BT, not PDW. To be honest, TBH. It doesn't call to me. But I can't leave it blank. I mean, I could. No one lives here, but like, that'd be kind of messed up. It's funny because some of this stuff is just like ugly, but also at the same time it's just like realistic. So yeah, this is actually what it would look like. We need more light. The least I could do is half-ass it. In the bathroom. Turn on base game, see everything disappear. Feel sad. If I do this immediately. Oh, well, could be worse. Except for this would probably be better. No, it wouldn't actually, but I could make this the private bathroom and this the public bathroom. Of course, every bathroom needs a mirror. By the way, did you know that toilet paper costs $50? Where is it? Where are you, toilet paper? Where are you hiding? Look at that $50 toilet paper. But it adds to the environment. You get more environment points for it. Fancy indeed. There are no nice affordable shades in the base game. Someone was telling me that they were playing the base game a little bit. I can't remember who, maybe it was Demi. And I was just like, my dude, you don't get any real taste of the game if you're just playing the base game, unfortunately. All the patterns, okay. What kind of pattern are we going for? I guess at the very least I can put this on and then change the color. Okay, so I would like to keep the thing white though, so and this is blue. So the blue one here. Maybe just white in here for more neutral, the neutral look. It's kind of funny how the smaller bedroom gets the bathroom. But you know what? Sometimes that's just how life is. And now there's never end to poop. What have I done? Fancy toilet paper times 2. Okay. Base game. Like, I don't want it to be uncomfortable, but also money is a thing that needs to be considered. Such an ugly color scheme. They're all ugly. You're all ugly. You're ugly. You're ugly. Don't you like your head to the head next to the bathroom? Like, great. I'll probably get away with this. 'Cause it's always the toddlers and the kids that need the shower anyway because they need to take baths. What do I put in this little corner? There's used to be a little desk. I guess that's part of a DLC. Of course. Put a little chair. But it should be comfortable. It shouldn't just be... Oh wait, there are... I hope it's not DLC. Probably is, but oh no, here it is. Yeah, that one matches the bed, so I feel like I should do that. It's begging for a rug. Scare away all the baddies. Ah, here's one of the cars. I was thinking of a red one specifically, but... Oh right, I need lights. Lights. This is a very suitable lamp, but it's too... Oh my god, this thing is huge! I never knew these things are so huge. It's cute. Not practical, but it's cute. 𝗟𝗶ሔር. Kinda goes with the sky theme. Okay, now for slightly more adult bedroom. They can still get in. Ugh, I don't like the patterns. Seems a little intense. But it gets increasingly expensive. I guess what they say, beggars can't be choosers. As a gift. That's too close. Maybe I do have to switch this around. Much to my chagrin. And put a little lamp on here. A little lampy lamp. A normal lamp, please. Since it's definitely a look, but not the look I'm looking for. Oh, colors. It's a little too old-timey. There's old and then there's old. Maybe I'll put a plant here. I think that'll be better. Feng Shui planter. Perfect. Look at that. That's beautiful. Just kidding, because it's so bare. We're already at 17,000. Okay, I think I'm gonna have to just leave it then. Who needs blinds? You don't need blinds. Hopefully it's still a step up from what it was, though. Even though we aren't exactly pleased, do you think that it's good enough? There isn't actually a thing there, is it? Oh my god, there is. I wish when I wasn't decorating, this game didn't make me want to just be more whispery, because I noticed that like I speak much lower and like more quiet. Although it's not my intention. Like a fern. Oh, hey, Demi. Demi do. Okay, I'm gonna save the next one for like just kind of going crazy for the next one, because I don't have it in me to do another one. All of my brain power is gone. You're hungry while eating. Okay. Well, looks like you're getting that sorted. Funny how quickly that came, that just moving those around made it look more cohesive. Just because you mean like don't start screaming? I'm afraid I'm like putting people to sleep. Especially with like the soft music, like just jamming softly. But I will be changing to Ace Attorney, so you'll probably want to. Yeah, sure, I can do a house tour for you. I had to do a house tour for the other one though first, because not first, but after, because that's the one I feel more proud of, perhaps. Okay, so for reference, this house and this house, which is the first one I made, I remodeled the original ones that are there. The original ones basically look like this and look really like sad inside. Oh, well, I'm speaking up now, so lower your volume. Looks really sad inside. This one I'm less convinced about, but can still get an idea. You walk in. Oh, I need to change these two. Spandrels, you need to be... Or what even is this? This one? Oh my gosh, that's fancy. It's fancy for no reason. Brown. Eh. Why does it have to be a color? Guess it's the next best thing. Okay. Anyway, so this was originally like 15,000 and I went over by 3,000. But everything is using only base game, so it doesn't have like any expansion packs. So it's a little plain, but it looks a lot better than it did before. Before there was even like a diagonal sofa. Like you can look at the VOD, it's just like, ooh, I don't know about that. So there's a kid's room here. little bookcase over there. And there's a bathroom, and with kids, especially toddlers and stuff, they need a tub to wash in, otherwise they cannot be washed. They just stay dirty. And so this one is the more public one. And then just the parents' room, just simple. And because the house originally has a more rustic look with the the spandrels and whatever, that's why I gave them that. So and since I finished it, I'm just gonna post it. I'm not gonna save it to my library though. Single tringle. Remodel of the streamlet single no CC for a family of 3 and base game. Hashtag Reno. So that one probably had the least changes to it. But yeah, okay, so let me go into the manage worlds. And I shall show you. Now, horse bed. It's past your bedtime. Wow. This one was originally 3,500 about, so I was able to keep that one under, which is good. Well, if you want, you can download my thing from my my house from the gallery and use it as a replacement if you'd like. Anyway, so this is I didn't have money to do more landscaping, but this is the entrance. And oh, I forgot this. I forgot that was there. But anyway, so let me do this first. So there's room for growth, but there is, you know, the entrance. You go inside, and there's a nice open space. The bathroom is to this side, the left. There's a little bath mat. It's a different style bath tub and stuff. There's desk. Can't afford a computer yet, so, you know, simple bed. No, this is a remodel. I mean, I changed, like, for example, the skeleton of the house is still here, so if you take a line down here, and then, yeah, that was basically the house. And so I used a lot, like the porch mostly stayed the same. I added bigger windows here. So if you compare it to the old one, which I don't have a picture of at the moment, you'll see the difference. And also I did a little bit of, if you use like the debug items, you can kind of do a little bit of decorating. That's why the shelf was there, because I was putting it there and then kind of moving it over. The Sims never cook on any of the back burners as far as I know, so I just put a pot there. I would have done more, but my things were not behaving. And then a little art easel. Also, I just realized that this window is here and we don't need that window anymore. Okay, so let me just... I'm gonna resubmit this one. Cozy. Cozy cabana now. A 1-bedroom. Suitable for a single person or a couple. There's room for growth. Within simoleons of original price. Yeah, it's very easy to want to just like stick with the symmetry. Base game. No CC. Oops. Reno Crick Cabana. Cozy. Okay, now I'm gonna go to the gallery. My name on here is 𝗟𝗶𝗶𝗀𝘀. I'm going to... I didn't make this, did I? Oh. Blue Velvet is a decadent... I spelled decadent wrong. Renovation, embracing old-time naval aesthetic, but with a modern twist. Multiple floors, activities, and bars for all kinds of parties and gatherings, including a dance spelled wrong, dance space, karaoke, 3 bars, fireplace, 2 TVs, 3 bathrooms, and tons of seating area. What the heck have I... What did I do? I think Blue Velvet was, a bar called the Blue Velvet, and I just updated it, so... Huh? How can people already... No. Go away. Hopefully that doesn't confuse too many people. But my favorite one... Oh, I made a deluxe starter home before. Miyazaki Lounge. Oh god, I'm just like scared to look at that. But my favorite is this one. Let's see if I can... So just ignore that. Oh, this was actually here. Oh. Take this away. So just like a little sneak peek, pretend that the building's in there. Anyway, so yeah, the idea is that the room opens up to wherever else you want. And you see how all these things are on the shelf. They're not normally on a shelf, and so that's where I was using 𝗟𝗶H, what I was telling you about. Using a thing where you can like raise things up and lower in height. There's a little cat thing. Just like a very cozy, like almost like a mud room sort of thing. Has a bay window. And you can like go outside. But yeah. But that is that. So it definitely takes me time to cook when it comes to like making things from scratch. But yeah, so I know that like some people have saves where they redo the entire world, which is kind of amazing to me. I don't think I'll ever be able to get to that level. Oh, this is what the Blue Velvet looked like before as a nightclub. And you saw how kind of complicated mine was, so. But yeah, all these were just like boxes. They have a horse, a baby. These AI have been busy without my realizing. But yeah, the Goth family is like the quintessential Sims family. Okay, that's it for Sims. Anyone here for Sims? I'm sorry. Come back later. That's funny. But yeah, thank you. You know what? I'm gonna have that one be the showcased. I don't know if I can showcase more than one thing, but... Oh yeah, and I had a little... See, I even put a car. Okay, time to do another... Ace Attorney. So, I opened up Chronicles, which is the... Like, you can see this is the, it looks like a historical version of... And it's newer than Ace Attorney. And I had some, like, 3D models and all that stuff, but it's funny because it's the same size window. Automatic thing that it had. But anyway, so... Let's go. Prepare yourself for the sudden silence. Sudden silence. I feel uncomfortable. Okay, let me change this to my Ace Attorney. Objection! You guys are too funny. Rise from the ashes. So let me go back for a second. Just so you can see the... This is the, what do you call it? The photo thing. You know what I'm talking about. Think of it almost as like a movie poster. There we go. Okay, back. Continue. Yes. Prepare yourselves. And your ears. My cat woke up. You never know what is what. It's been 2 months since Maya left the office. Sorry, my voice is like... It's not even that I'm sick anymore, but I think it's just because my throat is not used to talking so much for like two weeks straight. 2 months without a single trial. I've had offers, but none I took. That is, until the day that girl showed up. February 22nd, 10:02 a.m. Wright & Co. Law Offices. Why do I come here to the office every day? It's not like I want to work. How can he afford to not work? Good for him. There you are, finally. Where have you been? My sister's trial's tomorrow. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. It only matters who you are. The famous defense attorney, 𝗟𝗶𝗸𝘀. Oh. You're not 𝗟𝗶𝗸𝘀, are you? I'm sorry, but Miss 𝗟𝗶𝗸𝘀 is no longer, works here. So you are the coffee boy? I'm Phoenix Wright, a defense attorney. Right. Wait! You're the Phoenix Wright? The Phoenix Wright from the Edgeworth murder case? Yes, that's correct. It wasn't Edgeworth who was murdered, though. That's a relief, then. You're better than no one. I'm sorry? I'm afraid I'm not taking cases right now. But you are the Phoenix Wright, right? The undefeated defense attorney? Look, I'm not accepting any new cases. I'm sorry, but you'll have to try elsewhere. Please! I'm out of time. But... please, you have to help. It's my sister. Maya? Could it be? Okay. I'll hear you out. Really? Thank you so much. My name's Emma Skye. I'm a scientific investigator. Or maybe Ema. It's probably Ema. Ema Skye. I'm a scientific investigator. Scientific investigator? Ema, what was it? So you're a scientific investigator? Yes, that's right. Is something wrong? No, it's just you seem kind of, jumpy, or maybe just young? Young? I'll be 16 years old this year. Oh, I see. Wait, only 16? I'm set to be formally assigned to forensics in 3 more years. My work is becoming quite well known, at my age no less. So what exactly is your current position then? Well, legally speaking, I guess you could call me an 11th grader. But I'm ready to do my job, at my age no less. Great, another future professional in training. So what's this case about? You said the trial's tomorrow? My sister didn't do it. She wouldn't stab someone with a knife. She just wouldn't. So it's a murder case. I don't care if there's a witness who saw her do it. She didn't do it. I know she didn't do it. That's a scientific fact. And there's a witness. Just talk to her. You just have to talk to her. Right. I suppose I will. I promised her I'd bring 𝗟𝗶𝗸𝘀, but that's interesting. How does she know Mia? So you want to be a scientific investigator when you grow up, then? Excuse me? I'm not a child, I'll have you know. Still, it's good to have a goal, albeit a very unusual one. I believe investigations should be done scientifically. Don't you? Yeah. Sure can't fault her for a lack of enthusiasm. If this case is handled scientifically, I'm sure my sister's name will be cleared. Your sister? I've been doing research, you know. I'm developing a new scientific method of case investigation. I'll show you when I'm done. I'm looking forward to it. I guess I should get down to the detention center and talk to her sister. My sister asked for Mia specifically. This 𝗟𝗶 person was a few years below her in school. So they went to the same school, huh? She always told me to go to Mia if I ever needed a defense attorney. And well, I need one. Incidentally, Mia is a woman. Now that you mention it, I guess it is more of a woman's name than a man's. Well, it's nice of you to help your sister out like this. You must be close. Well, actually, when she gets like she is now, I kind of hate her. Huh? But she's my only family. Your only family? What about your parents? They died in a car accident when I was little. Oh, I'm sorry. See what she says. My badge! See this? It's my attorney's badge. Ah, well, I've never seen a real one before. You're the first one who's actually been interested in mine, believe me. Its composition is mostly silver. The gold plating is flaking a bit. She analyzed it scientifically. There doesn't appear to be any corrosion due to sulfides. I'll give you $50 for it. Sorry, but it's not for sale. Yet. Detention Center. February 22nd, Detention Center. Visitor's Room. 𝗟𝗋. I wonder what's wrong with 𝗟𝗋. She's got quiet all of a sudden here we go. She got quiet all of a sudden as soon as we arrived. Guard, I thought I told you I didn't want any visitors. Sorry, ma'am. It's just your sister. No excuses. Or did you not want to raise this? Or did you not want to raise this here? Understood, ma'am. What? Now I'm like unironically stuttering. What was that all about? Hi, Lana. Funny. I seem to remember specifically telling you not to come here. Perhaps my memory is failing. Look, I didn't want to come here either, okay? But your trial's tomorrow and you still don't have a defense attorney. I'll be the one in court tomorrow. This has nothing to do with you, 𝗟𝗋. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Hey, how do you know me? Mia mentioned you. I've heard quite a bit. I'm sorry, what exactly is it that you do? My name is Lana Sky. I'm chief prosecutor for this district. You're a prosecutor? Two sisters, one lawyer. Could this be a coincidence? 𝗟𝗋, Lana, I mean, they're just like... Is there something wrong, Mr. Wright? There's something you should know from the start. Which is? The suspect in this case has confessed to the crime. Huh? But wait, but the suspect is... Me. I did it. Well, Mr. Wright? Well, why don't you begin by telling me exactly what happened? The crime took place yesterday, February 21st at 5:15 p.m. That's quite specific. It was in the witness's deposition. That witness clearly saw me committing the crime. That was a bit of bad luck, wasn't it? The crime took place in an underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. The body was found in the trunk of my subordinate's car. The prosecutor's office, huh? In your subordinate's car? Classy. I was arrested on the spot, caught red-handed as it were. Well, that's just great. So who is the victim? An investigator with the police department. I suppose the correct term is detective. A detective. Death was due to a loss of blood. He was stabbed once in the stomach. By you? Death wasn't immediate, but the wound was fatal. I see. Allow me to repeat myself, Mr. Wright. The victim was a detective. You know what that means, don't you? Uh-oh. What, Mr. Wright? What does it mean? Well, it means the police department will consider it a matter of pride to have found me guilty. They will use any means at their disposal to do so. This case gets worse and worse with everything I learn. So you're the chief prosecutor? That's correct. I'm responsible for overseeing every trial handled by prosecutors in this district. I make sure the prosecutors have what they need to do the job and manage every aspect. Those are my responsibilities in a nutshell. That's an awfully large nutshell. Still, I'm a little surprised. You'd think you'd recognize the district's chief prosecutor, Mr. Wright. Huh? In fact, it seems impossible. You wouldn't. Lana? What happened to your hand? Oh, this? I cut myself by accident when I stabbed him, that is. Huh? I'm not very good at being a criminal, I suppose. How am I supposed to defend this? Time to change the subject. Wait, she was in the class ahead of Mia, wasn't she? So you were in class with Mia, correct? A few years above her? Ema told you that too, didn't she? Well, why not? I did drag him all the way here from his office. Although it seems that he has very little in common with Mia. Hey! It was in law school. I was in my 3rd year and she was auditing the class. She was different than the other students. Different? She was strong. She'd do anything to become a defense attorney. Anything. That was probably why she was attracted to me. Excuse me? Intellectually attracted. Lana was top of her class in school. I was the best there was. Oh. And I'm doing pretty good in school too, by the way. Sounds a bit different when Ema says it. Well, Mr. Wright? Excuse me? As you can plainly see, I am admitting my guilt. I think it's safe to say. There's no way you can take this case. None. But Lana! Why? Why are you doing this to me? You never think of anyone but yourself. I know you didn't do it, Lana, I know. So, how could you say that you did? If I lose you, I'll be all alone. I hate you, Lana. Mr. Wright. Yes? I believe our discussion here has ended. The rest, I leave to you. You mean you're requesting my services as your defense? Don't lose any sleep over it. Your client has confessed after all. The case is over. Right, I'll do what I can to get to the bottom of this. Lana has confessed to the crime, yes. But something doesn't fit. It's that look in Ema's eyes. There's something else going on here. And I'm going to find out what. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. Huh? About what? My sister, she's not always like that, you know. I just never expected to be defending another prosecutor again. She's changed a lot. She used to be so gentle and always smiling. Everyone liked her. Oh, hi. Hello, Alma. Sorry, I got sucked in. Thank you for... I've been practicing after having 4 Ace Attorney cases and completely failing my voice acting. So I'm just getting really into it. I'm good, how are you? Also, hi 𝗟𝗶𝗶𝗀𝘀, Tuto, hello, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate you guys. Well, I'm doing... Before I was playing Sims and it was like very low-key and I was practically whispering. But now I'm like, because I'm using more energy, I'm feeling more energetic. And especially when I have people like you! All you peoples, I appreciate you. Have you played, Ace Attorney, Alma, or are you just familiar with the memes? Also, Tutu, what's your status? Are you just familiar with the memes? I'm sure I've asked you this before if you lurked before, but I can't keep track of all the times I've asked. Sorry for my model freaking out, I'm just drinking something. I've seen 2, I think. 2, the ones that I did. But you haven't played it yourself, I assume? Yeah. I hear ya. Well, luckily no British accents have come in just yet. Until, like, Maya comes up. Aww. No, Alma, I'm serious. Okay, well, I'm glad that you guys are here to join. Yes, yes. Ask any questions or anything like that, just let me know. Why is the thing so pale? Is it just me, or... Oh, never mind. I had it highlighted. Anyway, so this is the lot. There's 3 games in this trilogy. in this section I have, and this is the 5th one of the first game. So after this, then I can finally move on to the next game. And then after that, the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, which I've never tried before. So that should be exciting. I say that, but I haven't actually... I think I've only finished this game, but I haven't finished the second or the third one. Just the memes. Honestly, just like knowing the memes, now actually understanding the game itself makes the memes worth so much more, in my opinion. So I hope you enjoy. Yes. What's your question? I am waiting with bated breath. Why? You're making me blush. My face is feeling warm. You can't see me, but I'm holding my face. I'm like genuinely embarrassed right now. I'm used to the ones calling everyone else cute. I have a friend named 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀, and we basically share a brain cell, and she's like the cutest thing on this earth, so maybe she's giving me some of her vibes. But yeah, don't forget to follow if you want more cuteness. I can't promise I'll always be cute, but I do my best. So, what happened to her? I don't know for certain myself. I think maybe she... well, maybe not. Sounds like there's something that defies a simple scientific explanation. Let's go check this out. Check out this underground parking at the prosecutor's office, shall we? Okay. Yeah, so in the first few things I was doing, I had 3 to 4 characters that had British accents, depending on whether I depending on whether I decided I was failing or not. But switching between... oh, and there's also 2 country accents. So the issue was that switching between like a normal accent, but also like the pitch differences, like if it was a male or female, like that sort of thing. The pitch differences, then the like cadence differences, and then the accent differences themselves. It was a struggle. Thank you so much for following. Misa says hi. Yeah. So most people haven't seen my alerts. These are alerts that I made a while ago, but I never actually put them on, so I was like, you know what, I'll put them on. Yes, thank you for doing the thing. What pulled me towards streaming? It's kind of a long story. Not really a long story. I should say, it's kind of a story that I don't even really know the answer to. But, the nut of it is that, before this, I am and was a Live 2D rigger, so basically I make these models. This is just a chibi, so it's nothing fancy, but you can see more on my Twitter or my YouTube. But yeah, so then I used to run an Animal Crossing server like a few years back, and it had like 1,000 people and all that stuff, and you know, I just really miss having a community, and I am really not... I feel like I'd be completely miserable in a 9-to-5 job. Like I've done plenty of different jobs, so it's not like don't know from experience, and this just seems like it just feels right now. It may not have been right like a few years ago, but it feels right now, and I feel like I have something to offer people, and I want to spread the goodness, you know? I don't know. I'm feeling all warm and fuzzy inside. But, yeah. Oh, I'm curious, Alma, what, if you have a preferred name and, pronouns, feel free to let me know. Spread the cute, yes. Oh yeah, I've been making, speaking of memes, I've been making, my emojis based off of pre-existing memes. So this is like my character, but, in, like, I'm sure you've probably seen that cat where it's just like super cute and blushing and stuff. Oh, bad. Let me know when it's done. Usually it tells me when there's an ad playing, so... Whoa. Too bad. Since we're here, you know, they had to do the initiation initiation process for 𝗟𝗻. Let's remove this. Trying to move it so the chat is. I have so many freaking sources. Better. But yeah, I just already have these ready, so when someone comes to visit, I'm like, oh, hello. This is not truly me. This is not even my final form, or my second form, or my third form. Just warms my heart. So many new friends, particularly ones that are sane, like 𝗟𝗻. 𝗟𝗻 seems sane. If you know, you know. The koi. I don't know if they're koi. I think they're just fish at this moment. But no, they don't have names at the moment. But we can workshop some. Looks like my whiskers are doing, when I go down, my whiskers are like defying gravity. Anyway. Don't forget to hydrate. Speaking of which, I'm getting low on water. Come back! Okay, I'm hydrating. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, well, when 𝗟𝗻 is back, I shall give her the initiation sequence. And you call something else an initiation sequence. This, I will put the references, therefore, just pop that on. Whenever we have a new friend. Oh, I get it from here. Why is this hard? Are you being difficult? One day it'll happen. Anyway, okay. 𝗟𝗻 will let me know when she's back, and I'll give her the sequence. Let's go to the underground parking lot. February 22nd, prosecutor's office, underground parking lot. So this is the lot where it all happened? Looks like they're still investigating. I love her little look. Funny, that is my first visit to the prosecutor's office. Funny that my first visit to the prosecutor's office should be like this. Hey everyone, keep up the good work. Hey, what are you doing? What are you thinking? Oh, they're going to be my coworkers 3 years from now, after all. No harm in saying hello. Actually, there is. You know attorneys aren't supposed to examine crime scenes. I'm trying not to stand out too much here, see? Hey there. Wait, actually, no. I thought it was going to be someone else. I thought it was going to be the lunch lady, but it's not the lunch lady, so forget that I had a mildly provocative voice. You expecting to go unnoticed here, partner? Partner? What do we have here? Looks like a bambina got loose from the ranch and's up to no good. Folks gotta learn to keep them dojies tied down, partner. I assume it's dojies and not doggies. Mr. Marshall! Marshall? Looks more like a sheriff to me. Looky here, Bambina. I know how you feel. But this is my gang's gold strike, see? Strike? This is our claim, our territory, with a mother load of evidence. If you're fixing to mess with what's ours, you'll regret it, partner. You know what dreams the cacti in the desert dream? You want to? What's this guy talking about? You head along home now. Happy trails, Bambina. Was that hombre a friend of yours? Oh, kind of, sort of. Yeah, he's a detective who thinks he's a sheriff from the Wild West, it seems. Elma, are you here? I think she left. I cry. Anyway. Wait, hold on a second. Think someone unfollowed me. But I won't say who. So that makes me sad. Okay. Examine. There's a wallet on the ground. What's this? A wallet? Excuse me, officer? Wait! What are you doing, Mr. Wright? What am I doing? I just found this wallet, so I'm handing it over to the police. I don't believe it. This is a real basic. Anything at a crime scene is evidence. Let's be scientific about this, please. Just put it in your pocket. How is that scientific? Sounds like theft to me. Wallet hastily stuffed into pocket. I'm called to duty already. Look at my at my tender age. Here, I'll teach you the trick to examining evidence in detail, okay? By the way, her eyes are sparkling. I can tell she's been waiting for this. Okay now. Look at the court record. Yeah. You have to be sure to examine evidence carefully on all sides. Now, let's start examining from every angle. Every angle. Oh, look! I think there might be a clue here. You should check it out. With the press of enter. This is an ID card. Sergeant Bruce Goodman, ID 5842189. See? Well, isn't scientific investigation useful? I guess, though I don't see what science has to do with it. Goodman's ID added to the court record. Let's be sure to examine every piece of evidence we find. I guess I've got to be on my toes from now on. Moment, I would like to check something. Guys, I really did scare Alma away. I don't know how. Said she never existed. Look, a door! This must mean something. I'm not sure that doors mean anything. No, it won't open. A mysterious lock. I fail to see what's mysterious about it. Mr. Wright, you need to learn how to enjoy life more. Let's finish our investigation first, shall we? This is where the cars leave the lot. The arrow on the ground makes it look more like an entrance. What are you talking about? It's plainly an exit. Well, maybe it's both, kind of dual purpose. A theory of relativity. What? I've gotta write this down. Hey, Mr. Wright, maybe you know, was it Mr. Relativity? German? Or was he British? Mr. Relativity? Are you sure that was his name? Aha! A ladder! That's a stepladder. What's the difference? In scientific terms, please. Scientific, huh? Look at the basic nature of things, Mr. Wright. This all seems so horribly familiar somehow. Look, a stylish glass-walled room. Very nice. You could see the whole parking lot from there. It says security. Perhaps it's a cafe? Huh? Cafe security. Yeah, that must be it. Let's check it out later. I hate to break it to you, but I think that's probably just a security guard office. You know, I scored a 97 on my science test the other day. Too bad they don't have a test for common sense. Burn. Here, a phone. Let's see if it works. Hey, don't touch the stuff we don't need to be touching. I can't hear anything. My ears! No, my ears! Maybe it's due to the barometric pressure. What is she babbling about? Hey, what did you just say? See, you can hear just fine. The phone's broken. This wall is in our way. It's got a faucet for water. Wait, I know. This wall is merely a facade hiding the truth. This is no wall, but a water tank. I fail to see how it makes any difference either way. An oil drum. Looks like it's filled with water. It's heavy. I can't even budge it. The drum over here is on its side. Wait, I know. I'll hide in here and do a stakeout. I think you'll probably just get arrested. In fact, you may not even have to hide in the drum to get arrested. What? I'm not suspicious. Says the suspicious person. Dun dun dun. Well, no time to waste. Let's get hunting for clues. I wonder what this is. Well, partner, looks like you got no intention of going home quietly. I just love how he always has enough hair to shave off. Sheriff! Like I said before, this here's our claim. You best be moseying along, unless you're fixin' to bite the bullet. Gah, scary. Could you just tell us one thing? Who owns that car? Well, well. The little filly's got a good nose on her. I think it's probably tape, if I had to guess. You wanna know who rides that red Mustang with a body on her saddle, eh? Please. No problem, partner. About time for vittles anyway. Get yourself to the saloon on the 12th floor of the prosecutor's office. Might just find you a 𝗟𝗶H if you like. Prosecutor's office? Where does this guy think he is? And when, for that matter? Note to self, look up Vittles, Saloon, and 𝗟𝗶H. Maybe we should check out room 1202, the High Prosecutor's office. In any case, stay away from the car. You can look around here all you like, just keep your paws off our claim. Right, great. Great, maybe there are some clues around here, Mr. Wright. Let's check it out. Excuse me? Were you two all set? Us? Oh, this is the lunch lady. What? What's this? She couldn't be. You're selling lunches here? This is a crime scene. Hello, half and half, was it? Oh, thanks. And you, sir? Yes? Some crunchy goodness coming at you. Thanks. Interesting way of doing business. This area is off limits to anyone without clearance, especially passersby. Are you officers? No, but you don't exactly look like the type to have clearance. Well, that's hardly a way to greet someone. Even if my days as cough-up queen are over. Cough-up queen? Huh? You know, I'm feeling kind of full. Maybe I should pass on the lunch. I'm quite connected to this case, you see. The images are burned into my eyes, you might say. Yes, all the sordid secrets. Secrets? Dear me, you are a slow one, aren't you? I'm referring to the murder, the stabbing of that detective. What? A witness clearly saw me, A witness clearly saw me committing the crime. You mean you're the witness my sister was talking about? Please, cough up queen, tell us what happened. The name is Angel Star. Don't go forgetting it. Or before you know it, I'll have you whimpering at my heels. Yes, ma'am. She means it. Somehow, I knew. Yesterday was a day of destiny. I knew something was going to happen. Just like I know that the daily special on Friday every week is salmon. Destiny? Was yesterday special for some reason? You're a defense attorney, right? You should know then. You should know the foul misdeeds of the evil ones who haunt this den of iniquity. Evil ones? Prosecutors. They have no qualms about blackening the name of innocence. And yesterday, they paid homage to the most evil one of all. They gave an award to the king of prosecutors. What a farce. So she's saying there's some sort of prosecutors' convention yesterday? I was almost compelled to lace their lunches with something foul. Do you have any personal grievances against the prosecutors or something? Or is there some kind of scientific evidence of this, evil? Young miss, mock me at your own risk. You'll soon find out why they call me the cough-up queen. Ew! The most heinous of all the evil ones, the ones awarded yesterday. It was in his car they found the body. Proof that he devours the evilest lunches of all. Really? Really what? I'm totally confused. One thing's clear, this lunch lady has a thing against prosecutors. So what exactly was it that you witnessed, Miss Star? It was a fascinating spectacle, to be sure. Now I feel like I know what they say when they talk about a woman's wrath. To see 𝗟𝗶H𝗀𝘀 wield that knife so... Her knife flashed in anger, bringing him down to a sad end. It was truly a sight to see. You mean, you saw the very moment of the crime? The sound of his silvery ties to this world being cruelly cut still rings in my ears. And the rhythmic beat of 𝗟𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀's knife. Wait a second, you know 𝗟𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀? Of course. It's quite a feat becoming the chief prosecutor. How many lunchboxes of sin did she pack just to make that journey, I wonder? She always travels light. Now why would this pretty lunch lady know the chief prosecutor's name? Could we ask you a bit about yourself, Miss Star? I come here every day to sell lunches. I import only the freshest and best from the Far East. For some reason, the box lunches are a hit here. Why not make the lunches here rather than import them? Did you say something? No. Only true connoisseurs can understand. The kind you can only tell someone who has tried General Tso's 𝗟𝗶H𝗀𝘀 lunch set. Never mind, you win. I don't even want to appreciate that part of a 𝗟𝗏𝗀𝗀's flavor. Anyway, I come here every day to sell lunches. My boyfriend works in the security room here at the prosecutor's office. Your boyfriend? See the security room over there? The glass wall booth? I sell my lunches, and since I'm here anyway, I drop in to see him. Since you're here anyway, I guess selling lunches is more important than a romance. So scientifically analyze the data available so far. You, Miss Star, are a lunch vendor with an ulterior motive for coming here. Useful analysis? Not. Did you have a bad experience with a prosecutor, Miss Star? I sense some hostility. Hostility? Ha, perhaps. Prosecutors are all alike, and the bigger they get, the worse they smell. Kind of like 10-day-old... Sorry, I got a text message from my husband. 1 second. Let me put my phone on silent. So I don't know about you guys, but when I listen to when I was doing my master's, it was during the pandemic, and during Zoom calls, people with iPhones, there's a specific like ding noise that plays for most people. Like that's just their chosen ringtone. Whenever I heard it through a Zoom call, it was so shrill and so like it just it stabbed me in my soul every time it happened. It's painful. May you not have to deal with that yourself. Anyway, okay. Kind of like a 10-day-old clam, kind of like 10-day-old clams in the chowder. I wonder if Miss Star was involved in some sort of legal trouble in the past. That'd be a sure cause of food poisoning, scientifically speaking, of course. I mean, now you're talking, cough up queen. I thought she was just a lunch vendor, but now I'm not so sure. A name and ID number are written here. Sergeant Bruce. I wonder why they only use numbers for IDs. What else would they use? Letters, silly. They're the reason we have a written language in the first place. True. Sergeant Bruce Goodman. Y-A-B-A-D-A-B. See? Wouldn't that be better? Y-A-D-A-D-A-B? Yes, it does have a certain ring to it. That's exactly my point. Hello, Freestar. Welcome. How are you doing? It doesn't take much to amuse her. I'm doing pretty well. Thank you for asking. About this card. Lunchland vendors only accept cash, no cards. Especially not a card belonging to someone else. No, this isn't a credit card, it's an ID card. It belongs to a detective. And you're showing this to the lunch lady, why? That's like showing a fine honey ham to a detective. Why do I always feel like I'm being mocked? I don't know, maybe she had some idea. Okay. Wait, did I said everything to her, right? You sure? Yep. Okay, let's examine this car. Okay. Thank you so much for your look. I appreciate you, Freestar. Oops. Can I not? It doesn't want me to look at the car, really? Okie dokie. We'll look at the car later. Oh hey. Guess whose office this is? February 22nd, High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. This is the kind of room that just screams, I can do the job. Quite a change from your office, really. Thanks. Look, there's a trophy or something here. A trophy? What's that? What, that shield? Takes real nerve to display stuff like this. Whoever's office this is, they must be a real stuck-up jerk. Phoenix, right. You never tire of prying to other people's businesses, do you? That voice! Edgy! Long time no see, Edgeworth. Huh? Ah! Mr. Edgeworth! You know him from somewhere? Of course! I'm his biggest fan! My sister introduced us once and... Right. Her sister is chief prosecutor after all. Well, what brings you here? I'll warn you, I've been known for it to be quite a stuck-up jerk. No, did I? No. It was just Mr. Wright here. Hey, don't blame me. We're just here to investigate a murder case. Murder? A body was found in this nasty bright red sports car in the parking lot. That would be my car. What of it? What? Your car? I'll say one thing, she certainly can scream. Luckily for you guys, I'm not screaming, to preserve your ears. So the body was found in your car. Go ahead, say it right. You think I did it, didn't you? After all you went through, all that trouble to help me last year, no less. No, we don't think you did it. I mean, it was just my sister who stabbed him. Or it was my sister who stabbed him. Oh, wait, no, she didn't do that. I mean, wait. So you're the chief prosecutor's little sister, then? Yes, sir. 𝗟𝗶𝗸𝘀. It's nice to meet you again. Now that didn't sound forced at all. Now I remember, you've really grown. I'll admit it was a surprise for me, too. To think that my own car would become a scene of a murder. More surprising still, I'm being forced to prove my superior's guilt. I understand. Wait, what did you say? 𝗟𝗶𝗸𝘀 is the chief prosecutor, the top prosecutor in the district. She can't prosecute herself, so I'll be the prosecutor at the trial tomorrow. You? Mr. Edgeworth. To be honest, it's a bit of a miracle I'm still here at all. What do you mean? Rumors. You've heard the rumors about me, haven't you? Miles Edgeworth. It's hard to remember a time when there weren't rumors about this guy. Forging evidence, arranging false testimony, illegal searches, you name it. Thanks to you, my innocence was established in the trial at the end of last year. However, there are some who say I'm the one responsible for the current incident. What? That's crazy. Some people need very little excuse to think ill of others. It's a fact of life, impossible to stop. But some of them even go so far as to present me with toys like this. They think it's funny. Toys? That bronze statue? There's gotta be a story behind that one. Chief Prosecutor Sky, yes. We first worked together in a case 2 years ago. It was my first big case. That's right, I remember. 2 years ago. I wasn't even a lawyer then. Since then, I always felt that she was looking out for me. It appears I was mistaken. Mistaken? Why? I mean, I know she's not the warmest person, but I'm sure she felt some sort of responsibility for you. Then, why? Why did she stab someone in the trunk of my car? Not only that, she stabbed him with my own knife. What? What? Mr. Edgeworth, your knife was the murder weapon? To be specific, it was the knife I keep in the toolbox in the trunk of my car. Mr. Edgeworth's knife added to the court record. Usually about no traces of no prints. Edgeworth? What? Are you sure you didn't do it? Come on, can't he take a joke? You have a strange sense of humor, Mr. Wright. Can you say something about this? Say, Edgeworth, I was wondering about this. Mr. Wright, huh? What? Are you sure you should be showing that to Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, he'll take it for sure, won't he? I wish I could be on the same team as Mr. Edgeworth. She makes a good point. But then my sister will be found guilty. If she sighs any deeper, I'm gonna start getting depressed. I've been wondering, what the heck is this? It has a big K on it. Prosecutors. Huh? What's that? It's the King of the Prosecutors trophy. King of the Prosecutors? It's a great honor. They send that shield to the best prosecutor each year. What? What? So? So that K, that's... K stands for King? Yeah, you got a problem with that? I didn't design the thing. King of prosecutors. Kind of like employee of the month, only better. King of prosecutors added to the court record. Why is it still clickable? So that's the King of Prosecutors shield, huh? Well done, Edgeworth. You must be proud to be the King of Prosecutors. Congratulations, King of Prosecutors? King of Prosecutors. Please stop saying that. Still doesn't explain one thing. Why is the tip of the shield broken off? Mr. Edgeworth has such a comfy sofa. Sofas like this make me want to curl up and take a nap. I bet he pours over his case files here until the wee hours of the morning. Then he takes off his jacket, rolls up his sleeves, and goes to sleep using his arms as a pillow. I don't believe it. He's actually daydreaming about Edgeworth working. I bet in the morning he has sofa hair and little creases on his cheeks and the seams. He's so cool. Sofa hair is cool? You do realize that Edgeworth is still right there, right? Wow, this jacket is even lacier than his usual ones. This must be his lucky trial jacket. Lucky jacket, right. I've never seen him wear it. I'm sure there's a story behind why it's in a frame. Maybe I'll be naughty and take a picture. She's getting way too excited about this. My. What an amazing banquet. Or not banquet, bouquet. Just right for Mr. Edgeworth. No kidding. Hey, there's a card on it. Back from the dead, Wendy. Wendy? I've heard that name before. And besides it, a giant steel samurai. Wow, I want one. Huh? There's something written on the bottom of his foot. Between a rock and a hard place, Wendy. Wendy? Is she Mr. Edgeworth's fiance? Oh, Wendy Oldbag? I don't think so. A work desk. It's quite tidy, as one might expect. What a nice desk. Easy to use and easy on the eyes. It's polished so well I can see my own reflection. Strange. Why did I just picture Detective Gumshoe? Maybe I'll take that name plaque as a souvenir. Don't. He'll sue you. Ooh, cute! What a pretty tea set. I'm going for more of the instant tea bags myself. Amazing! The drawer below is filled with packets of tea leaves. They're all sorted by place of origin and flavor. Look at this royal blend. What an exquisitely splendid concoction. There's such a thing as taking a hobby too far. Hey, a chessboard. I'm not too up on my chess, but it looks like blue's in a bit of a tight spot. The red knights have surrounded the blue pawn. Huh? Those horses are mounted knights. Their swords have really sharp edges. And check out that poor pawn. His head is kind of spiky. Kind of reminds me of you. Mr. Edgeworth must be an avid chess player. What's wrong, Mr. Wright? Edges. Surrounding a pawn with spiky hair. Nah, it's nothing. Whoa! These are all case files? They're stacked up to the ceiling. There's even a ladder. Odd. I thought Edgeworth wasn't good with heights. He must have had someone else get them for him. Strange. Why did I think of just picture Detective Gumshoe? He must study this case report so closely. He's so cool. You wouldn't say that if you saw him sweating bullets up the ladder. Whoa. What a view. It must be nice to have an office on the 12th floor. I guess you would feel important. Incidentally, were you to jump out this window, the time until impact with the ground would be... Got it! Approximately 3.23 seconds. That's handy to know. I think we have everything. Easy. We talked about him with everything. Okay. Nice. Go see if we can get that car again. Oh. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Afro. I really appreciate your resubscription. My #1 supporter. Literally, you're just everywhere I am. In the best way. Thank you. I appreciate you. Ooh. Why won't it let me go back to it? I want to slide to the left. Actually, technically it's slide to the right. Crisscross. Everybody clap your hands. But, just to see the car, but it won't let me. So then... now what? Could you take a look at this? You! Yes? You said you wanted some hot tea, right? No, but thanks. She didn't even look at me. I wasn't sure if she was just gonna immediately disregard the evidence, so I was kind of ready to like skip through it. You must have to brew the tea a long. You must have to brew the leaves a long time to get a rich flavor like this. We pre-infuse the leaves with steam before brewing. I knew it, so that's the secret to their aroma. Exquisite. The only thing I'm smelling here is wasted time. Okay, so it was a, you know. Could you take a look at this? Yeah, okay, she's doing the same thing. She's not going to answer it. Maybe they... oh. I'm going to try and show him this thing first. So basically, this says that you were the best of the best last year, huh? You can take that foolish grin elsewhere, right? I lost a day of work to receive that travesty. Huh? Why's that? I had to go to the police department to receive that broken shield. The police department? Yes, right next to the police station downtown. You've been there, haven't you? Where Detective Gumshoe works? Yeah? I was wondering something about your shield. Why is it broken? What does it matter? I've got more important things to worry about. Oh, right. He doesn't seem too concerned about this award, for better or worse. Yesterday was a very busy day for the prosecutor's office. Maybe we should ask him more about yesterday? But also, why does he keep a knife in the trunk? It's against my policy to scuff evidence. Yeah. Could you tell me more about yesterday, the day of the murder? Yesterday was the annual cleaning day at the prosecutor's office. Cleaning day? Working with the police department, we sort and file all evidence for solved cases. We call it evidence transferal. Wiping your hands of old cases, in other words. Oh, and another thing. A ceremony was held at the police department. It was an annual review and awards for outstanding police officers and prosecutors. And that's when you got... And that's when you got the shield? I was at the police department yesterday afternoon. I got back here at 5:12. That's very precise. People like myself and Edgeworth pride ourselves in our precision, Mr. Wright. No, I place little faith in my memory. The only thing I trust is solid evidence. Edgeworth's parking stub. Add to the court record. This is the parking stub from the underground lot. The murder took place around 5:15, so the murder happened right after you got back. What, right? I'd appreciate it if you looked that suspicious glare elsewhere. Oh. Excuse me, but Mr. Edgeworth, anywhere on the premises? I'm Edgeworth, what is it? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. Report? What? Where did you find a new case against the evidence against Chief Prosecutor? What? Did you find new evidence in the case against Chief Prosecutor Skye? I don't like the way this conversation is going at all. Skye, sir? No name of that kind, sir. Nothing in this report, sir. I think I just heard Edgeworth's lid blow. Mr. Edgeworth's lid isn't on very tight, is it? I made a clear request to the police department, did I not? I need to focus on the trial tomorrow, so don't bring me anything unrelated. Sir, I'm just following orders, sir. They told me to bring this to you. I wasn't aware that the... give me your name. Yes. Yes, sir. Meekins, sir. Sir, Officer Meekins. Right, Officer Meekins. Take your report and leave. And good luck with that raise next month. Why are they always threatening them? It's so mean. But sir, I didn't know. Poor guy. He looks like he was absent on the day they gave out brains and good luck. Right. Yes, sir. God, he caught me off guard. As you can see, I'm busy. You may leave now. But let's do what he says. The victim was a detective from the same department as the patrolman just now. Go down to the police department. You can ask more there. Thanks. He seems to have finally calmed down, at least. To the police department we go! Thank you, 𝗟𝗀𝗀𝘀. What? This is not the... Oh, I had to get out to... Yeah. So that's one of the reasons why I try and do my best to make the voices as diverse as possible. I mean, aside from a couple of stutters, don't you think I'm doing better? I feel like I'm doing better. Got that practicing. Get some Cheerios. Yum, yum. Very second. Police department entrance. Yay, thank you. Phew, we're finally here. Why would they put the police department so far away from the prosecutor's office? Beats me. It took almost 30 minutes by taxi and the traffic wasn't even that bad. The police department, huh? I've only been to the criminal affair- Oh wait, it was him. The police department, huh? I've only been to criminal affairs next door. Hmm? Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Hold on, what's that? Disturbing. Why does it undulate like that? Oh wait, I know. This is the Blue Badger. They're trying to make him the police mascot. Wow, Mr. Wright, you sure know a lot about the police. Still, he does seem familiar somehow. Forget the Blue Badger. Who's next to him? Who's that next to him? Someone who appears to be dancing with the Blue Badger? Uh-oh, he noticed me. He sure is running over here fast. Hey, pal. What are you doing here? That's my line, Detective Gumshoe. Specifically, why were you dancing over there? What? Well, at least he doesn't seem to be busy. This is our chance to get information. By the way, I keep wanting to give him like an Italian accent, but I can't keep the accent itself in my head long enough to kind of pull it. So that's why his accent is kind of like non-existent. Well, at least he doesn't seem to be busy, and this is our chance to get information. Hey, I'll have you know I'm a very busy man, pal. It's like he heard me. I'll give you one word of advice, pal. You better not agree to defend the suspect in this case. What? Why not? Huh? Well, it's just that the chief prosecutor has confessed to the crime. She says she summoned the detective to the prosecutor's office and she killed him. But what if she's not telling the truth? Yes, well, no. Come on, pal. There's plenty of evidence against her. But what if the evidence was all faked? Hey, pal. Can I speak to you for a second? Huh? Me? Why is this little girl so peeved at me? She's a relative of the suspect. She's 𝗟𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 sister. Whoa! The prosecutor's little sister? Just please investigate this case carefully, okay? Scientifically. Yes, sir. Oh, by the way, you might want to keep your voices down. You don't want to be overheard using words like faked. Huh? It's a sensitive issue with us these days. So, what are you doing here, Detective Gumshoe? Me? Oh, well, nothing really. They kicked me out of the criminal affairs. Detective Gumshoe. Detective Gumshoe, what did you do this time? What do you mean, this time? Then, what happened? I know things are busy right now. I mean, with my sister's case and all. It's true, we've never had a chief prosecutor murder anyone before. Only the highest ranked people are being led into criminal affairs now. The lowest ranking guy in there is our chief of detectives. They're not letting any of us rank-and-file detectives in at all. None of you? I know this is an important trial, but isn't that a little odd? So anyway, I thought I'd spend the day getting the badger dance down pat. Isn't there anything else you could be doing? The chief of police himself is directing this investigation, pal. And Officer Marshall was assigned to an underground parking lot. Officer Marshall? Now I think about it, 𝗟𝗻 did seem to know that Marshall guy. A patrolman is in charge of a crime scene. It's unheard of, pal. Detective 𝗟𝗶H𝗀𝘀, what can you tell me about this, huh? Hey pal, this is a detective's ID card. You can't just keep that. You'll have to turn it into the police. It's people like you that get me into so much trouble all the time. I mean, Detective 𝗟𝗀𝗀 must drop his card a lot. Let's see. Bruce Goodman. Sounds familiar. Nah, my mistake. But didn't you work together with him in criminal affairs? Whoa! Now I remember! Bruce Goodman! He's the victim! That's what I thought. Can you tell us more, Detective 𝗟𝗀𝗀? Talk. So this ID card belonged to the victim? He was a detective like myself, Detective Bruce Goodman. Don't you think it's strange? I mean, why would the victim's ID card be lying on the ground where we found it? Well, Detective 𝗟𝗀𝗀 should have been at the police department yesterday. There's evidence transferal for a case he handled 2 years ago. Evidence transferal. Mr. Edgeworth mentioned that too. But Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. Well, that's the thing. It's hard to say this, but word is that Chief Prosecutor Skye called him out there to the parking lot, and Lana's confessing as much. Hey, that's it. That's the King of Prosecutors award that Mr. Edgeworth got yesterday. Were you at the award ceremony, Detective 𝗟𝗀𝗀𝗀? Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself. Ah, congratulations. I was wondering, why is the award a shield? And why is it broken? Oh, there's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later. Apparently he's forgotten. But I was proud of Mr. Edgeworth for winning that award, even with all the naysayers in the prosecutor's office. Naysayers? Must be because of the rumors. Found it in Mr. Edgeworth's car, stabbed with Mr. Edgeworth's knife, huh? What would drive Chief Prosecutor Skye to do such a thing? I'm surprised that we're, allowed to talk to him about this. Wait, I mean, sure, of course, someone else really did it. Someone else who must have had a grudge against Mr. Edgeworth. The car and the knife do seem a little too well organized to be a coincidence. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. What could have happened? You have to find out a little bit more about what's going on with Edgeworth. He's in a tough spot, again. Again? Well, it all started with the murder of that defense attorney, Hammond. But Mr. Edgeworth was found innocent. Listen, pal, there have always been rumors about Mr. Edgeworth. I mean, yeah, Mr. Edgeworth. Forging evidence, making deals with witnesses, nothing outright, but there are always whispered rumors. Ever since he was accused of murder, no one's whispering. They're practically shouting. But there's no evidence against him. Well, Mr. Edgeworth has always had unusually strong ties to the department higher-ups. It's only natural that people would be suspicious. I had no idea he was under the gun. Anyway, this latest case has started a new rumor. People say that the only reason he took this case is because he's aiming for chief prosecutor position himself. What? But I know the truth, pal. No one wants to be the one who has to prosecute the chief prosecutor. Mr. Edgeworth is biting the bullet on this one. He's doing this for all of us. Can I go now? She's avoiding me again. Yeah, tea, pre-steamed. Yeah, we get it. I'm not exactly sure. Oh yeah, no, that's the same thing as the last time. A work desk. It's quite tidy as one might expect. What a nice desk. Easy to use, easy on the eyes. It's polished so well I can see my own reflection. I prefer not to look at myself while I work. Okay, so everything's fresh again. What's this? It looks like a shield of some kind. It's broken. Maybe it's made out of chocolate, but its owner took a bite out of it. Why is he acting like he's never been here before? It appears that it's being made out of bronze with gold plating. It's not worth much. $70 tops. This girl has a thing about pricing everything, doesn't she? I wonder what that big K means. Mysterious. You guys all literally... Okay, never mind. You know what? I'm not gonna... Oh. There's a jacket framed on the wall like a painting. The fabric is high-grade cashmere. Italian styling, silk ruffles, turquoise buttons, and a gold thread collar. I'm guessing it's worth around $5,000. $5,000? Speaking of which, your suit would be about... That's enough of that. I don't need my life appraised, thank you very much. Wow, what an amazing banquet. Why do you keep saying banquet? What an amazing bouquet. No kidding. Hey, there's a card on it. Back from the dead. Wendy. Yeah, Steel Samurai. Got it. Okay, but is there anything new? Whoa. These are all case files? They're stacked up to the ceiling. There is even a ladder. The shelves were packed super tight like that. What's the prosecutor going to do when they get new files? Splendid, Mr. Wright. What an unusual observation. Think that was a compliment? Hey, a chessboard. I'm not too up on my chess, but it looks like blue's in a bit of a tight spot. Yeah, okay. Looks like nothing of that is new. New on the sofa? Ooh, what a sofa. Makes you want to say sofa, so good. Sofa, so far? Yeah, I get it. I'm glad she's not an inspiring comedian. Sorry, I kind of skipped that. She was making a pun. Doesn't look like there's anything else. Still can't go that direction. What am I supposed to do now? Oh wait, I haven't even examined yet. Silly me. I was wondering about that. What, the dancing blue badger? That's my masterpiece. You made this, Detective Gumshoe? The chief threw together some designs and I just did my thing, pal. Nice work. It's battery powered, so it can go anywhere. There's no switch, so it just dances until the batteries die. Poor blue badger, fated to dance until he drops. Blue badger panel added to the court record. And that's all I know about that. I'm not officially on the case, you know. Thank you. Why aren't you handling this case, Detective Gumshoe? You met the guy who's... what's his name? The guy in the parking lot? That'd be Officer Marshall. He was appointed directly by the chief of police. Officer Marshall, is he some kind of Wild West sheriff or something? No, Jake Marshall's just a regular officer from West LA. For a moment there, I wasn't sure. Look, pal, let me try and make things a little easier for you. Show them this and they'll let you examine the crime scene. Maybe. Letter of introduction. I'll be surprised if this gets us anywhere. Just act like you're supposed to be there and no one would look at you twice, pal. The usual wanted posters are hanging up in the bulletin board here. Do you know this face? If you do, dial 911. You know, Mr. Wright, I've always thought it was kind of funny. I've never seen anyone who looked like the people in these posters. They hardly ever look human. She has a point. Yeah. Why didn't you give me this check before? The detectives in there look pretty busy. Just imagine right now, behind those doors, a police drama's in action. Somehow the thought fails to excite me. Look at that patrolman saluting the other guy. He must be a detective. And then I said, hey, you do that and your soup will get cold, buddy. That's hilarious, sir. I laughed so hard I cried. I guess he wasn't saluting, he was wiping tears from his eyes. They make a good pair. Mr. Wright, do you know why patrol cars are painted black and white? No idea. Why? Well, I think they're designed after a panda. A panda? Not that I have scientific proof, it's just a theory. Do you mind asking me how you came up with that theory? It was when I was on a school trip, I saw a patrol car and it came to me. You'd just been at a zoo, see? What about zebras, or do they not have any of those in your zoo? The banner here is announcing the crime-fighting campaign. My slogan. I was wondering if they'd be selling fingerprint sets. I don't think that's that kind of campaign. What family wouldn't want to do a set at home? It's good for finding out who snuck into the cookie jar. I think most families can figure that out without the extra help. I always get excited when I come to the police station. Why is that? It just feels like I've been jumped into a movie. Huh? You know, with all the police and criminals. Well, I don't know if this is all that exciting. Sure it is. Look at those two two officers over there. They're probably talking about the latest bust. Funny, I thought they were just talking about the weather. Is there anything else? Are we good? We good? Yep. Okay, now that we have... Oh, okay, we should go back to the crime scene. February 22nd, prosecutor's office. Looks like the investigation is still going. I'll have to be getting back to the shop. Sorry, looks like I'll be stuck in this pit till the sun sleeps. I'll see you in my dreams tonight then, baby. Oh, still here? Oh, hello. Why the surprised looks? Didn't I mention? I've got a boyfriend in the criminal affairs too. What happened to the security guard? Hey, what's wrong, Bambina? You're looking like a doji that's lost his herd. Jake Marshall. Strange guy to put in charge of a crime scene. There's something I wanted to ask you. The scene of the crime, a cold grave for men who's lost their dreams. And me, I'll watch over them as they sleep, dreaming of the desert's harsh judgment. He's asleep. Well, we should show this hopeless case something to catch his interest. Sorry, that wasn't English. There is something I wanted to ask you. Scene of the crime, cold. Oh. He's not gonna speak to us until I show him his interaction. Should we show this hopeless? Yeah. I'm sorry. Would you mind reading this for me? What's this? I warn you, fan letters to me go right to the spittoon. It's a letter of introduction from Detective Gumshoe. May we investigate? Gumshoe? That old cow dog? He holding a birthday party or something? Huh? Look where it should say letter of introduction. It says invitation. I think he just miswrote it. Wait, why am I getting all defensive here? No worries. It proves it's from Detective Gumshoe, better than a blood test. Guess I better let you in then. Thank you, Officer Marshall. Oh, that's right, he's a patrolman, not a detective. Which reminds me. Hey, wait a second. Isn't a crime scene supposed to be handled by a detective or higher? Well, folks, the clues are calling. Welcome to our gold strike. Be like the settler. Strike out for lands unknown. Manifest destiny. Let's have a hootenanny. Sorry, I was waiting for the siren to go on. Note to self, police investigations are like settling land. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? I say I won't be needing this anymore. Detective Gumshoe's letter of protection crumpled and discarded. Officer Marshall, could you tell us more about the victim? Good men always die young. Remember that, partner. Could you be a little bit more specific? Bruce Goodman. You was a detective, right? Well, well, aren't you a feisty doji there? Detective Goodman was stabbed here at 5:15. The smiling Madonna told me the tale. I think he means the witness, Miss Angel Starr. One stab to the chest, a fine piece of work. This here is the autopsy report. Death due to loss of blood when knife wound. Was my sister involved in the victim in any way? Funny you should mention that, Bambina. Chief Prosecutor Sky and Detective Goodman had nothing in common at all. Nothing in common? They apparently worked together on a case a few years back. So there's no motive. Goodman wasn't a particularly gifted detective. That's one reason why he didn't do much work with a crime prosecutor. My sister called the victim here on the day of the murder, right? Here to this parking lot? So it seems. Like calling an unarmed man to a shootout at high noon. I don't mean to mean any offense, but Officer Marshall, you're a patrolman, right? Not a detective. You calling me out? They shoot you for that in Texas. Huh? I was one of them fancy shoe detectives till 2 years ago, to tell you the truth. Oh, really? Now he tells me? But you're a patrolman now, so how can you be in charge of a crime scene? Nothing gets by you, does it, Bambina? So why are you in charge? No reason. We're just shorting hands right now. I'm keeping an eye out on the meantime. That's odd, though. Detective Gumshoe was saying he had nothing to do. Nothing important, at least. He's nothing but a sad old cow dog that can't find his tail. Maybe it's because he runs around with that Edgeworth, eh? Edgeworth? That cow dog's been kicked out of this cattle run by order of the chief of police. He just don't realize it yet. Detective Gumshoe kicked out of the investigation? What do you have to say about this? Alright, compadre, count to 3, huh? You gotta do that if you're gonna draw evidence on someone. That's what we do in Texas. Remind me never to visit Texas. Okay, so I have a feeling that there's a whole bunch of stuff he's not gonna... 5:12 p.m. Prospector's bright red steed came in at a trot, real slow-like. A trot? My Madonna tells me the crime occurred 3 minutes later. So it seems the chief prosecutor was lying in wait. Maybe waiting for her prince to ride in on his bright red horse. So what you mean is the killer intended to use Edgeworth's car all along. Hey, check it out. There's a metal plate here. It looks like names of all the previous recipients are engraved on it. Wow, one guy's listed a bunch of times. Von Karma. I guess he must be a foreigner? Oh yeah, that's probably it. Well, wherever he's from, he must have been an amazing prosecutor. I'd like to meet this Mr. Von Karma sometime. When she says it, his name just kind of have a ring to it. Ah, a toy shield suits the boy well. What exactly could you shield with that? A toy knight? Oh, he's saying it. What exactly could you shield with that? A toy knight, maybe? Usk. Never fails us. Officer Marshall, don't you have anything good to say about Mr. Edgeworth? You don't like him, right? We get the point. You know, when I was a detective, I got one of these. Let me guess. Did it have a K for a king of detectives on it? Hey, they could use the same shield over and over again. Note to self, the prosecutor's office and criminal affairs are surprisingly cheap. You know it. They've gotten cheaper with every passing year, I tell you. Alright. Alright, he doesn't have anything to say about that. What about the ID card? What's that? Some sort of police passport? This is a Detective Goodman's ID card, strangely enough. We found it at a good distance away from the crime scene. Good distance is this rat hole. You want distance? Get yourself to Texas. Texas? This is a tiny little crime scene in a tiny little town with tiny little evidence. What difference does a few yards make, compadre? Note to self, if you encounter suspicious evidence, think of Texas. There's no better way to study than to hang out with the pros. It's cute. Oh wait, let me just make sure there's nothing else to say to him. What's this? Looks like a note of some sort. 6/75/12/12/2. So December 2nd. Looks like something's written on it. Goodman. You're right, let's see. Oh, that's an S. 67S. 12/2. There's a name printed on the paper above that. Goodman. Maybe it fell out of his pocket when he was killed. Well, so? What does it mean, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? Note to self, for deductive reasoning, go to Edgeworth, not Wright. I'm sure Edgeworth wouldn't know what this means either. Goodman's note added to the record. This looks like a cell phone. Scientific analysis would suggest this belongs to the victim. I can't think of anyone else it could belong to. What's so scientific about that? Should we check it out? Check it out. Right, let's check it out. What? It's doing it by itself. Weird. This phone's still on. The phone's still on the redial screen. Redial? Mr. Wright? Most phones keep a record of all the calls you've made and received. You just press the blue button to display the last number you called. Convenient, isn't it? I'm surprised you didn't know about it. Sorry to disappoint you, but even I know things about things like redial. Huh? Oh, I'm so sorry. It's just you never know with people from your generation. Whatever, let's check his phone out. Now, see who the owner of this phone last called. Note to self, a defense attorney doesn't think first, he just pushes the button. Hey, that song, I know that. Hey, what's going on over here? Ah, oh sorry. I see you, partner. You pressed redial on that phone, didn't you? Well, yeah. Whose phone is that anyway? It was on the ground over there. Whose is it? That belongs to Chief Prosecutor Skye. What? It's my sister's? She apparently dropped it when she was taken into custody right after the crime. Look, the last call was made right when the murder occurred. Looked like she was fixing to call someone, except she only spoke for a few seconds according to this. Who did she call? No idea. Sorry, partner. Now I got a question for you, partner. I heard a phone ring just now, one of those newfangled ringtones. Oh? That? Oh. I'm sorry, that was my phone. What? Your phone? Yeah, it's kind of strange, but someone called me right as we picked up the other phone. A wrong number. I hope you're not lying. So does that mean it called him? Like, Lana called him? They shoot you for that in Texas, partner. Uh-oh, I've the sight of the wrath of the Lone Star Patrolman. Property of Lana Skye, last call made at 5:18 on the day of the murder. If it was his phone ringing... It's made after... I don't know, this was kind of weird. Like, he would recognize his own number, I would assume. This appears to be the car where the body was found. It looks like the lock in the trunk is busted. The crime took place in the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. The body was found in the trunk of my subordinate's car. Quite a luxury car, it just screams I have money to burn. Yeah, prosecutors get the big bucks. This rope. Is this... is it? Yep. They laid it in the outline of the victim's body. Oh, now we know, it's rope. No wonder it was hanging. So wait, the victim must have died when the killer closed the trunk on him. You've got to be the only person I know that would come up with that conclusion. A block. This area is reserved for prosecutors. Defense attorneys are relegated to B block. I dream of the day when I'll be able to park my car here. I'll go over to the B block to buy my hamburgers from you, Mr. Wright. I'm not planning on giving up my job that soon. B block is through there. That's where the visitors park. I can see the Lunchland car over there, far in the distance. Hey, you're right. Looks like I like that cute design on the door. I can see it, a cartoon cow munching down on a juicy-looking steak. Doesn't that strike you as a little creepy? Just don't think too deeply about it and you'll be fine. Okay, I think that is everything. Okay. So there's no connection between Detective Goodman and my sister. That's correct, but there's a gold mine of evidence against her. And the prospector tomorrow is none other than Edgeworth himself. I'm afraid your sister's fate is decided, Bambina. Many condolences. Officer Marshall. Yeah, Bambina? How can you say that? You and my sister, you were... Is there something between this cop and her sister that I don't know about? I apologize, Bambina. Something must have gotten to me. Maybe it's that dry wind that's blowing through the prospector's office. Dry wind or ill will? Someone's up to something here, but who? Suspicions about Mr. Edgeworth have been flying around for nearly 2 years now. Forged evidence and arranging testimonies, you mean? Oh, sorry, I gave him a country accent. He was unbeatable because he did whatever it took to win. Unbeatable, that is, until he met you. But rumors are just rumors, aren't they? These aren't prosecutors we're talking about. Evidence is everything to them. If you follow the rumors about Edgeworth to their source, you'll find one person. But they're off limits. Untouchable, you might say. One person? Who? Hate to say this, but it's your sister, Bambina. Chief Prospector Lana Skye. What? My sister? Edgeworth couldn't wrestle up all those cattle by himself. Some people loaded their guns with bullets, some people load them with deals. What, you're saying Edgeworth was making deals to win trials? Where's the gunshots when there are bound to be bullets? Oh, where there's gunshots, there are bound to be bullets. That's what the old-timers say. There's a big old secret hidden around there here somewhere, and everyone knows it. Is that why Detective 𝗟𝗏𝗀 was taken off the case? Did they target him because he was closest to Edgeworth? So, well, how are we doing, Mr. Wright? I guess we got some clues. We have an autopsy report, a note from the victim, and a cell phone. So you think we'll be okay? Well, the only thing that's bothering me is Lana is confessing to the crime. She says she did it. No problem. I can guarantee that she's not the criminal. Oh, and by the way, Ema? Yes? I know that song your phone plays when it rings. What? It's the Steel Samurai theme song, isn't it? That popular TV show for kids? The phone that rang earlier wasn't mine. It was yours. At 5:18, just after the murder took place. Your sister called you, didn't she, Ema? I'm sorry. Can you tell me what you talked about? She hung up right away. I see. Cell phone updated. A detective is murdered and the suspect is at the top of the prosecutor is the top prosecutor in the district. I've got a bad feeling about this. Like, maybe I still don't know everything that went on here. To be continued. Oh, what do you guys think so far? You pumped? Wait, I'm gonna play this one though. Make sure to stretch and breathe and hydrate. Stretch, stretch, stretch. February 23rd, 9:34 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Okay, so So while this music plays, I'm gonna do a quick Twitch bot check. Twitch. He's a bot too. Aw, feels sunny bunny. Bunny man is also a bot. In case you're wondering, I'm just banning them all. Who's the posture check, thank you. Who's the killer and why is she saying she did it? Follow in the next episode. What's that, I'm imagining the JoJo Bizarre Adventure, like, to be continued. Why we're paused here a minute. Lets me lament. Why would someone follow me and say nice things only to disappear? It was a light for a new friend. Oh well. Okay. How did the investigation go, Mr. Wright? Frankly, there's still a lot of gray areas. Or rather, the whole thing is one big gray area. Don't worry about me, no matter what the outcome. I'm ready to accept my fate. I believe in you, sis. Mr. Wright, let me offer you a word of advice. Yes? A defense attorney should never believe their client. The defendant is called to trial because they're suspected of wrongdoing. Thanks, Tammy. I appreciate you. Never forget that. Miss Sky, you remind me a lot of Mia. There's one decisive difference between you and her, and that is, you're not a defense attorney. I believe it's almost time for the trial. Good luck, Mr. Wright. My first trial without a Fae to helping me. No one's gonna bail me out this time. I'll be alone in there, so I'll have to discover the truth all by myself. Let's do it, Mr. Wright. I'll be with you the whole way. I thought he was going to respond to that. February 23rd, 10 a.m., District Court, room number 9. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready for a while. Has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Edgeworth. It's been 2 months, but I haven't been in a courtroom since this trial. I hope that personal feelings will not be a part of the proceedings today, Mr. Wright. I will choose the path I think is right, regardless of what those around me might say. The judgment to be made here is in our hands, not of anyone else. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth, your opening statement, please. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky has committed an unpardonable crime. Not only this, but she was rash enough to commit it in the prosecutor's office lot. Wow, he's much more forceful in person. I suddenly feel like confessing everything. However, she will now pay for her rashness with her life. There was a witness to her crime. A professional witness. A professional witness? That means that the lunch lady conveniently sees stuff all the time. Well then, call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution calls its first witness, Miss Angel Starr, to the stand. I can't wait to see her fall apart. The cough-up queen? Haven't I seen you somewhere? You ordered the caviar lunch, right? Oh, caviar! I've never eaten caviar before. The judge is really wolfing it down. And for you, I have a fiesta bowl. Thanks. Will the witness state her name and profession? Ah, and you, sir. Did you order the fingerprint lunchbox? It's too early for lunch. Your name and profession, please. Well, Your Honor, how does it taste? So this is why everyone raves about caviar. It's so tasty, it hurts. I always thought caviar would taste like pickled tapioca. What the heck does pickled tapioca taste like? Name, profession, now. Me? The name is Angel Starr. Don't go forgetting it. I find myself running Lunchland these days. Is that what you wanted me to say, Mr. Edgeworth? Very well, witness. Please describe the incident to us. The prosecution will wait. I have not finished eating. Hurry it up. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth. As you know, we usually call the police to provide a description of the crime. Your Honor, as Mr. Edgeworth has said to the court, I am a professional. Huh? What exactly does that mean? Until 2 years ago, Miss Angel Starr was a special investigator with the police. She was a first-rate homicide detective. What? Miss Starr was a detective? Ha ha! I know where you are. Cough up. Cough up Queen Angel Starr, Your Honor. Long time no see. Very well. You may continue with the description, Miss Starr. Just who is this lady? If I might have the court's attention over here. The parking lot at the prosecutor's office is divided into 2 blocks. Block A is for the prosecutor's personnel. Block B is for visitors and clients. A chain divider divides the 2 blocks. I suppose that's supposed to keep visitors from taking up the prosecutor's space, yes? The crime took place by a car at the back of Block A in the car's trunk. The killer stabbed the victim with his knife and went to drive the body out. Unfortunately for her, there was a witness, and an arrest was made on the spot. And who is this valiant witness? Why, it was me, Your Honor. Parking lot 4 pins, out of the court record. Witness, did you see the very moment of the crime? Of course, Your Honor. Immediately after that, I apprehended apprehended the chief prosecutor. It seems rather cut and dry, doesn't it? Well, Mr. Wright? I can't agree on principle, Your Honor. It seems that some poor losers are unwilling to accept the truth, Your Honor. Shall I proceed to crush whatever little hope they have remaining? If you can, then give them your worst, Miss Starr. Wait, are they talking about me? What the heck? Somehow, I always knew a day like this would come. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend when I sensed something. Perhaps it was my finely honed detective's intuition at work. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand, and then she thrusted the pointy tip of the knife into Detective Goodman's chest. Bringing a lunchbox to your boyfriend? How touching. As you can see, there is no room for doubt. The key point of your testimony seems to be none other than the point of the knife which you saw being stabbed into Detective Goodman. So, how does it feel to be so utterly crushed? I'm still thinking about that. It's merely a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine the witness. Also, I think that maybe when you resubscribe, you can put in a message, because after she resubscribed, there's a little message that says, I don't think that chess game makes sense. Which makes me laugh, but also like, huh? Witness's account. Somehow, I always knew a day like this would come. Hold it! How do you know? How did you know? I respect the prosecutor's basic abhorrence for crime, yet their methods are ugly and twisted. Twisted methods will always lead to tragedy. The lunch lady's uninformed opinion is duly noted. Given that they are used to erasing inconvenient evidence at their whim. Killing off a detective like that knew too much is merely an extension of that. Miss Starr, do you have something personal? A personal grudge against prosecutors? I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator. And if I hadn't been laid off by those prosecutors over there, I'd still be one. Laid off? She was fired. To me, prosecutors are nothing more than worms. That said, I am a pro. As you know, my testimony is unbiased and flawless. Very well. You may continue, Miss Starr. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend. Hold it, which boyfriend? This boyfriend, he's the detective? Not that boyfriend. The security guard. That boyfriend? You have several? Yes. This boyfriend, that boyfriend, and the other boyfriend. Care to join? And yet another boyfriend's position still open for applications. I'll stick with the lunches, thanks. Note yourself, the judge had to think before applying. The security guard room is in the lot in A block. Up on the second level, you can see everything from there. That would be the room with the security sign. Incidentally, did you bring your lunchboxes by car? Since I'm a visitor now, I parked in B block. So she was in B block when she witnessed the crime. When I sensed something, perhaps it was my finely honed detective. You sensed something? So you're saying you had a premonition of the murder? It felt like, how would you say? Oh yes. It was like the feeling you get when you view a pumpkin chock full of seeds. I have no idea what that means. Speaking of a detective's intuition, wasn't the victim, Bruce Goodman, also a detective? Yes, well he was like a young cheese. A young cheese? Pale white cheese not yet tangy with experience on the street. A greenhorn. And I must be a hard yellow and sharp as a tack. Yeah, with the odor of old cheese to match. In any case, in the lot I felt something stirring in the back of my mind. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. By garish, you mean Mr. Edgeworth's car, yes. Mr. Edgeworth's? Incidentally, the knife in which the victim was stabbed was also Mr. Edgeworth's, wasn't it? Indeed it was. What an odd case this is. The person you saw, are you sure it was the defendant? I saw her from no further than 30 feet away. I'm certain it was her. If she's telling the truth, we're doomed. Let's just do what we can. Even if we don't have any proof, we can always nitpick. Witness, in your testimony, you clearly stated the following. Prosecutors are nothing more than worms. Ergo, you are a biased witness. You might want to keep those silly opinions to yourself in the future, Ricky. Huh? Ricky? Unless you're willing to just risk the consequences of doubting me? I'll fry you like a fritter. Crispy on the outside, chewy on the inside. That was inspiring. I believe I've heard the tagline elsewhere. You could cry plagiarism? I may be relegated to the lowly post of lunch lady, but my instincts are honed. A photograph? You took this? The moment I witnessed the crime, my reflexes took over and snap, I took a picture. In fact, one of my lunchboxes is rigged with a camera. I suppose that's more exciting than just hanging around your neck. Witness, why am I only seeing this photograph just now? You think I'd show it to you, a prosecutor? Think again. My boyfriend works in the photography division of the criminal affairs. Well, this is most certainly a defendant. Crime photo added. Uh-oh, this is unmistakably Alana Skye. So what was the defendant doing at the time? The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand. Tell me more about this knife the suspect was holding. Well, I'd say the blade was about 4 inches long. Isn't that right, Mr. Edgeworth? It is your knife, after all. Yes, that's about right. Prosecutors are, by nature, well-versed in the location of a man's vital organs. I'm sure it was much easier than boiling an egg for my egg salad surprise set. You can't testify as her ability to kill an egg. I mean, a person. Perhaps the chicken salad set would have been a better metaphor. So the defendant was holding a knife. What then? Then she thrust the pointy tip of the knife into Goodman's chest. Tell the court why you didn't try and stop this crime. You did see her raise a knife to strike, no? The defense has a point. Unfortunately, by the time I realized what was going on, it was already too late. Too late? Yes. The next moment, the chief prosecutor brought down the murder weapon. I see. It's only a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. We can make it. You said that before. Anything else? Scientifically speaking, Mrs. Scar's testimony is flawless. Sounds pretty fatal to me. What do we do? Is this it? Is my sister guilty? Let's just keep our heads cool and press the witness a bit, shall we? For some reason, having her panicking next to me makes me calmer. Don't smile at me like that. Okay, let's look at the evidence we have here. So it died within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. So, the actual time would have been like between 5:12 and 5:30. So it was like a roughly 15-minute or so period. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend when I sensed something. Perhaps it was my finely honed the wire fence. I saw the prosecutor in his car. It doesn't have fingerprints on it. Your Honor, what do you think about this witness testimony? I'm not sure I follow. Oh. Very fine. I accidentally clicked that. Oh, we already heard it before. And you witnessed this? You saw Miss Skye stab the victim with the knife. As I've already said, yes. I swear on my finest salmon swirl lunch. I'm sure that's a fine lunch. But isn't that odd? Look at this photograph. Every time he says, look at this photograph and anything, I just think of what's his face like, look at this graph. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. I can't remember the chorus. But the thing is just like, look at this photograph. Something of a made you laugh. It's like the meme. The meme! Tell me you know what I mean! Okay, anyway. Then why is Miss Sky not holding a knife? Mr. Edgeworth, your thoughts? Objection. That had to be the weakest objection ever, Edgeworth. Yet it was still stronger than your ever-feeble mind, Mr. Wright. What do you mean, Edgeworth? This photograph was not taking the moment before the stabbing. This is taking the moment after the stabbing. And how can you tell that? Blood splatter? Hmm? See the dark crimson stains on the prosecutor's coat? But that's a black and white photograph. Ah, yes, it's hard to tell, but this could be blood. Well, Mr. Wright, I see no problem here. No problem, except you. Mr. Wright, are you going to just sit there and take that kind of abuse? You got a better idea? Objection. Wait, that contradicts what the witness said in her testimony. Namely, that she took the picture at the moment she witnessed the crime. Well, 𝗟𝗪 is slightly unclear. My apologies. That's it? If you run out of lunch, you ordered seconds. You order seconds. Problem solved. If you don't like it, try ordering the jumbo-sized lunch from the get-go. Good advice. I'm not sure I understood it, but good advice. I didn't have time to stop her. Prosecutor Sky was cold, calculating like a robot. She killed without pain or remorse. It was a premeditated murder. Premeditated? How do you know? Look at the chief prosecutor's hands in that photograph. Well, are those gloves? Surgical gloves made of thin rubber, most likely. Why would she have those on? If it was not premeditated, she would not be wearing those gloves. Wah! These gloves do seem to tell a tale of premeditation. Premeditated murder is a serious offense. Witness, add this to your testimony. The murder was planned. The rubber gloves proved it. It's only a flesh wound. Oh. Wait, what happened? Somehow I always knew a day like this would come. Wait. It looked like it went back. Maybe I had to do it again. Ah. The murder was planned. The rubber gloves prove it. Witness, do you know what this is? Are you trying to test me? I sell lunchboxes for a living, you know. It's a knife. The knife. The knife that was in Mr. Edgeworth's trunk. Indeed, it is my knife. What's with this case? The bloody murder weapon, a red car, all belonging to Edgeworth. The defendant is the chief prosecutor for the district, right? Mommy, are prosecutors bad people? The defense has a request. We ask that the witness provide an accurate testimony. What's that, Rookie? In your testimony, you state that Lana Sky planned this murder, and that's why she was wearing those special gloves. Seems like a natural conclusion to me. The gloves do indicate planning. However, why would she not also prepare the most important thing, the murder weapon? Oh. This knife just happened to be in the trunk of that car. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're going to plan a murder, you don't forget the weapon. Ugh. Ah! Order, order, order. Great, now the tide's turning in our favor. Great show, Mr. Wright. My sister's as good as free. Right. I believe the next lunch you'll be eating is humble pie. What? I hope you weren't deluding yourself into thinking that the tide had turned. Not over such a trifling detail. But this shoots a hole in the whole premeditated theory. Bah. The prosecution could care less if it was premeditated or not. The only one who seems to care is that lunch lady over there. The defendant, 𝗟𝗶H𝗸𝘀, murdered a detective with a knife. That is the only thing that the prosecution needs to prove. Nothing else. Very good, Mr. Prosecutor. I suppose you think you're clever now. But you know as well as I that she planned on killing him. It was planned. If it wasn't, then why would she have been wearing? I believe I'd like to hear your testimony again. Witness, please tell us only what you saw, not what you thought. How dare you? My powers of deduction are not to be underestimated. Really now. 𝗟𝗏𝗀 intended to murder Detective Goodman. That's why she called the victim all the way to the prosecutor's office. I'm sure the chief prosecutor had held a grudge against the victim. Nothing else could drive a human machine to plunge that knife in again and again. Again and again. It only happened once. The victim was summoned to from the police department to the prosecutor's office. It does sound a lot like premeditation, doesn't it? So if I ordered a pizza, does that mean I'm planning to kill the delivery boy? In any case, the defense may now cross-examine the witness. 𝗟𝗏𝗀𝗀 intended to murder Detective Goodman. That's why she called the victim all the way to the prosecutor's office. I'm sure the chief prosecutor had held a grudge against the victim. Nothing else could drive a human machine. Well, actually, I want to press this. Actually, let me go back. What kind of grudge? Well, I wouldn't know that. Of course you don't. It's because you didn't have a grudge. Rookie. I have a lunchbox here. And now what's inside? How am I supposed to know? See? We agree that there's a lunchbox here, but we don't know what's inside. A person's life is like a lunchbox with pretzels. Don't you agree? I get it. That's why my lunch was so salty. This judge isn't very good with metaphors. The suspect held a grudge against Detective Goodman. Will you tell us your basis for thinking this? It's simple. Nothing else could drive a human machine to plunge a knife in again and again. A human machine? That's a contradiction. Please. Can't you find fault with something of substance, Mr. Wright? Note to self, Mr. 𝗟𝗏𝗀𝘀's sigh smells like citrus fruit. You say again and again, but exactly how many times did she stab him exactly? We often say chop into 1,000 pieces, but we don't actually mean 1,000. What difference does it make if the deed was done? How come she's getting mad at me? Let's just say he stabbed him several times and leave it at that. Leave it at that? This is a murder case, people. Mr. Wright, you should speak up if you have an objection, you know. Miss Starr has turned out to be as short-tempered as she looked when we met her. Challenging her abilities as a detective really set her off. The short wick burns out the fastest, it's a scientific fact. I wonder, wouldn't it depend on the size of the candle? I mean, add more wax and it's a really short wick, it'll burn longer. Obviously, more scientific testing is required. You say she stabbed him again and again, but you couldn't have witnessed that. Are you testing me? Then I'll test you. With my moss surprise. I'm afraid that moss is growing under our feet as we wait, Miss Starr. What do you mean? I should not have to explain this. But take a look. The autopsy report states that the death was due to a loss of blood from one stab wound. Aha! You're right. Good show, Mr. Edgeworth. What a hunk. He's my hero, really. What about my objection? No one noticed? Well, witness? You got the crime scene set, right? Oh, thanks. I always believed that no one could ever mistake ketchup for blood. But now I realize that such mistakes are possible. So you're saying that you mistook something for blood. When she lifted her knife, I thought I saw blood on her at her breast. Splattered blood from her victim. That's why I thought she must have stabbed him at least twice. Then tell us what you saw that you thought was blood. Testify. Her red muffler looked like blood to me. That's how ghastly the whole scene was.
She wasn't wearing a muffler.
Objection! Objection!
The witness is clearly not suited for detective work. What? The suspect was not wearing a scarf or a muffler of any kind when she stabbed the victim. And you proved it in yourself. With this photograph. Huh? But that can't be. Only a professional lunch lady would be so utterly clueless. Congratulations, perhaps you finally found your true calling in life. Harsh words, but good. In the end, Mr. Edgeworth prevails. What was my objection? Chopped liver? But it was there, a scarf. No, not that. But something red, really. Well, now, where were we? The witness has given us an entertaining interlude, but back to business. What? Well, very well, witness. Continue your testimony. You saw the crime and apprehended the suspect. Tell us about that. Very well. I do remember some things accurately, at least. Ultimately, we couldn't shake the most important part of her testimony. Most important part? The part where your sister stabs the victim. This next testimony might just be the moment of truth. After the murder, the suspect attempted to run behind a partition off to her side. I quickly caught her, explaining her rights to her, and arrested her on the spot. Yes, when I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused in my earlier testimony. The chief prosecutor made an escape, but against Angel Star, resistance is futile. You're quite determined about the scarf, aren't you? I strike like a snake and bite like a cobra. That's me, Angel Star. That wasn't a very good metaphor. First of all, a cobra is a kind of snake. Don't bother me with details unless you want to get bitten. No thanks. Note to self, Mr. Wright is weak against poisonous snake bites. The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside, knocking over an oil drum. An oil drum? Hard to imagine. Oh, she's beautiful, but deadly. A predator, this one. A leopard woman. Rawr. Very well, Mr. Wright. Your cross-examination, if you will. After the murder, the suspect attempted to run behind a partition on her side. So where's the partition on the floor plans? I'm sure she means the wall right next to the car. That's right. There was a wall there, about 6 feet high. She was obviously trying to hide herself. Quite a natural thing for a criminal to do. And what did you do then? I quickly caught her, explained her rights to her, and arrested her on the spot. You say quickly. How close were you to the suspect? As I just said, I was only 30 feet away from her the whole time. Maybe I should press her? Press her. There is a frickin' chain link fence! I'd like to see the floor plans just to be safe. The lunch lady was a visitor, thus she was parked in Block B, so you witnessed the murder from here. That would make it about 30 feet from the car, yes. Is that correct, Miss Starr? Yes, that's right. But there was a chain link fence in front of you. I went over it, of course. Amazing, the cough of queen, lunch lady athlete, indeed. They haven't confirmed it yet. It would have taken her a little time to climb over the fence, so she couldn't have gotten to my sister that fast. Yeah, that fence was about 9 feet high, too. So how did Miss Skye not get away? Ah, yes. When I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler.
Hold it!
Did she mention the muffler? What exactly did she say? If I remembered exactly, I would have told you my testimony. Cheeky. Anyway, all I heard of her was say the word muffler. Just that one word? So what you heard wasn't the suspect talking to you, but someone else? Yes, the chief prosecutor was talking on her phone. Her phone. She can't mean... By phone, do you mean the cell phone discovered at the crime scene? Yes, ultimately. Ultimately? My memory. It's like salmon heading upstream, you see. No, the court doesn't see Miss Starr. The chief prosecutor first attempted to use the phone hanging on the wall. On the wall, that's right. Near their car, there was an emergency phone on the wall. Apparently it was out of order. And so she used her cell phone? Indeed, the emergency phone was out of order that day. Good witnessing, witnesses. Good witnessing? Whatever happened to good testifying? You should of course add this to your testimony. The things I do to please this rookie defense attorney. Lana's cell phone updated. I saw it all, how she tried the phone on the wall, but had to use her phone up instead.
Hold it!
Do you think you could restate your testimony for the court? Aha! I was going to ask the same thing. I'll only say this one time, so listen close, rookies. The chief prosecutor stabbed the victim and ran behind the partition. Then she picked up the emergency phone on the wall, but it was out of order. So she pulled out her own cell phone out of her pocket. And during that time, when you climbed over the chain link fence, that's when I boldly grabbed her arm. The chief prosecutor hung up her phone. And you saw her do this? What is it, Mr. Wright? The chief prosecutor made an escape, but against Angel Star, it's futile.
Objection!
Miss Starr, I have concluded that you have a personal grudge against Lana Skye.
Objection!
The witness is a former detective. Her testimony is unmarred by personal bias. Well, you would have thought you'd be my knight in shining armor, prosecutor. You, who, together with the chief prosecutor, kicked me out 2 years ago. Well, Miss Starr, this is a fatal contradiction with your testimony. How do you explain this? I don't know what you're talking about. Mess with me, and I'll make you cough it all up. Let's look at the floor plans. You said you witnessed the crime scene from this photo. However, if that's true, you couldn't have possibly seen Miss Skye making the phone call. I believe you see what I'm getting at. The emergency phone was in the backside of this partition. If indeed you were in Reebok, you couldn't have seen it. Wah! Order! Order! What is the meaning of this? It's simple, Your Honor. She's not coughing up lunch. She's coughing up lies. That's quite a claim, Mr. Wright. Perhaps you would allow me a question. Tell us exactly what lie this witness told the court. Here's where the counter attack begins. I can't afford to get this wrong. The witness lied about where she saw it. Miss Skye tried to use the emergency phone, but it was out of order. What's significant about this fact? Nothing. Therefore, it'd be pointless for Miss Starr to lie about it. Pointless to lie, I see. But say the witness did actually see Miss Skye using the emergency phone. It would mean Miss Starr witnessed the crime from a different location. A different location? Now that's a pointless lie if I ever heard one. Before you call my lie pointless, at least let me tell it. Let me ask a question to our clever wordsmith, Mr. Wright. Just where was the witness when she saw the crime? All the testimony we heard until now points into one direction.
Take that!
This is the only place where she could have been. The security guard room? Indeed, the security guard room in the underground parking lot is well positioned. It's built on the second floor, so you can see the entire lot. She would have been able to see the emergency phone from there. But why there? There are many other places where she could have seen the phone. Not in this case, Your Honor. The witness, not being part of the prosecutor's office, couldn't park in A block. The only place she could see the crime in the back of the partition is here. Remember your testimony. You said you brought a lunchbox to your boyfriend in the security guard room, yes? Well, Miss Starr, how many years have I been getting the better of men? To think the tables could be turned. Today a man got the better of Angel Starr. Order, order, witness. What have you done? You used to be a detective. You should know better. I'm not turning back. The guilty will be punished, and I know what I must do to make sure justice prevails. The guilty? Is she talking about Miss Skye? Mr. Wright? Doesn't this strike you as odd? Why did Miss Starr lie? That doesn't make any sense, huh? She could have just said she saw the crime from the security guard station. It wouldn't change anything. Exactly. This photograph tells it all. It was the defendant who stabbed the victim. But if she's in the security room, who took this picture? The truth still stands. It still stands? I disagree, Mr. Edgeworth. What? If a witness is found to be lying, they are guilty of perjury. She knows this. She wouldn't risk that without a good reason. Tell us what your reason is, Mr. Wright. Huh? Me? Who else? Mr. Wright, let's review what we know. Miss Starr witnessed the crime from the security room station. But she lied and said she saw it from B block. It must make a vital difference, but what would it change? It changes the distance between her and the scene of the crime. My condolences, Mr. Wright, but one look at the floor plan sees us quite clear. The distance between the crime scene, and the guard station is 30 feet. I don't see how that would change what she could see. What she saw is not in question here. What matters is the time it would take her to reach the scene of the crime. Miss Starr, you witnessed the crime from the security guard station. Now how long did it take you to go from there to the scene of the crime where you arrested Miss Skye? Well, witness, yes? Who ordered the squid wheels, right? The quality of my lunches has gone from low to inedible. I was bringing a PB&J lunch with fresh boysenberry jam to my boyfriend. Boysenberry for the boyfriend. He wasn't in the station, so I waited. I witnessed the crime from the glass-walled station. And before I knew it, I found myself running towards the scene. Hi, Kingly Gamer. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you. But the door was locked. I couldn't open it. Dang, lady, you're coming all the way around? That's why I had to go through the visitors parking lot in B-block. That's quite a detour. Hey, King the Gamer, how you doing? It is nice to meet you. I feel very fortunate. Thank you for your follow. Have you ever played Ace Attorney? Or you just know the memes? People who've been here for a while have just like, I've heard this like a million times. Remember to hydrate, people. It probably took me at least 5 minutes to get to the scene of the crime. You just started it. Oh. Like, did you start like the okay. Yeah, so this is I got confused half the time. Yeah, understandable. This is the fifth and last one of the first game. But yeah, so feel free to ask any questions. You need some help keeping up. It can be tricky sometimes. Let's see. But yeah, I hope you enjoy. Oh, Turnabout Samurai. Yeah, so I've been streaming all of these, so I did that one recently. If you get stuck in any spot or need a hint, let me know. I won't give you the spoilers, but I'll help you along if you need help. It took me probably at least 5 minutes to get to the scene of the crime. 5 minutes? This changes things considerably. But it was that woman over there in the defendant's chair who stabbed him. I know it. I have a photographic evidence. I swear it. I swear it on my finest plastics work. Trial 1. Honestly, there's so many trials. But yeah, so... Like, I don't remember who testified at that point. You have a point, and the spork is a wonderful invention. Would you like another caviar lunch? Absolutely. Uh-oh. Mr. Wright, you have to do something. Do I have any evidence to stop this?
Objection!
5 minutes between witnessing of the murder and the arrest? Think about it. You can make pasta in that amount of time. If you like it al dente. I've got lunchboxes that tie pasta into knots, Ricky. Okay, yeah. I know that one. And you had to go to Studio 2, right? A 5-minute blank? Isn't that strange? Strange? If you were a criminal, what would you do with 5 minutes, Your Honor? Well, I guess I'd flee the scene. Hey! Don't get the wrong idea, I didn't kill anyone. But you have the instincts of a killer. You would run, but this time was different. Miss Skye dawdled at the scene of the crime. She even had her picture taken. No true criminal would act this way. It's inconceivable. Yeah, good old bag. Well then, it seems like we've come to the end of this testimony. The witness has a grudge against the defendant and a blank in her testimony. I guess you just had, if you just had the first trial, then you probably just did a lot of heart, right? She has a special place in my heart with her craziness, her sass. Mr. Edgeworth, when is the next witness ready to go? Oh, gotcha. Unfortunately, I appear to have overestimated this witness on account of her professional history. We did it! We screwed that can shut, Mr. Wright. That was too close. I'm afraid the cough-up queen has been dethroned. And with that, the court is adjourned. Mr. Edgeworth, you ordered the squid wheels, right? That's the one she tried to foist on me. I prefer not to take the defense team's leftovers. Anything else to say? I might be able to save you. I have decisive evidence. What's that? Is this another one of her trick lunchboxes? My apologies, but we have no further questions to ask of you, Miss Starr. Ah. Is this your jumbo lunchbox? Woohoo! A triple-decker! Out of deference to the witness's determination, I'll allow one more testimony. Let's hear about this decisive evidence. Like the Lunchland motto says, you won't be disappointed. What's she going to pull out of her lunchbox this time? I should have mentioned that those 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the crime scene. And now, to the matter of the victim's shoe. Did I not bring this up? 2 types of blood were found on the shoe. One, of course, was the victim's, and the other blood type matched that of the defendant's, Miss Lana Skye. This shoe proves it. It's flawless, decisive evidence. What? There was blood found on the shoe? Try Lunchland for all your lunch and decisive evidence needs.
Objection!
Witness, what is the meaning of this? Why is this the first time I've heard of this evidence? Simple, as I've already said. I don't trust you with evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. That's why I took the liberty of investigating this myself. And you had blood tests performed? Didn't I mention? I have 3 boyfriends in forensics. What? In any case, Your Honor, I can't accept this as evidence. What? You must know 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. In other words, that shoe is illegal evidence, at least for the time being. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. Edgeworth sure is celebrating. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. Don't forget, I used to be a detective. As I mentioned previously, this shoe has already been tested by a member of the forensic department. As you can see, it was approved by the police department as of today. Even the general public can produce official evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. Edgeworth is looking pretty sullen. You could at least study some evidence law, really. The prosecution's complaints notwithstanding, it appears that this evidence satisfies the first rule of evidence law. However, it seems you have yet another count against you, witness. Anything to ensure that the guilty are properly judged. The victim's shoe added to the court record. Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine the witness. I should have mentioned those 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the crime scene. Hold it! Why didn't you mention it? No, I'm just kidding. Why did you lie about those 5 minutes? I guess you could say I just wanted people to look at the results. The results? How many times do I have to say this? I saw the chief prosecutor stab the victim before my very eyes. Compared to that, a 5-minute blank means nothing. Then why didn't you just tell the truth? Don't make me laugh. We're dealing with the most untrustworthy of the vile lot known as prosecutors. Falsified evidence, arranged testimonies, erasing and manipulating evidence. I have a good... Here, let me just... Hold on. I have a pretty... Here, do this. This will be easier than going through someone else's video. No problem. When you fight monsters, you need to use every trick in the book. This is when the suspect is admitting she did it. No worries, I do typos all the time. It's just like part of my personality at this point. But false testimony is the most despicable crime of all, Miss Starr. Let's just get this over with. And now the matter of the victim's shoe. Did I not bring this up? No, you didn't. I'm just pressing it to see if there's any more interesting flavor. And you found this shoe at the scene of the crime. I detained the chief prosecutor and notified the police department. I wanted to make myself useful while I was waiting for the police to arrive. So like any ill-trained pooch, you snuck off with a shoe. I was afraid someone would erase the chief prosecutor's crime. This shoe was my secret weapon if it should happen. See this fashionable basket I have here? It carries more than lunchboxes, gentlemen. I'm happy for you and your lunchbox bag, really. In any case, you removed valuable evidence from the scene of the crime. Now tell us what you did next. 2 types of blood were found in the shoe. One, of course, was the victim's. So you brought it to the forensics department. If you're going to submit something as evidence to court, you need it approved. To do that, evidence must be analyzed by a forensics expert. And she got away with her little coup because she used to be a detective. That shoe does appear to have bloodstains on it. Well, the man was stabbed, after all. And the blood belonged to the victim, Detective Goodman. As I said, there were 2 types of blood found on the shoe. And the other blood type matched that of the defendant, Miss Lana Skye. How did she get a blood type from her? You can't say for sure that the blood belonged to the defendant with a blood test. You claim to know something about blood tests, Rookie. Well, speak up. Well, blood comes in 4 types. A, B, O, and AB. However, You can't tell a blood test whether a murderer is completed in cold blood. That's just a figure of speech, Mr. Wright. Actually, we can differentiate between millions of types with all the blood tests out there, which means we can more or less narrow down any sample of blood just to one person. Or so I've heard. That's pretty specific. If I had a little more time, I would have gotten DNA test results. But they said there's very little doubt this could be anyone but Miss Lana Skies. So the suspect's blood was found on the victim's shoe. That ties her directly to the death of Detective Goodman. I was afraid she was going to say that. This shoe proves it. It's flawless, decisive evidence. I can't let this evidence go through without a fight. You ordered the peppered fish guts, right? Some like it hot, Mr. Wright. Some like your client. She's in enough hot water to make a whole vat of soup. Mr. Wright, do you or don't you have a problem with this shoe? A problem? This is critical. Is there a problem with the victim's shoe? There's a problem. There's always a problem. If I'm not imagining things, I'd say there's one critical problem with this evidence, a clear contradiction. That gleam in your eyes, Rookie, you're still young. I'll give you a peppered fish gut now. But you couldn't take the heat, could you? Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What is contradictory about the victim's shoe? Show us the problem with this evidence.
Take that!
I wonder if you noticed. There's blood on the bottom of the shoe. Don't mess with me, Rookie. Or it'll be your blood on the bottom of my shoe. Indeed, there's quite a bit of blood on the bottom of the shoe. It makes sense, the victim was stabbed with a knife. What could possibly be contradictory about blood on the bottom of his shoe?
Take that!
The problem lies in the footprint. The footprint? Note that the bottom of the victim's shoe is covered in blood. Then, isn't that strange? Why aren't there any bloody footprints found at the scene of the crime? Aha! As you can see, there were no traces of any footprints at the scene of the crime. That contradicts your statement about this, your claim about this shoe. This picture only shows part of the floor, so there could have been bloody footprints. Then where are they, Mr. Edgeworth? Because we checked the scene and found nothing of the sort. No, those are her shoes. This is the victim's shoe. He was wearing all white. Order, order, order. Well, witness. What? Huh? Great going, Mr. Wright, but isn't it true that the lack of a footprint is a contradiction? So then we had to ask, why wasn't there a footprint? Oh, that's true. There has to be a reason why there wasn't a footprint. Think, Mr. Wright, think. Hey, I don't know why it's not there. I'm just good at finding contradictions. What? I see. Now I get it. Get what? Our witness is more devious than I gave her credit for. We were hoodwinked to the very end. But she slipped. There's one vital hint hidden in the truth of her testimony. What are you talking about? Think back to when she told us about apprehending the suspect. The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside and knocked over an oil drum. Oh, she's beautiful but deadly, a predator this one. A leopard woman, rawr. I thought that was a strange thing for a normally cool-headed chief to do. No kidding. Now, witness, allow me to ask a very simple question. This oil drum, was it empty? Oh, that, I'm not sure I like your attitude, Mr. Edgeworth. Though, apparently you're not the slowest conveyor belt in the lunchbox factory. Witness, well, was the oil drum empty? The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. What? You can't just kick over something that heavy. What does that mean? Still don't get it, Mr. Wright. Do you want to know the reason why she knocked it over? The real reason? Aha, you don't mean... Yes, the suspect knocked over that oil drum for one reason and one reason only. To erase the bloodstains that would have become evidence against her. Wow! That ties things up quite nicely. The bloodstains left on the victim's shoe tie her quite clearly to this murder, and after the deed was done, she knocked over the oil drum to erase the telltale signs. Why, that's a prosecutor's specialty, erasing evidence. That reminds me, Miss Sky's right hand was hurt. Didn't she say she cut herself while she stabbed him? So that's when the blood on my sister's shoe, blah blah blah. That's when my sister's blood got on the shoe? Well, I see no reason to prolong this trial. Mr. Wright, do something, please. What? What can I do? Your sister's confessed to the crime and she tried to conceal it. But... Enough. There is no need for further debate. The verdict, Your Honor. Very well. But Angel Starr is not on the prosecution's side. She could have been lying about the water. This court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky. Hold it. Little girl, what did you just say? Huh? Me? Did you just say that I, Angel Starr, was on the prosecution's side? Well, yeah, you are. You're saying my sister hid evidence by erasing bloody footprints. Well, I thought you had your fill, but here you are demanding a second helping. Another lunchbox. A lunchbox called evidence. Wait, witness, don't tell me you have something else. The time for deliberations is past. Any further comments and you will be held in contempt of court. Your threats don't scare the cough-up queen. Look at this. A photograph? I have it just in case anyone had the gall to suggest that the white shoe didn't belong to the victim. I see no reason for error in this evidence. Mr. Wright, wait! Look at the asphalt in this photo. Hey, it's clearly wet. Erasing the last trace of doubt from the court's mind, immediately after the murder, the crime scene was washed with water. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I guess I couldn't help after all. It's not your fault. I knew I couldn't win this case from the beginning, and it seems like your sister wanted this anyway. I'm sorry, Mia. Right, wet or not. Don't be so quick to throw in the towel. Get yourself up off the asphalt. Take another good look. Don't give up. Not until the bitter end. This is the last piece of the evidence. Very well, this is the time I'd like to declare a verdict for good. Hold it. Objection! Objection! Whichever. Your Honor, wait. What is it with you people? Can't I hand down my verdicts in peace anymore? Whatever it is, can it wait? No, it can't. Then it will be too late. Look at this photograph, the last one submitted. This trial isn't over until we give each evidence proper consideration. So, right? Are you saying that there's a problem with this latest piece of evidence? Yeah. I'll think later. Yeah, there's a problem. Right or wrong, I've got to go ahead with this. I suppose since we've come this far, we should give every claim a fair shake. Yes, very well, Mr. Wright. Show the court the problem with this photograph.
Take that!
The problem is in this photograph. It's here. What is this? There's something poking out of the car's muffler. Wait a second, Mr. Edgeworth. Your Honor? You just said muffler. However, I see no trace of a muffler or scarf of any kind in this photograph. A muffler is also part of a car or a motorcycle, Your Honor. Just think of it as a part of the exhaust system, a pipe. Oh, I see, and I see! What is that suspicious-looking claw sticking out of the car's muffler? So what if there's something sticking out of the muffler? What does it have to do with this case? Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Objection!
Sorry, Miss Starr, but it's not going to be that easy. And in fact, you already told us why this is important to the case. You said as much in your testimony. What? Let's hear what Mr. Wright has on his mind. Tell us why you think this piece of cloth in the muffler is related to the case. Muffler.
Take that!
Miss Starr, recall your testimony for the court. Ah yes, when I was arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused earlier in my testimony. Muffler. Ah. Could it be that the muffler you heard mentioned was actually this exhaust pipe? If so, that means this piece of cloth is vital evidence. Ah. Well, it seems like we have to suspend this proceedings. Suspend? I find myself wondering about that piece of cloth. If we leave any question unanswered here, we do a disservice to the law. Have the car at the crime scene inspected at once and bring me that cloth. The verdict will wait until after we've seen all the evidence. Agreed? I suppose so. Phew, that was close. But we made it, at least for now. The court will adjourn for 30-minute recess. It's lunchtime after all. He's still hungry? Same, bruh. To be continued. Ugh. Thank you for the breathing check. Need some Cheerios. Well, I wasn't yawning just now, but I'd say no. Ugh. Did I already save this? I think I already saved it. February 23, 11:56 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby 2. Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Are trials always this likeliest with you? Like you're swimming up to the from the bottom of a lake about to reach the surface? But then no matter how hard you paddle, you never seem to get there? Pretty much. Except today we're swimming in quicksand. So what happened to your sister anyway? Apparently she got it called off to the judge's chambers. Probably has something to do with that piece of cloth. So, this is where we turn this trial around, right? Not only our only weapon a tiny insignificant piece of cloth. I'm the only one starting to feel tiny and insignificant, to tell the truth. Hola, partner. They say you show a red cloth to a bull, it'll fire up its temper. That's what they told me when I was a youngin', at least. Officer Marshall. Thought I'd come take a look, see how the trial's going. Looks like I'm late. They got the home ranch locked up tighter than a fort in enemy territory. That hard to slip out, huh? What's going on over there anyway? All the police I've seen these last 2 days have been really on edge. Don't you got enough on your plate without wondering about other people, compadre? You could be worrying about the chief prosecutor's taste in mufflers, for example. Officer Marshall? The whole muffler thing didn't have anything to do with scarves. She wasn't even wearing a scarf. You don't say. Now, don't that just beat all? I've seen the red breeze blow at her slender neck many a time. I saw it that day, too. She was wearing a red muffler. What? At the awards ceremony that afternoon, Edward's seen it too, I reckon. What does that mean? In the photograph taken at the crime scene, she wasn't wearing a scarf. So, Miss Starr wasn't mistaken. Well, it's about time. Remember, partner, sometimes you gotta rub a bull by the Rub a bull. Sometimes you gotta grab a bull by the horns. And sometimes you just gotta let that bull go where it will. Time will tell. Ugh, I have a bad feeling about this. So, what are we swimming in now, Mr. Wright? If it's steak sauce, I can hook you up with some fine ribs. Ooh-wee. February 23rd, 12:32 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 9. I'd like to resume? What's up? The judge keeps looking over at the prosecution. Is there something wrong, Mr. Edgeworth? Your face is blue, your lips are purple, and you're sweating bullets. That furrowed brow, those grinding teeth, those watery eyes. What more your eyes are unfocused, you're doubled over, your back's bent. It can't be. This can't happen. I wonder what happened to Mr. Edgeworth. Well then, I believe it's time we continued on with this trial. During our recess, I had requested that the prosecution conduct an investigation. This is unacceptable. It seems our prosecution is quite beside himself. Excuse me, knock knock? Who's there? What's with this guy? A strange, stuffy aura seems to be filling the courtroom. Hey! The temperature rose 5.7 degrees when that man came in. Who on earth is he? What kind of voice should we give him? It's you. Yes? Is he just gonna blink? Oh! Sorry I'm late, Uji. The roads are packed, that's just me. Long time no see, eh, Uji? How you been? Swimming much these days? Hello. No, I've been so busy. Busy, schmizzy. Uji, my boy, you have to make time to relax. Yes indeed. Uji seems like his nickname for the judge. I guess it'd be like Judge Uji. Judgy Uji. I'm afraid you're right. Very afraid. Sorry, but who are you? You're righto. The attorney. I've heard good things about you, boy. Son. Not boy. Thanks? So sorry about our little worthy giving you all that trouble, eh? You know, we should all go swimming together sometime. Jolly. Little worthy? Mr. Wright. You don't know the district chief of police? Chief of police? He's the top-ranking police officer in the entire district. Name's Gant. Damon Gant. Pleased to meet you, everyone. So, what do we owe this honor today? It's been over 2 years since you last came to this courtroom, hasn't it? Well, it's worthy here. Look at this poor fellow. I just thought I'd help out. By bringing this. Hey, that's my sister's muffler. So Miss Starr wasn't just seeing things. When the crime occurred, Miss Skye really was wearing that muffler. But to think it was just stuffed in that exhaust pipe. On little Worthy's car, no less. It's really quite embarrassing, even for us. What's this? It's what you call a switchblade knife. Quite perplexing, this is.
Objection!
Chief, what kind of outfit are you running? Mr. Edgeworth, how could they possibly miss such a vital piece of evidence? If your investigators are this lax, how do you expect us to do our job? Now, wait a minute, Worthy. I have no desire to hear your excuses. I'm telling you to wait. Or didn't you hear me? Have a look at this document, where it says person in charge of investigation. There's no mistaking the signature is there. Miles Edgeworth. But that's not fair. On the day of the crime, I had your head in the clouds because you got that award. I know how you feel. But you're the person in charge. I expect a written apology. What? Are you serious? Don't be too upset. We'll find a way to clean up this mess that you made. This is the first time I've seen Mr. Edgeworth at a loss for words. This kind of major blunder is unlike you, Mr. Edgeworth. Gah! court accepts this new evidence, but I'd like to ask the defense for a favor first. Yes? Just to be sure, I'd like to take a look at the blade of this knife. The blade, Your Honor? Well, I don't see why not. Could you open it up for me, I wonder? Yes, well, I think all you do is... If I cut my finger, Mr. Wright, I wouldn't be able to pound my gavel anymore. Sorry, I skipped the line by accident. Yeah, but if I cut my finger, I wouldn't be able to point it at people anymore. Come on, just hurry up and open it. Oh, it's doing it on its own. By the way, when it pauses on the guy's face, it's literally pausing that long. Like, I can't skip it. Like, really making you look. So I'm just opening my window. Wow, don't scare me like that. I'm the one who's scared. Look at that knife, this knife's blade. The tip is broken. And this red stain. Blood? Switchblade knife. Added to the court record. This does not excuse the actions of the police department. I would like to hear an explanation from the chief of police himself. I'm terribly sorry, but could I ask you to testify for us? About the split between this prosecutor and the police and this knife. Sure thing, not a problem. Not even a little one, really. This knife is special, but I can't say how here. Unless there's evidence to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman. That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation. A detective was killed at the police department. See, what a mess. The time of the crime, 5:15. Scary coincidence, eh? It's not officially linked to this case here, so I can't talk much about it. There was a murder at the police department? A detective? That's hush-hush information, 𝗟𝗋. We haven't exactly announced it yet.
Objection!
Wait a second. You said 5:15. That's exactly the time that Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. Order. Anyway, you're at the department all flustered, as you might well assume. We're in the middle of a top secret investigation. Don't tell anyone, okay? I think we understand the police department's situation. You well, Mr. Wright? 2 detectives killed at the same time in 2 different places. The chances of that are really slim, scientifically speaking, of course. I'd like to exercise my right to cross-examine the witness. Very well. However, keep your questions focused on the case at hand. As if I ever don't? Excuse me, special? Hard to come by this particular knife anywhere else. Might that special thing be this little tag? Oh, sorry, Righto, I can't say that. I can't say that now. Not that. We've established that the knife in Goodman's chest was this knife. Now there was another knife at the scene of the crime. It's quite a mystery, and like a mystery, it's wrapped up in something. A muffler. Unless there's evidence to prove a connection. So, this isn't actually 6/37/12/2. It's actually SL9/2/21. Or 2/21, yeah, I think. Wait a second. At last, another honest-to-goodness objection. This knife. This has to have something to do with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? An honest-to-goodness, what do you mean from 𝗟𝗋. This is great. Look at the tag on this knife. It reads SL92. And this is important. Why? Over here, we also have a memo that was on the body of the victim. What's this? 6 minus 7s 12 2? Your Honor, it's upside down. Upside down? The printed name on the memo makes it look like it's right side up. But turn it around and what do you get? Ah, aha! Whoever wrote this note was holding the paper upside down. That's 9. That's the same thing that's written on the knife tag. Order! Order! Well, Chief? Ah, well, I guess the cat's out of the bag. You win, righto. I win? What game is this guy playing? This knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. So this knife was stolen? Yes, but on the day of the murder. It was evidence, you say. Was it in fact a murder weapon? Nice, 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 nice. Good show, little worthy. It was a murder weapon as it happens. It was evidence from a case long since solved. So this knife was stolen on the day of the murder. And it was found in the exhaust pipe at 𝗟𝗶's car. Hard to think that there isn't a connection there. That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do any investigation. The detective was killed in the department. See? What a mess. On the same day that a detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department? That's a fact, surprisingly. Surprising, isn't it, 𝗟𝗍? I'm at a loss for words. And the perpetrator? Do you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested them, in fact. Just arrested? That was quick. But there's still a lot of unanswered questions. Maybe you could help, righto? I suppose I could help, if you help me by giving me data on your case. Oh, good one, this kid's sharp. Okay, here's the deal. I'll tell you one thing and one thing only. So tell me, where was the victim found? Well, I can't speak on where the corpse was found, but I can say that the crime took place in the evidence room at the police department. The evidence room. Wait a second. I've heard of that. The evidence room. Didn't he mention that in his testimony just now? The knife was in evidence in the case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. There's the connection between the two cases. You seem happy, Mr. Wright. Happy? We just got handed our ticket to go to town on this case. With the link between the two cases established, we finally have some leverage. Now we can get Gant to testify about the details. It's not officially linked to this here case, so I can't talk much about it. But you can! Do I show the blade? But didn't we just say that it was linked? Chief, the defense position is simply this. The connection between these two cases has already been proven. You don't say. Well, out with it, righto. What's your connection? Yes, out with it, Mr. Wright. The connection is a place mentioned in the testimony we just heard. The knife is found in the lot it was stolen from the police department's evidence room. Not to mention the victim had it on him, the case number of the knife's evidence tag. And we also know that the detective murdered the police department was killed in that very same evidence room. There do seem to be too many connections for this to be a coincidence. One second, I just need to wipe my face. You two make a good pair. It took my men 2 days to find out what you deduced right here. Chief, I request that you release your information on the victim at the department. Oops. I see, that's the tricky part. It hasn't been announced yet and all. Can we get the information unofficially? Sure, why not? It's unofficial after all. What, really? Who would have guessed? I'll cooperate, but I can't reveal the name of the victim at the department, okay? So if you're gonna tell us why don't you tell us everything? Oh well, case information, sticky stuff, you have to do everything properly. Oh well, I guess I might as well try and get what I can out of him. Okay, how about you tell me the victim's ID number? Sure, why not? It's not like you'll be able to tell who it is from that. Of course not. You won't tell me their name after all. We keep a tight lid on ID numbers, so don't get your hopes up. The number is 58242-189. Oh, that's quite long. And we have to remember these. This drives me nuts. 82. I can't do it. You didn't even get the first number right. Well, Mr. Wright, does this tell you anything? The ID number of the victim at the police department. This tells me something. Actually, it does, Your Honor. It does. I think. Meaning? It has to be what I think it is. But what does this mean? Double rainbow! Well, let's hear what the defense has to say. You said the ID number of the detective was murdered at the police department. You wanna go outside? The kitty cat's looking at me. You wanna go outside? Theo? You have to meow. If you don't meow, I don't know. Anyway,
Take that!
witness. What is it, Mr. Wright? You're grinning like a schoolgirl on prom night. No, it's just I got confused. And this is news? Huh? Just come out with the guns blazing like you always do. The police department. The prosecutor's office. 2 places, 2 detectives murdered at one time. Actually, I happen to have a police ID number right here. Oh, is it yours? No, Your Honor, I'm a defense attorney, remember? This is the ID number of our victim, Detective Goodman. Ah, shame on you, Righto. Personal IDs are top secret. Detective Goodman's ID number is 5842189. And this means what exactly? Huh? Wait, that ID number we heard from the chief earlier. That started with 82. I've forgotten. You didn't even get the first number right. Again! The number of the chief of police gave us was 582-189.
Objection!
Wait a second, Wright. What does this mean? That's what I want to know. The 2 ID numbers are identical. In other words, the detective killed in the police department's evidence room was Bruce Goodman. What does our witness think about that? Oh, sharp as attack, Righto, sharp as attack. But wait, Detective Goodman is our victim. He was killed at 5:15 in the underground parking lot. Yet Detective Bruce Goodman was also killed at the police department in the evidence room at the exact same time. That's impossible. So what we're saying is the same person was killed at the same time in a completely different location. Order, order, order. Chief, what does this mean? No. Well, I want to know. Why didn't I hear about this? Yes, it's top secret. Fine. But I'm a prosecutor in charge of the crime. Now, just wait a second, Worthy. No need to get all flustered. As soon as he said, I can't tell you where the body is, only where it was killed. So it was killed in the evidence room, but it was found, but the body now is in the trunk. Perhaps. Your Honor, the police department has made a grave error in this case. Wait. I said wait. Or didn't you hear me? The oversight, the grave error, Mr. Edgeworth. They're yours. What? How? How dare— We informed you yesterday. I believe it was our Officer Meekins who brought you the news. Officer Meekins? Mr. Wright! Where have we heard that name before? Wait, aha! Excuse me, but Mr. Edgeworth, anywhere in the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I got your report, sir. You don't mean him? According to Meekins, you didn't accept the report. Hard to believe. But your officer, he told me. He said the report had nothing to do with Lana Sky's incident. Detective Bruce Goodman murdered in the police department evidence room. Mr. Edgeworth, the victim's name is written right on the top of the report. Gah! Why didn't your officer tell me? Honestly, I'm not sure that officer was capable of making the connection. He did seem challenged. In any case, this is a serious error, a gross negligence of duty on your part, Worthy. But sir, you could have submitted that report this morning in court as evidence. Yeah. Yes? Staring into my soul. No such luck this time, Worthy. Or should I say, unworthy. What? Now, what was the second rule of evidence of law? Well, Mr. Wright? It's, Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And how is this rule relevant? Normally, you submit a list of evidence to be used in court before the trial. This report wasn't on that list. So, what does that mean? I couldn't submit this evidence until a connection was proven in court. The connection was just proven by Righto over here. Good job, Righto, my boy. Huh? I was just doing my job. No. No! Open the door for my kitty cat. I'm back. Sorry about that. At least you had some game music playing. Seems that we've come to the end of this trial. I know you're going through a tough time, Worthy. What with all those rumors. You were even in the defendant's chair just this past December. I apologize for this terrible lack of due diligence on my part. Mr. Edgeworth, please, just give me one day. I'll get to the bottom of what happened. If it's the last thing I'll do, you'd better get results this time, really. You have my profound apologies, sir. Or Mr. Edgeworth. I don't think that there's ever been an error this serious in the history of this court. I will grant one further day as prosecution has requested. Would that be sufficient, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Whatever your punishment for this, for your sake, I hope it's not decisive. Very well. Court adjourned. Man, we're just zooming through this. I might do one more. Just gonna do a little check here. Wait, I think I already saved it. February 23rd, 2:15 p.m. right in co-op law offices. Okay, so now I'm gonna do another quick Twitch bot check. Super real legit. I appreciate you. Okay. Mr. Wright, so what's going on with the case anyway? I'm a little confused. You are a real boy. What's going on? The victim, Detective Bruce Goodman, was stabbed to death after 5 p.m. on the 21st. He died in the prosecutor's parking lot and the police department's evidence room. What is this in the evidence room part? The prosecutor's office and the police department are 30 minutes apart by car. Well, that's what we're going to find out. Or try to, at least. Alright, let's do it. I'm glad she's in good spirits, but I'm not sure she's going to be much help with this. Don't be so sure, Mr. Wright. Huh? Look, we're in this together, right? I'll prove that these thick-rimmed glasses of mine aren't just for show. Let's go. Science awaits us. It's like she read his mind. February 23rd, prosecutor's office, underground parking lot. You know, I really don't think we should worry about the police department murder. There wasn't even a body found there. Who cares? Yeah, it was only our victim who was killed in their evidence room, no biggie. How did they know it was dead if they didn't find the body there? Besides, my sister would never do such a thing, I know it. That oil drum, was it empty? The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. My sister erasing evidence of the crime scene? Never. Even though she says they don't get along. No, I'm just kidding. Even though she says they don't get along, Ema really likes her sister. That's not it at all. It's just, she's legitimately reading his mind. We're just both professionals at what we do, and I trust her. Big words for a high school student. Well, whether there's blood on the floor or not. The water in that oil drum washed it all away. Ignore the strength of my science at your own peril, Mr. Wright. Huh? What's that grin for? This situation calls for one thing, and that is luminol testing fluid. Luminol? Blood is sticky stuff, you know. You can't just wash it away with a little water. Even if you can't see it, it's still there. But wouldn't the police have already done all those tests? Never trust anyone's eyes but your own, Mr. Wright. Just give it a try. Me? Why do I have to do it? I'm a minor. I can't even drink yet. We're testing bloodstains with this stuff, not drinking it. Here, look, I'll lend you these glasses. Huh? You have an extra pair of those? To test for a blood reaction, just spray the luminol on it. Like this, see? Press enter to spray it on. Okay, let's find us some bloodstains. I can see her eyes shining behind those glasses. So, is this a bloodstain? It's so... ugh. Ema, you're shaking. It's just this is my first time seeing real blood. Scientific investigation in action. Okay, well, we definitely know that this is a bloodstain. But doesn't something strike you as odd? Scientifically speaking, of course. What's odd about this, scientifically? The amount of blood? The perpetrator and the detective Goodman fought here, right? Don't you think there would be a little bit more blood? I definitely think so. I mean, look at all the blood on the sole of the victim's shoe. It is pretty strange. If they fought here, there'd have been more blood than this. Hey, Mr. Wright, I'm gonna mark up the floor plans where we found the bloodstain, okay? I see. I'm pretty handy to have around. See? I'm pretty handy to have around, right? Yeah, and this stuff's pretty handy too. I saved up my allowance to buy that. Luminol testing fluid. Received from one very proud-looking Emus guy. But you can't be sure that the police will reveal all their evidence in court. Sometimes they fail to mention evidence that doesn't even fit with their view of the case. Then let's drag that hidden evidence out into the light of day. Yeah, it feels like we're really investigating a crime now, doesn't it? Guess I should give this a spray on anything suspicious. Ha! I wonder how that fluid of yours would react to a nice deli box. Miss Starr! You only trust your own eyes, Not bad, you two. This day-old deli box is on the house. Sorry, it's just that kind of lead. It's that kind of lead-in just doesn't really get my mouth watering. You certainly put me in a tight spot today. My apologies, Miss Starr, but... No, it's okay. It was my fault. Oh, we know. I witnessed everything from that security room right there, but I was afraid that wouldn't sound convincing enough, you see. I was wrong to think that. I'm sorry. Sorry? You lied on the witness stand. That's unforgivable. Little girl, don't forget what's important here. Even if the place I witnessed in events was different, I still saw what I saw. I saw Chief Prosecutor Skye stab a man in cold blood, and that testimony still stands. I swear it on my honor as a detective. She stabbed Goodman, but you're not a detective. I know this photograph has something important to tell us, but what? So you're a detective, weren't you, Miss Starr? Yes, it was a long time ago. Well, 2 years ago. No matter how hardened a criminal, when they face me. They coughed it up. Coughed it up? They confessed. They blabbed like babies. You know. I may seem like a demon sometimes, but I can be an angel too. I wouldn't doubt it. Every day I dragged the dirt out of the mouths of suspect after suspect, and before long they called me the cough-up queen. Oh, and here I thought someone had gotten food poisoning from your lunches. And you were let go? Fired? I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator, and those prim and proper prosecutors hadn't let me go. I'd still be one today. It's all because of that case. The SL9 incident. SL9? Wait, she doesn't mean... what do you think about this? The SL9 incident is written on that knife. And on that note, Goodman. Goodman was the head detective on that case, you know. Really? That knife was evidence from that case, the murder weapon. It was due for transferal the very day Goodman was killed. As I suspected, S9 isn't over. Not yet. Do you think you could tell us more about the SL9 incident? Well, is she gonna? Yeah. Yeah, so tell us what it is. She doesn't have anything for that. Look, door. This must mean something. I'm not sure that doors mean anything. No, it won't lock. It won't open. A mysterious lock. I fail to see what's mysterious about it. Mr. Wright, you need to learn to enjoy life more. Let's finish our investigation first, shall we? So that's where Miss Starr saw the incident from. You probably see quite a lot from up there. That probably means she wasn't lying when she said she saw Miss Sky stab him. Where's the security guard anyway? Well, this is just something I heard. But apparently he went out to buy coffee for Miss Starr. That means that woman is a force to be reckoned with. So this is the famous oil drum. Well, no time like the present. I'll try and kick it over myself. Hi-ya! That's okay, don't cry. That Lana Sky must be one strong woman. That's where they found the note. 21 SL9, the SL9 incident. A case that was due for transferal the day of the murder. And the detective in charge of the case was the victim. I wonder what kind of case this SL9 incident thing was. It's kind of hard to guess just from the case number. That's about as red as a sports car can get. Yep, it's pretty red, alright. The body was found in Edgeworth's car trunk. And the lock in the trunk is broken too. So the question is, why did Miss Sky Miss Sky chose his car? So what model car is it? I think it was called a sedan or a coupe, something like that. Those are car types, Mr. Wright, not models. You're a guy, aren't you, Mr. Wright? You're supposed to know these things. Maybe it's about time I got my driver's license. A-block, this area is reserved for prosecutors. Yeah. E-block is there, that's where the visitors park. So, Miss Starr climbed over this fence? It seems so. That fence is 9 feet high, at least. Well, no time like the present. I think I'll give it a try. It's okay, don't cry. Maybe there's a Lunchland Olympics team? That seems very unlikely. This is where the car leaves a lot. The arrow on the... Yeah. We know about this. So this is the famous divider. It sure helped us knock out a hole in that testimony today. Come to think of it, this divider helped our case more than the actual witness. It's the Great Divider, a chip off the old parking block. It's just a wall, scientifically speaking. Here, a phone. See, no, this is the one that doesn't work. Blah, 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 we know this. Okay, let's go to the police department. February 23rd, police department entrance. It's even busier here today than it was yesterday. The detectives are running around so fast they're blurring. I suppose it makes sense. A detective did get killed here after all. So the evidence room, the scene of the crime. According to the pamphlet we got at the front desk. Here it is. She's like a kid at an amusement park. Ooh, a real crime scene. Let's take a look. Okay, so here's my problem with this. They say a policeman died in the evidence room. But they didn't have a body, so how do they know that the policeman died? I mean, obviously we know it's Goodman now, whatever. But like, okay, so there was a lot of blood. Who says that it was... It just doesn't make sense to me. Did he stop working? He's not dancing anymore. The blue badger is still writhing around today. Oh, never mind. How do they know that it died there? And wasn't he supposed to be alive until he got to the thing? Like, let's say he was completely dead by the time he gets to the car. It just... Like, unless there was a body there. Okay, let's say they say they did find the body there and then it was moved. Then who moved it? Because whoever moved it is clearly that's an issue. I don't understand. The logic isn't logicking me for me. Gonna take out his batteries? I just can't help but feel like he's going to do something naughty. Look, the patrolman is saluting like, yeah. I don't think there's anything else here. I'm gonna go back and move to guard station. February 23rd. Evidence room entrance, guard station. What's with the decor in this place? It's very eccentric. According to the pamphlet, this is the guard station for the evidence room. So beyond that door is the evidence room. The scene of the crime? It sure seems that way. Oh. What's wrong? Those cacti, they're so prickly, so imposing, it's hard to think straight. If you can't handle the cacti, stay out of the desert. What I want to know is if this is a guard station, where's the guard? I have a feeling I know who he is already. Yipes, these sure are prickly. They must be the real deal. I would think just one would be sufficient. One big one. These cacti are a lot like my sister, actually. How so? Encased in a cold, rigid shell with spines pointing out in every direction. Just like her. I'm not so sure I see the resemblance. It's more an attitude thing than a physical similarity. There's a security guard uniform hanging there. It looks more like a costume than a uniform, honestly. A leather jacket, leather pants, a leather... What's that called again? A punchy? A punchy? A paunchy? A pinchy? A poochie! I'm losing my voice. Wait, maybe that wasn't it. It's a poncho, but I think I'll keep that information to myself for the time being. Drinking on the job? No, this doesn't seem suspicious to anyone up here. It looks like there's a video feed from the evidence room here. There's a light blinking below the monitor. It says recording. I bet we could use this computer to check on who went in and out of here. The evidence room was beyond that door. Let's just walk in. It won't open. You thought it would be open? I think we need someone's permission to go in there first. Okay, I think that is everything. Where's Gumshoe when you need him? Wow, everyone looks deadly serious here. Well, there was a vicious murderer of the detective down at the police department. Yes, but the same detective was also killed at the time of the police prosecutor's lot. Ugh, makes my head hurt. Well, first things first, let's go check out the police department crime scene. Yes, you sound dead set on investigating, but don't mess up, or you might wind up dead. I doubt anyone wants more mysteries or dead bodies around here right now. But it doesn't look like anyone's gonna help us much either. But I was just there. Oh wait, I want to see this mascot. So this is the police mascot, is it? The Blue Badger, the feature star of the police force. The design is a little challenging from one outside. A little, whatever. Now the dancing badger TM is still under development, you see. You have it trademarked? Absolutely. It's cutting edge stuff, very now. I showed this doll here to my daughter and she burst into tears. Don't show her the moving mock-up version outside, then you'll give her nightmares. Look on the floor, a lasso. It looks like it's set up to trap something. A trap here? Wait, I know. Maybe someone was trying to trap a wild bull here, but the lasso missed. You sure have an active imagination. I thought that was gonna provide something useful. Okay, we need someone's permission, but I don't know where they are. Oops, I didn't mean to click it twice. Hmm. February 23rd. Looks like Miss Sky isn't questioning. I hope the detectives aren't yelling at her. How did you kill him in 2 places at the same time? Can you imagine? How is she supposed to answer that? Wait a second. Didn't Mr. Gant say they arrested the suspect in the police department murder? Let's come back later. Oh. This blood must be coming from when Lana... No, my sister isn't the murderer. But she did call you, didn't she? At the time of the crime? And her right hand is bandaged. Wait, just whose side are you on? This has nothing to do with taking sides. So, this means Lana's hand had blood on it. It just keeps getting worse. It could have been on the handle. Like, if it was anywhere, I think it would be there. Okay, let me get a little help. Okay. I missed one thing. Yeah, I checked the cactus. Now I'm doubting myself. Since I'm here, I'll check the cactus anyway. Oh! Demi knew it was up. Well, we got a reaction. There's clearly seems blood around the spines here. This room is pretty messy. Someone must have tripped something over and planted their head right on these spines. I think that might have been more painful than being murdered. Well... Yeah, but then again, there's plenty of things that they talk about. It's just like, why is this relevant? But time will tell whether this will be useful. You're very suspicious, mister. I had one of those up till 2 years ago, back when you were the Coffin Queen, right? We found this ID card here in the parking lot. Well, there's no mistaking that. It's definitely Goodman's. But it's the same ID as the one as the man who was killed at the police department. That's impossible. I wish I could be so sure. you think about it, I could have taken that picture from the guard room. But even I got flustered sometimes. So you went straight to the scene of the crime? I rushed towards the chain link fence in an effort to stop the murder. That's when I took this picture, yes. In other words, 5 minutes after the crime. Those 5 minutes were the whole problem. The hole in my testimony, as it were. The 5 minutes weren't the problem, Miss Starr. You lying was the problem. Listen, little girl. I had my testimony disregarded before, and I wasn't going to have it disregarded again. Just like that time. That time? That incident really opened up my eyes to the truth. Or nothing to them. Disposable. Disposable? To who? 2 years ago, it was the biggest case I'd ever handled. The police and the prosecutors were desperate for decisive evidence. So they didn't solve it? On the contrary, it was solved quite cleanly. The criminal was caught and executed. Executed? Yes, the criminal got what was coming to him. It doesn't get any cleaner than that. The only problem was, they never did find decisive evidence, not a shred. What? But the criminal was executed, right? On the basis of evidence, of a sort. Made up evidence. What? You mean they executed someone with fabricated evidence? The best part came several months after the trial. Every detective involved in the case was dealt with. Some were demoted to patrolmen, others found themselves out of a job. And you were one of those. Myself and one other person you know well. Wait, could it be? Exactly. Detective Jake Marshall. Oops, I mean, Police Department Security Detail Officer Jake Marshall. As professional detectives, we investigated that case from every angle. Jake was particularly determined, and then it was over, and he was demoted. However, he hasn't forgotten, and neither have I. You haven't forgotten SL9? There was another side to that case, a hidden side, and that's what we're after now. And no one up in their fancy offices can stop us. Wait, those lunches you sell. There's only one reason I come to sell lunches in this cursed office. I come here to meet old friends, boyfriends that can help me investigate. Miss Starr's old boyfriends. How many does she have, anyway? Just when all the detectives in SL9 have disappeared, we find new evidence. There has to be a connection. So, Ricky, what? Seems like you're serious about investigating this case. Yes? Then you should take this. Salisbury steak lunch? I know a certain guy who might help you if you tempt him with this treat. Miss Starr? Officer Marshall, is he, are you going out? Why do you want to know? I was just wondering what happened to him. A long time ago when he was helping my sister do cases, he was so nice. He got along so well with my sister, it made me jealous. And he was nice to me back then too. This would be when Officer Marshall was a detective. But now he's so cold. Jake and I are merely cooperating in this investigation. We're putting the past to rest, as it were. Nothing more than that. I see. Thank you. Officer Jake Marshall, I bet we can butter him up now. This place is charged with fanatic energy, as always. Please, huh? Wasn't that one steak lunch? Please. Oh, it's you, Detective Gumshoe. Now is no time for chit-chat, pal. I'm a busy man. What I really need is a steak lunch from Lunchland. Oh, you mean one of these? Actually, it's not for sale. I think I just heard the sound of his heart breaking. Now is no time for despair. We've caught our criminal, and now we just need evidence. A criminal? You mean... You heard about the stabbing in the police department room, right? On the same day that detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed in the police department? And the perpetrator, do you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect, just arrested them, in fact. It's the biggest scandal to hit the station in ages. Everyone's topsy-turvy. But Detective Gumshoe, who was it? Listen, pal, all I know is I need me a steak lunch, pronto. Standing around here isn't gonna fill my belly. Wait, don't leave. If you want to know more, head down to the detention center, pal. Questioning should be over, so I figure he's down there to have a good cry. Later. He ran off to the evidence room. Well, this investigation is starting. Well, this investigation is off to a running start. But he's not here. I thought you'd find Marshall here. It says specifically. It says specifically to move the department station. Oh, I guess maybe we did that earlier. And then... Okay, well, I guess we can go to the detention center then. February 23rd, detention center. Still, I do feel better about things, a little. I mean, they caught the person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they? Yeah, I guess they did. Best not to go too far on that road right now. Things will get confusing. What was that? Sir, that's what I'm saying. Me, a perpetrator? I'd say I was the perpetrator against, sir. That's what I'd say. Hi, greetings, sir. Wait, I know who you are. Excuse me, but Mr. Edgeworth, anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of Chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. Officer Meekins, so you're a guard here at the detention center? No, sir, I'm not, sir. I'm a little lost patrolman, like a little lost lamb, sir. Oh, I get it. You're here to deliver a report. No, sir, I am... How should I say this? Wait, he isn't... Is he? You... Officer Meekins, you didn't... Did you? Perpetrator Officer Meekins reporting, sir. What? What? Now this is an unexpected turn of events. Sir, I'm a patrolman with the General Affairs, sir. Sir! Ow, I can hear you just fine, Officer Meekins. I had some business that day, sir, so I went to the evidence room, sir. The guard station in front of the room was empty, sir. So normally there's a guard in the evidence room. That's right, sir, because the evidence is kept in the evidence room, sir. Now the security officer was none other than Officer Marshall. Marshall? Then, sir, I happened to glass at the security room monitor, and that's when I saw him, sir. A suspicious person in the evidence room. A suspicious person, sir. A suspicious person! Yow! What the heck is this guy doing? So what happened then? After that, sir, everything went white. I saw red. I blacked out. And when I came to, I was here, at the detention center. How long were you out? Days? Might I ask what happened to your hand? Sir, there was no one to bandage me, sir. So I did what I could to wrap it up, sir. A bandage on his hand? Just like Miss Sky. Yet another similarity between this case and the other one at the prosecutor's office. First things first, tell us how you hurt your hand. About your hand, did that happen during the course of the crime? Well, you see, sir, don't you think you should just confess? But sir, but there was nothing I could do. Nothing you could do? Sir, to tell you the truth, when it happened, when the detective pointed that knife at me, I just hollered, sir. And the next thing I knew, I was unconscious. The next thing you knew, you were, huh? And when I opened my eyes, I was alone in the evidence room, sir. All alone. All alone because Detective Goodman had disappeared. What? Then I looked down, I was gushing blood from my hands, sir. Oh, the shock. Oh, the sorrow, sir. Can you imagine how I felt? The victim's body disappeared? That's some story. So I don't mean to pry, but you are the perpetrator, correct? You killed Detective Bruce Goodman in the evidence room, right? Sir, please don't look at me with those sad puppy eyes, sir. If you have to label me as a perpetrator or victim, sir, then label me the victim! I would, but you happen to be in detention, and alive and well at that. Yeah, well, that's true, sir. I suppose you could say that. Did you know the victim, Detective Goodman? Well, sir, if I had to label him a stranger or a total stranger, then I'd say he leans heavily on the total stranger side. So you didn't know him? Sir, I worked in a tiny department devoid of light and other creature comforts. I don't know any detectives. So if he was a total stranger, why did you stab him? Sir, I had no intention of killing him, sir, none. Nor do I have any recollection of killing him, sir. At least someone around here is more confused than I am. He probably doesn't know anything, but I want to see anyway. I'm scared of knives. Oh, it was an apple, sir, in my dream, and I was being peeled. On second thought, you don't look like you don't have to look at the knife. He does seem overreacting to the knife. I guess he's been through a lot. Yeah, saying he's animated is an understatement. Oh, right, okay. Do you think you could take a look at this? Posture check. Okay. Well. Hey. That's it, sir. That's it. That's it. That's what? My head was blank until this very moment, but sir, now I remember. I remember, sir. You mean you remember what happened? Correct! That card was the cause of it all. This ID card? Exactly, sir. It's exactly it. Nothing could be more exact, sir. Nothing. I'd better pry this one in a little deeper. Can you tell me what you do remember? Well, sir, you might say I'm a little lost patrolman, a lost little lamb, if you will. I didn't know Detective Goodman, who was in the evidence room, and that's why you thought that he looked suspicious. Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked for the man to show me his ID card. Well, that sounds pretty much by the book so far. That's right, sir. That's what I've been trying to tell you. So you asked Detective Goodman to show him his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me. What? Sir, I assure you I was as flustered as you are right now. So I whooped and leapt at him. Detective Goodman pointed a knife at him? Do unto others before they do unto you. My father's words, sir. What happened then? Well, my eyes, sir. Everything went white. Then I awoke and I was here. Right. So, Officer Meekins, why is it that they arrested you? What do you mean, Ema? Let's look at what we know. Now, Officer Meekins didn't know Detective Goodman, and the victim, who he met at the scene of the crime, didn't show his ID card. In other words, we have no way of knowing if the victim was really the victim. And if this body just disappeared from the evidence room, we don't even know if anyone actually died. That's it, sir. That's what I wanted to say. I did say something along those lines. Huh? But you still ended up here? They told me that it had to be him, sir. On that day, at that time. Detective Goodman was definitely in the evidence room. That's what they said. But you don't remember the evidence clearly? No, but the videotape is quite clear. Huh? The videotape? The security camera. The security, the crime I swear to stamp out is there. It's me on tape. Oh, my voice. And you waited until now to tell us? I'm sorry, really sorry, sir. I handed over my badge. I don't deserve it. No thanks. I have my own. Well, I guess we better go check out the crime scene. For the umpteenth time. Hey, Mr. Wright, look at who's standing at the chief of detective's desk. It's Police Chief Gant. And you're so sure of this? Sure And you're sure this is all, You know what this means if there's anything missing. Sir, I'm sure it's most likely totally perfect. We checked all of his drawers, lockers, garbage cans, bags, something, whatever. It's under a seat cushion, behind his computer monitor, inside his personal coffee machine. I see. Well, if anything does turn up, you call me right away. Deal? Yes, sir. We'll scour the place again, sir. The chief of detective looks a little flustered. Ah ha ha, right on, my boy. How you been? Swim much? Oh, Chief Grant, reporting to duties. Sorry, I wasn't expecting you to respond like that. Oh, Chief Grant, reporting for duty, sir. Why are you saluting him, Mr. Wright? Is Edgeworth going to be okay? Oh, Worthy, you know. They're doing a little inquiry committee with him. Sounds like an inquisition. Yep, well, they've had no end of trouble with the boys since last year. You mean the incident on Gourd Lake? It doesn't look good having a top prosecutor sitting in the defendant's seat, now does it? And you? You got someone else found guilty in that case, right, Righto? Von Karma. A legend he was, undefeated in his 40-year career. But in court, you fixed it so he was caught for forging evidence. Wait, I didn't do anything wrong. He did forge evidence. In any case, the prosecutor's office is in a bit of a turmoil, you might say. Why, they just do about anything to restore their reputation. Now, depending on what that inquiry committee decides, it could be bad for Worthy. What? It's downright odd, I tell you. The detective is getting killed on their turf, too. I mean, their being? The prosecutors, I assume? Scientifically speaking, it's impossible. Yes, but that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbed in 2 locations at the same time. That's what it says. What evidence is this? Now, Righto, I can't give away all our secrets just like that. And in this particular, well, it's a little sensitive, so I can't talk about it. I wasn't expecting much anyway. You know, one thing I hate most about all this hiding stuff, secrets. Can't stand it. But you know, a full-time job just keeping the chief... It's a full-time job just keeping the chief of detectives trap shut. And he was the one you were going to pick on, or you were picking on earlier? Huh? You saw that? Whoops. I was wondering what it was he wanted the chief of detectives to do. Let's see if we can kind of discreetly ask him. I don't think there's anything else to do with him. Let's go talk to the... Wait, I'm gonna check an order for something, 1 second. Okay, never mind. Oh, sorry you had to see that. What exactly did Chief of Police want you to do? Well, you see over there, that's Goodman's desk. He wanted me to check it for anything that might be a clue. They took away every last piece of garbage in the trash can. So nothing belonging to Detective Goodman is here? Still here? Of course not. Well, except for this. What? You kept something? Sure, why not? It's not even important. He didn't even finish writing it. It's a lost item report, but it's only half complete. Lost item? Did Detective Goodman lose something? The date on it is February 21st. Better make a note of that just in case. The lost item is the knife. I should really get back to investigating the police department scene. Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you for a favor. Well, I never thought the day would come when Righto asked me for help. I was wondering if we could investigate the evidence room. Hello? Now, Righto. Actually, I'm sorry, I don't need I need to investigate it all. Righto, please. Do I look like a selfish man? Huh? Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50? I'd give them $50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's content. Knock yourself out. It just goes to show you never know until you ask. And for you, here, you can borrow this. Huh? Hey, this is a detective's ID card, isn't it? That's a special card for guests, so don't lose it. Yes, sir. It's an honor. You just run along and do your best now. Later, folks. Hey, it looks pretty cool on my lapel, doesn't it? You seem happy. Yes, sir. Because, sir, we're going to the evidence room now, sir. I think this place is a bad influence on the girl. What? The evidence room is beyond that door. We have the ID card from Chief Gant. Let's just walk in. It won't open. Aha, the card reader is turned off, see? What is that security guard thinking? Howdy, partners. Well, well. What's made my Bambina's sky so gray? Officer Marshall. Why does it have to be him? What's with that why does it have to be him look for? As you may have surmised, this here is my saloon. We're here to investigate the crime scene. Yeehaw, that card you got there on your chest. That's better than a sheriff's badge in these parts. Yeehaw? Well, what you standing there for? Get along, little dojis. The crime scene's awaiting. Look like the cards reader on again. While we're here, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions. Sorry, cowboy, but I got no mind to tangle with you hombres. You're busy then? Did I say that? I only said I didn't wish to speak with you. Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with us hombres. Here, what about this lunch? I'm gonna go check on my dogs so they keep barking. One sec. Never mind, it was just, Amazon. Ah, that smell. Okay, now I need to close my door again because you can hear them. Ah, reminds me of Texas. Texas. So, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas? No, I just saw a special on television the other day. Is this from my... Sorry. Is this from my baby? I'm gonna hydrate 1 second. Okay. I'm alive again. Kind of. Yeah, Miss Star. What's this? What's wrong? A filet steak lunch. I see. I don't see. I wonder what it means. Steak lunch given to Officer Marshall. Alright, Bambina, you win. Ask me. Anything. Finally, it seems like he's willing to talk. Officer Marshall, you're in charge of security for the evidence room, right? You got good eyes, partner. It's an easy job, and I'm grateful for it. Actually, Officer Meekins at the detention center told us how that poor little doji Poor little guy. I keep getting his name wrong, calling him Meekly. He told us something. He said that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station. Oh wait, sorry, that was Phoenix talking. He said when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station. Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this, but since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago, well, it might not look like it, but I lost my fire for the job, you know? So, what were you doing around 5:15 when the murder took place? Well, I reckon I was galloping down the highway in the back of my steed, Zippy. Note, he was riding down the highway on his horse named Zippy. There's no need for people here anyhow. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping an eye on the place. You mean the security camera system? I don't take to machines much. Kinda like that stewed broccoli they sneak into your steak, you know? Miss Starr told us something. She said that you were a detective until 2 years ago. It was always my dream to be a rawhide wrangler on the scene of the crime. It's all gone now, like a drinking hole in a prairie fire. You're still investigating the SL9 incident with Miss Starr, aren't you? That was my case. It was all solved on the record books, but it smells like a bad game of poker. I can't let it go. That's all there is to it. What kind of case was it anyway? We've heard the name so many times, but no one tells us what actually happened. There are some things you better off not knowing, Bambina. Anyway, that case is officially dead as of 2 days ago. 2 days ago? The day of our case! That's right. The evidence transferals. Edgeworth was talking about the transferals too. I know what maybe two of the machines here do. Only 2 of them? There must be a dozen. Like I said, Bambina, me and my machines, well, I like them about as much as I like stewed cauliflower with my steaks. The easiest ones to understand are these here security cameras. Those are the ones that Officer Meekins mentioned. If nothing happens, the tapes are usually automatically erased every few hours. And Officer Meekins and Detective Goodman, are they on these tapes? I reckon they might be. You're the security guard, and you reckon? One more thing. When you go into the evidence room, you need an ID card. Thus the ID card in the reader. The card reader leaves in a record of every ID that passes through. So this is the ID card record. Hey, I've seen that somewhere before. Sorry, Bambina, I can't show you more than that. Huh? I haven't heard whether this is really related to the case yet. Mr. Wright, I saw a number on that record just now. I've seen that number before. Maybe there's some way I can prove the record is tied to the stabbing. Sorry, but could you explain what this whole transferal thing's about? We only keep evidence from solved cases in this room. They're kept here under the presiding detective supervision for 2 years. So we can reinvestigate them if it turns out there was a mistake, see? So what happens to the evidence after 2 years? It goes to sleep forever in the underground vault of the county sheriff's department. That's what we call transferal. We do it every February. I see now. Transferal is like a funeral of old cases. 2 years after a case is solved, it's closed forever, dead. Never to be reopened again. Never to be reinvestigated. And that happened to SL9 2 days ago. See this? See, this is the victim's ID card. Ah, the one that was on the ground in the parking lot. The number on this is 5842189. Officer Marshall, show us that ID card record again. Look at the 4th number, it's a perfect match. It was used at 5:14, right before the stabbing. What's more, there's only one of them cards in the world. So when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room. But wait, what did Officer Meekins say? Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to display his ID card. So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me. If he handed his ID card, then why would he have pointed a knife at Officer Meekins? Alright, compadre, you win. I guess I could give you this ID card record. ID card record added to the record. I've got an idea. Maybe I should show this list to other people with IDs here. Can I go in now? Follow. Evidence room. February 23rd, evidence room, sector 3. It's quiet. Investigation must be over here. So this is the evidence room? It kind of looks like a graveyard. Graveyards are supposed to have grass and trees. This feels more like a morgue. Nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me. Eek! Whoa! Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I wouldn't recommend going around smacking ghosts on the head, pal. So, is it true what I heard? Righto. Please, do I look like a selfish man? Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50, I'd give them $50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate the room to your heart's content. Knock yourself out. Yeah, it's true. So, Chief of Police Gant will loan anyone $50? Even me? Oh, so that's what you were talking about. Actually, I was put in charge of the investigation for today. Just for today? Boss for a day. But guess what? You got permission from the chief, so now you're boss for a day. Gee, thanks. First of all, you'll want to have this. Evidence room floor plans. Wow, very descriptive. So, Detective Gumshoe, your boss for the day? That's right. It's an honor. After the murder took place right here in the police department. But if you're the boss, why are you all alone? Where are your underlings? They're using yesterday's findings to prepare for tomorrow's trial. In other words, you got kicked out of the investigation, again. I'm adamant, though. I'm gonna take control and put this case to rest. In my own evidence locker. Pal. You have a locker in here too, Detective Gumshoe? Aha, of course. I'm a detective after all. They gave me a locker that only I can open, pal. Only you can open. I always believe in Mr. Edgeworth. I'll always believe in Mr. Edgeworth, no matter what happens. So, Mr. Edgeworth was with the inquiry committee right now, right? They're trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in court today. I see. I guess this is what you call fate. Mr. Edgeworth just can't get away from that case. That case? Yeah, that case. The SL9 case incident, of course. That was the beginning of the end for Mr. Edgeworth. Maybe we can get him to tell us more about the case. This place is more high-tech than you might think. Every locker is fixed, so only one detective can open it. Using the ID card? Well, that's the thing, pal. The ID cards can be lost. That's why I'm on my 3rd card since entering the force already. That sounds like a lot. Yeah, but even I can't lose my own right hand. Right hand. Oh, you mean your fingerprint? Exactly, pal. The lock for each locker is coded with a fingerprint. The only locker we have open is our own. We can have open as our own. Funny, they look like normal lockers. These are the latest model. There's a trick to the handles, see? The handles? On the other side of the handle is a sensor, and if the wrong person touches it, bzzz, you get a shock. If that's what happened, my hand would be black and smoking every day. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people in the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. Could you take a look at this? This is the ID record of the people who came in here on the day of the stabbing. Ah, I heard the rumors. So it was Goodman who came here at the time of the murder. Whoa! What is it? That second number. That's not your ID number, is it? Mr. Edgeworth. What? The second number on this list. It belongs to Mr. Edgeworth. What? Why would Edgeworth have come to the evidence room? Allow me to say it once he doesn't know it. There's something sticking out of here. Looks like a shirt. I guess it must be evidence for some case. I wonder if Detective 𝗟𝗶𝗀 put this here. There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of slob. I'm not responsible for the evidence in here. That said, I bet that evidence locker was open recently. How do you know? If you leave things hanging out like that, the evidence gets dirty or ripped. The guard checks on that kind of stuff and notifies the detective responsible. How many times have I had him breathing down my neck about some silly evidence? Sounds like Detective 𝗟𝗶𝗀 leaves as an evidence hanging out a lot too. I bet he doesn't tuck in his shirt under that trench coat either. If you're going to talk behind someone's back, do it right in front. Don't do it right in front of them, pal. And for the record, I do tuck it in. This place is stuffed with evidence, stuffed with dreams. I'm not so sure about the dreams. It won't open. Did you really think it would? Hey pal, our security's high-tech around here. What is this saw and paint doing here? Since the dawn of time, true art has always been a war against oppression. True art? But I noticed there's a blue and yellow paint here. Perhaps we're witnessing the birthplace of the Blue Badger? Well, you might say this is my studio. Here? In the evidence room? What is this? Blood? It's a little worn, but there's definitely a handprint here. Looks like someone tried to wipe it off. Mr. Wright, what if there are other bloodstains left in the room? We should try testing fluid. Look, this one's open and the red indicator light is lit. That locker is coated with Detective Goodman's fingerprint. Detective Goodman's locker. Are you sure it's okay to leave it open like that? Well, it'll be hard to open it again if we closed it. It's empty. They must have taken some contents elsewhere. Someone left a glove here, but only one. Detective 𝗟𝗏𝗀, maybe? There you go again, pal, making me out to be some sort of absent-minded detective. That's the evidence from the case, you know. You mean SL9? It does have a tag on it. Wow, someone must have broken something big to make all these pieces. Detective 𝗟𝗏𝗀, perhaps? There you go again, pal, making me out to be some kind of hooligan. That's apparently from the case. The case? The SL1 case. Take another look. I wonder what these shapes before is broken. You want to try putting them back together? Ha! Good luck, pal. That's no job for amateurs. Well, I spent a good 3 hours on that before I gave up. That's why I always carry around a tube of glue. Well, this piece looks like the bottom. Let's try putting the rest together. Need to rotate. we did it, but some of the pieces are missing. Yeah, I got that far too. I got that far too in 2 minutes myself. The problem is finishing it. Were some pieces stolen? I bet they were missing to begin with. Still, it doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar. I kind of understand how it got broken. Unstable jar. Put these pieces together and makes a jar. Two things are bothering. One, why there's some pieces missing, and two, doesn't seem really unstable. No wonder it broke. So this is like 1, 2, so I thought that maybe there's something else, but apparently not. Okay, let's bring out the luminol. I knew it. Someone's right hand print. What? What's the matter, detective? This locker. It's mine. It's yours? Please. Have to help me. When they come to take me away, promise you'll testify that I wouldn't hurt a fly. You'll do that for me, won't you, pals? This is an important clue. I'll jot it down for the floor plans later. I'm counting on you guys, believe me. You can't trust the police. What? But you're a detective. Wow, that's a lot of blood. That must have been one massive pool of blood. Never seen anything like it. I'm not a professional. What's your opinion, detective? Pale blue blood. Maybe Detective Goodman was actually an alien? This proves that something really happened in front of the locker. I'll make note of it on the floor plans. Hey, if you don't want my opinion, you should have asked. Why am I getting a reaction here? There's no reason for the murderer to touch the spot after if he fled out the door. This just might be something significant. Hey, that's some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal. What is this? It's called luminol testing fluid. Where'd you get your hands on that, huh? I'd like to get some too. I just borrowed $50. I'll just borrow $50 from the chief. Where do you get this from, Emma? I always buy it by mail order. Well, I better jot this down on the floor plans. I think that's it. Let me double check. Did I show this to him? Detectives. I bet Edgeworth was the most surprised of anyone because of the SL9 connection. That was Mr. Edgeworth's first big case, you know, 2 years ago. That was the first time the world knew Edgeworth was a man to be feared. But why would the evidence from that case turn up now? I guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there's some loose ends left in that case. Looks like I finished this part. I only look if I need to. I don't, like, cheat ahead. In case anyone's wondering. It's like a maze trying to navigate around. Well, this place is as classy today as it was yesterday. I'm sure it'll still be as classy tomorrow, Ema. Incidentally, Edgeworth's not here. I'm sure he's off doing important investigations. I hope that's what he's doing. I guess we'll have to come back. Oh, wait, I guess I didn't finish. That's what happens when I don't actually read the full thing, because, you know, I'm trying to be stealthy. Ah, that's important. Well, that was a bloody violent case. Violent, so it was a murder? Serial killing. One second, I'm gonna order some food. Oop, welcome back. Serial killing. Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all. But the killer made a mistake and Edgeworth built his case around that to nab him. And this was 2 years ago? That put Edgeworth right in the spotlight and started the rumor mill. How about forged evidence? That was supposed to be all cleaned up within the transferal the other day. It was the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is. Huh? What do you mean? Detective Goodman was the detective in charge of the SL9 incident, you see. Oh, so that split switchblade knife. So... Let's see, what did you miss? Oh! So... Meekins, saw someone suspicious. And he came in, and then he asked them to show their ID card, and they took out a knife on him. And so he, you know, went to, like, defend himself, and then he was knocked out, and then he woke up and he was in the detention center. And, Officer Marshall was the guard outside on the guard duty, and he wasn't there. And, but later, we talked to him, gave him some lunch, and he gave us a record of who had gone in and out. And Miles Edgeworth was one of the ones. Here, I'll show you. He was, there's Bruce Goodman, someone else, whoever this person is, and then Miles Edgeworth was there. And then we had gone around to the evidence lockers, and we found 2 handprints on 2 evidence lockers and a lot of blood right in front of Goodman's locker. And these lockers can only be opened by one person. And we found a glove, and you put together an unstable jar. Hey Shan, see, I put a command in this time. Good to see it's working. That's pretty much it. So that switchblade knife. The victim took the knife out of the evidence locker himself? Hey pal, look at the time. No problem. Was there something you needed to be going to? It's just that Mr. Edgeworth's inquiry committee should be letting out soon. I'm going to give him my report for the day. Restaurant? It might help, you know. Report? You mean the note written on the back of that flyer? The one that says nothing but no problems? Hey, it's Mr. Edgeworth we're talking about. I'm sure he can use a report like this. I believe in him. Who needs enemies when you've got friends like Detective Gumshoe? I'm off, pal. Later. I should probably see what 𝗟𝗏 has to say, too. Thank you to you guys and other lurkers. Today we'll have a very high, it's like literally just like within the last 2 days, I was like, my goal is to have an average of 5 viewers like in the stream or whatever, and look at us, we've been like flip-flopping between like 6 and 8. Hopefully they're not counting too many of the bots, but I know many of you aren't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's at least 6. It's great. I appreciate you guys. I'm kind of curious what it is. If it's just like good timing, or is it like the things that I'm streaming, or... Thank you for the breathing check. I'm really glad I added that. Because it's so easy to do like the posture check and like hydrate check, but like, man, we need breathing checks. Yeah, I'm interested to know what it, if anyone in particular, aside from like the fact that there are a few new people, if there's anything that in particular that interested you, please let me know for research purposes. Please imagine me writing in my notebook like 𝗟𝗏 with my glasses down, a little cute little smile. So I attribute that to the fact to the reason why I've already streamed 8 hours today. And I still have energy, so... And once I have food in my belly, I'll have even more energy. So... Good times. Okay. I think we're going to 𝗟𝗏 now. It is magic indeed. It's amazing. Oh, bellboy. Ah, guess. My apologies. Oh, it's you. Have we met somewhere? Huh? Mr. 𝗟𝗏, I beg your leave. So long. Is 𝗟𝗏 here? There, standing by the window, a teacup in his hands. Right. He has the hotel bring him tea service? Mr. 𝗟𝗏, you're back from the district prosecutor's office inquiry? I am. By the way, Detective 𝗟𝗏 was looking for you. Ah yes, he brought me the latest information, it seems. Really? Was it helpful? Apparently, a new French restaurant is opening up near here. I think he was trying to console me somehow. The real info's on the other side, 𝗟𝗏. Poor Mr. 𝗟𝗏. I think the whole thing is really taking a toll on him. So, how did the inquiry meeting go? Actually, they decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation. Concealing evidence? Yes, apparently there are some who believe that I concealed evidence. They gave me a warning. You were lucky this time. Again. Again? I heard them say that so many times. Ever since that case 2 years ago. Are you okay for the trial tomorrow? Well, I'm still the presiding prosecuting attorney, however, something happened? They gave control of the investigation over to the police department. The police department? Yes, any further investigation for this case will be directed by the Chief of Police, 𝗟𝗏. I can do nothing but wait for his results. I see. Why, I ask you, why? All along, I've done only what I believe is right. I've done nothing to be ashamed of. But still, wow, I've never seen him this out of sorts. There's so much to show him. Oh, right. I better check this now. As I was saying, What's this? A record of ID card usage? 𝗟𝗏, you went into the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less? Yes, that's true. Why, Mr. 𝗟𝗏? Please don't look at me like that. I was asked to go. By Chief 𝗟𝗏, no less. The Chief of Police? He wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. He told me he wanted to keep it here in the prosecutor's office, but it was solved, right? It would have to be if the evidence was already filed. A moment. Checking out who it is that's picking up my food. It may or may not be on a bike. Although it looks like a car. But anyway, the chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. Can I ask what kind of case it was? I can't say. It really has nothing to do with the current case. Now I'm curious about this other case. I better make a note of it. Unrelated evidence, screwdriver added to the court record. Stubborn as always. I told you it has nothing to do with the current case. Right, please. I'm the prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you openly. I'll pass on the tea. Just tell me about the case. Mr. Wright, Mr. Edgeworth just said no in a very polite manner. Whose side are you on, anyway? Maybe if I just show him the best evidence I got, I can get a reaction out of him. Okay, yeah. He doesn't think that's important enough, apparently. Oh, right, this has the blood stuff. Oh, come on, it's important. I know you. You've probably got a hold of some information already, right? And it has all to do with the case you're on, the SL9 incident, and some dark suspicion you're wrapped up in. You are the man who revived the worst memory of my life. I figured I'd be telling you about this sooner or later. You must be talking about his father's murder in the elevator. Okay, Edgeworth, why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. The SL9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was Deputy Chief of Police... Deputy Chief of Police at the time. Damon Gant. That whack old coot was involved in the case 2 years ago too then. He was a top officer and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous. Wow, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth? What I want to know is why a Deputy Chief of Police was on the investigation. In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than usual. We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict and the killer was executed. Wait, you didn't? Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I'll do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code, and I follow it faithfully. By the way, Ema, the chief of prosecutor wants to know something. My sister? What? If you were still studying forensic science. Huh? Yes, of course. Why, just today, Mr. Wright and I were using this. Luminol testing fluid, Well then, you might have use for this. Aluminum powder for taking fingerprints. It's been chemically treated for better adhesion. For me? Are you sure? We are the enemy, you know. I have no say as to today's investigation. Do as you will. Edgeworth, I'm really... No need to thank me. Here, take your powder and these fingerprint files for everyone involved. Thanks! How about giving these to Detective Gumshoe as well? Fingerprinting set and fingerprinting file received. Well, let's get going. One last investigation. Right. I do seem to remember a suspicious handprint somewhere. Here we go again. We're really earning our steps. Reach 10k easily. My investigation has turned up a suspicious handprint. Here in this blood on the detective's evidence locker. Let's use the secret weapon we just borrowed. Right, let's get started. First, choose a finger. A finger? Each finger leaves a slightly different imprint, so let's choose the finger that will have left the clearest imprint. I really can't tell the difference at a glance. Quit procrastinating and choose a finger. Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Let me show you how it's done. Ema starts getting that sparkle in her eyes. First, we sprinkled the aluminum powder around. Huh? How do you do that? With enter. Ah, see? It looks like it did the trick. Now the aluminum powder adheres completely to the print once the powder is well spread. Just blow away the excess. Huh? How do I do that? With E. Exciting, I know. Imagine you blow away the candles on a birthday cake, see? Wow, that looks like fun. I might getting some used to, though. It's fine, it won't go up your nose or anything. I wonder if, like, if you're doing, like, a DS, there's probably a mechanic where you actually blow on the mic. It'll open it for you. It'll make it go off for you. You just pour the powder on thick and blow away the extra. Those are the basics of fingerprinting, Mr. Right? I guess I better give it a try. Aha, you did it. Found one, but it looks like nothing like a fingerprint. Now that you mention it, it doesn't. What does that mean? I think it means we're out of luck. Out of luck? The person who left this handprint must have been wearing gloves. Don't tell me we've been wasting our time here. Hey, calm down. It's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigations. But it does seem a shame. While we're at it, why don't we look for other prints? The other prints? Look at the other locker again closely. It seems like there are fingerprints outside the bloody handprint as well. Let's see if we can find a clear print. Prints outside the blood. Oh, it's not good enough for you? Come on. Yay! A print so clear, it's dazzling. Dazzling? Anyway, this print took a lot of effort. A lot of effort to find. Let's match it out right away. So we're not done yet? This is quite a process. Well, there's no point in finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right? I guess she's right. Look at the fingerprint data we got from Edgeworth. Point out the person you think left this print. Huh? How am I supposed to know who it is? I could make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprints are in different places, right? That means the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So, whose fingerprints will we be most likely to find on this evidence locker? And this... Oh, wait. No match. Come on. How am I supposed to guess who they are? Isn't it obvious? The bloody handprint and the fingerprints are in different places, right? That means the prints probably won't have anything to do with our case. They most likely belong to the owner of this evidence locker. Something wrong? I was just thinking, if you're so sure about this, why don't you match your fingerprints? Right, I was doing this for your benefit, so you'd learn. Fine. Let me think. Whose fingerprints could this have been? I didn't think it was her, but... Oh wait, Gumshoe said it was his, didn't he? Whoops. My bad. Aha! So these are prints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me a so what look. I guess it's probably because I was thinking so what. Okay, so we came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. You gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright. My delivery person seems to be driving away from both me and the restaurant. What are you doing, dude? Maybe they're doing another delivery. Thanks for the sympathy. Wait. If I remember correctly, there was one other handprint in this room. Let's check it out. cute. I think I have to actually go to the... maybe if I go to the map? Oh. Right, there was a print here. Okay. Wanna try using this? And there her eyes go sparkling again. Okay, let's check for prints. That's spirit. Oh, but I do have to warn you about something first. What? The area with the blood is wiped away, right? We only end up finding using cleaning chemical means. Any prints that were on that area will have been wiped away too. Oh, right. So that means no prints. Would you say that would you say the probability of your hypothesis is high? Don't ask me. Anyway, we must find a way to try to find prints that weren't wiped away. Prints other than the ones left by the bloody handprint. Oh, enter. Dust. What do they want from me? Mike just spamming. Oh, what? Click something. I don't know. Look at us wasting all this powder. Oh, that was fast. It is him, isn't it? What? Come on. Could be him. It's totally him. Not Meekins. Oh. It's Jake? Dun dun dun. I just wanted Gant to be guilty. And I'm pretty sure I've done this one before, I just don't remember the outcome. Hey, these fingerprints, whose are they? Whose? Is it someone I know? It's Officer Marshall. Huh? Officer Marshall? Marshall's fingerprints added to the court record. That's got to be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime. 𝗟𝗶H. This is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. Luminol reaction. The blood and the fingerprints are in the same place. Oh! So we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a wiped bloodstain. But how would Officer Marshall... It looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. I guess this is what you call decisive evidence. I don't believe it. To be continued. It must feel like you guys are just watching an epically long movie. Yeah, that's true. He does always have a knife on him. February 24th, 9:41 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. So, what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. Lana! Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. I hope they didn't hold you for too long for questioning. We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. So, how'd it go? It says Mr. Wright suspects. The police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Ma. But Lana, don't tell me you... Much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark in this as they are. Miss Skye, we found a trace of evidence, a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence? Blood-stained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall? We have to play the cards that we're dealt, isn't that right, Miss Skye? Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright. February 24th, 10 a.m., District Court, Room Number 9. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is... I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain in both places at the same time. But that's not physically possible, is it? What more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared. Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Honestly, didn't think the story would be long. Yeah, no, they have been getting longer. Yeah, do you remember? I don't know if you remember, but we're about halfway, if you can believe it. There is this entire, like, this is the start of day 3, and then there's a day 4. So, yeah. Also, like I said, I don't really remember the ending, but if Marshall is guilty, you might actually be onto something about always having a knife on him. Yeah, I know, right? Lusk, isn't it almost like... What is it, almost like 10 p.m. for you? I never math right. Almost 11, maybe? In 5 or 6 hours? You're farther, so probably 6. This is one messed up trial. When are you going to bed? I'm your alibi. Yeah, it's true. I don't want to keep you up. Because it didn't just save right now, if I recall. Okay. And I'll probably just keep going until you go to bed, since I've been streaming for almost 9 hours now. So you'll be my alibi. Wow, this was one messed up trial. Okie dokie. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I will present evidence related to the murder at the police department. In so doing, I believe the way in which we proceed will reveal itself. Now that's what sets Edgeworth's... Now that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things, even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. And that's supposed to be an admirable trait? Very well, let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? just gonna open the door to make sure I can hear the food if it comes. Yeah. Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand. For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. Suspect? You mean the so-called murderer? That is what the suspect is. Oh boy, things are getting wild from the get-go. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir. I am Mike Meekin, sir. My occupation is, that would be murderer, sir. So you're telling us that you're a professional killer? Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I never killed anyone. I'll never kill anyone again, sir. You gotta believe me, sir. Actually, sir, I'm what you would call part of the younger generation, sir. A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Help me, sir. Officer Meekins. Yes, sir. Give us your report of the crime. Consider that an order. Yes, sir. As you wish. After all, I am part of a generation that must be told what to do, sir. The heck? He can't fault himself for a lack of enthusiasm. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. Suspicious. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life, and then I did it. After I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you? Do unto others before they do unto you. That's what Meekin's family motto, sir. I see. Then you fainted and a colleague helped you regain consciousness. Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. What I need here is more information to work with. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir. I'm in charge of hiring new recruits, sir. Yikes, now that's a scary thought. Evidence transferal was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed. I was the one in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir. The Blue Badger? Yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by the Chief of Detectives, sir. I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transferal process. That was my sole mission for the day, sir. Oh, yeah. But, like, Tutu, you're, like, joking. But we know he does get jumpy at knives, so... Or was that him who got jumpy? Was it Meekins? Pretty sure. Maybe? I don't know. But, I mean, like, even if it wasn't a thing, like, I can see that being a thing. I see. Sounds a very, important mission. After the awards ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated Blue Badger to the evidence room. Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room. Tell us, what did you see when you got there? I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct? Yeah, well, it is the family motto, so that would make sense. Precisely, sir. I have one right here around my neck. So then, your ID number should be listed on here, right? There it is! I found it! There, it's this one right here. Could you please read us the number? Yes, sir. It's 4989596. That's my number, sir. I see. Huh? For the number 4989596 is shown to be used twice. Dun, dun, dun. Please explain, witness. It's no real mystery, sir. The first time is when I relocated the Blue Badger in the evidence room. And the second time is when I went to go after him after everything settled down. I see. So during that second time... Yes, sir. That was when I spotted the man on the security screen. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you? It was a knife, sir. A knife. Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you? What happened then? Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was. You weren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into. That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand. Maybe if you just kept your cool, your hand wouldn't be... When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar, and I fought for my life. Then I did it. What exactly do you mean when you said you did it? I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him. You took his knife? I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man. I see. He must have been desperate. The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in my sea of blood, and then... Oh... Was it... Lana? Lana? The suspicious person? Next thing I knew... I mean, they were both wearing white coats is what I'm getting at. He punched me right in my face, sir. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. About what time did you regain consciousness? No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious. Oh, right. According to the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30. He hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain. That's nice, but I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is. When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir. Your mission? Yes, sir. The Blue Badger, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand. Well, we can all rest easy now. I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this man murdered really the victim? He's got a point. Yes, Mr. Officer Meekins? With regards to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Kent delivered it to me just this morning, sir. The chief? Delivered it? What is that? A videotape? Yes, sir! It's absolutely right. A videotape, sir. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room.
Objection!
What? But I specifically asked if there was such tape, and I was told there had been mistakenly erased. That's quite a mistake. I just do what I'm told, sir. That's the only thing I'm really good at. Looks like the communication with the police department is as good as ever. Well then, let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim. Oh, please stop using the word murder, sir. It scares me. A video of a real murder. Just what are we getting ourselves into? How convenient. That looks like Goodman. But the face was covered. It looks like a man, like it wasn't Lana. Where'd the guy go? didn't actually pay attention to see if the what do you call it? The cloth that was sticking out. I didn't pay attention to see if it was not there and then it was there, because that's probably why it appeared. But I don't remember whose. Do we even know whose locker that is? Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirring within us? What the hell was that wiggling piece of plywood? Sir, that was the pride and joy of the entire Criminal Affairs Department, sir. It's the Blue Badger, sir. Why am I not surprised that this isn't going smoothly? Video camera added to the court record. Yes, well, anyway, this tape seemed to prove that the witness did indeed encounter someone. In the evidence rooms... What? I barely read it. Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness testimony will suffice. Is that all right with you, Officer Meekins? Yes, sir. As you wish, sir. See his little picture? His picture is also him, like, saluting. It's cute. His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question other than the person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. The locker he opened was unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must have been him. No one else could have unlocked it. What about the fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-acting lock. These locks can ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. Okay, the delivery person is close. Just FYI. In case I run out. Waha. Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have had to have been Detective Goodman. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. But you don't know that for sure, do you? You never actually saw Detective Goodman's face. Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, if you must label people as having seen or not seen it. Okay, who's your back? I'm glad my freaking out cat is so iconic. Not only did I have my food, but there were 3 giant Amazon boxes outside. 2 of them were quite heavy. I think one of them had like cat litter, so that's why that one was heavy. The other ones had lots of protein shakes, so that's why that one was heavy. Hopefully none, because this time I got McDonald's. In previous times it was Japanese food, so... But they also gave me chopsticks, so it's like, however many chopsticks they gave me, they also gave me that many forks. So I could run my own chopstick farm. Oh, Debbie's playing Civ. Everyone watch out. Since his face can't be identified in the video, only you can verify it. Why is everyone looking at me? If I had to label your stares as disturbing or... Meekins. Having been shown a questionable video of us, we're not in the best moods. Now please be certain when you testify. Yes, sir. You claim the man who brandished the knife on you was Bruce Goodman. Tell us why you're positive it was him. I mean, he opened up the locker, which required Goodman's fingerprint to do. About these lockers, is there no other way to open them? No, sir. I myself tried all kinds of methods in the past. They only respond to registered fingerprints, sir. I wonder what kind of methods he's tried. If that man opened up the locker's lock, which only responds to its registered fingerprints, he must be the person the locker was assigned to. Exactly my point, sir. And this too. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. How do you know that information? I've heard rumors, sir. From people in the know, sir. People in the know? Workers in the department cafeteria, they keep me informed. They also listen to my romantic troubles. For the record, the opening locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified this information through a more reliable source. I bet it was Gumshoe. So the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprint. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. However, the most important detail is not shown in this video, the man's face. Sir! I may say something, sir. Please do, after all, you are the one being examined. I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock. You know, his hand that tried to thrust this knife into my body, sir. In my unsettled state, I can testify enough to this, sir. Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie. That is. Unless the defense can find a problem with it. Right, let's check the court record again. there a problem with security? I don't know what it is, but there's a problem. Well, maybe it's the last part. You may or may not be Detective Goodman. What? This video contains such a contradiction?
Objection!
Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal. Mr. Edward, I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video. If you would want me to point it out. That's literally what he just said. Very well, propose to accept. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Please show us the contradiction. You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing. Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video. How did this guy even become a police officer? Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. There's the contradiction. The thing that's strange about this video has to be this. Yes, it is strange. Something certainly seems unnatural about it. What could it mean?
Objection!
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Wright, but you seem to have forgotten the point of this exercise. No point? What you're looking for is one thing and one thing only. Something that indicates the man might not be Detective Goodman. Oh yeah, phew. I almost walked it right into the defense's trap. I'll place him under arrest, sir. Rats, I need to slow down. What? Come on. Very well, let's try this again. Just remember one thing, Mr. Wright. Every time you point your finger, someone gets hurt. Says the one pointing his finger at us. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us the contradiction you speak of. Yeah. The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Officer Meekins. Sir, do you mean me, sir? Who else would it be? As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. When you grab the handle, the sensor reads your fingerprint. If it's a match, the light will turn on and the locker is released. According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir. If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind a little earlier. What is the light? What's this? It's already lit. Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Ah! Wasn't someone asking me if there would ever be a witness who wasn't lying? This kind of reminds me of that. Order, order! What's the meaning of this? Because he genuinely wasn't lying. He said as much to his ability. He wasn't hiding anything because he's freaking Meekins. It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime. But the locker locks are controlled by an electric system. When the door is shut, the sensor is triggered. And the locker is automatically locked. Oh, I know. You must have broken down. But I'm not an expert on this. It's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction. Oh. It just goes to show novices should keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation? Me, Your Honor? Yes, why wasn't the locker locked? Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe something like jamming the system sensor? Something jamming the sensor, you say? There is something that seems out of place in this video. Yeah, I thought so too. There's got to be another clue somehow in this footage. Very well, let's inspect the video once more. The locker wasn't locked. Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier. What's this? Something white fell out of the locker. But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out of the locker when the doors are opened. I often fall out and roll at great distances when we can't be sure that item was completely inside the locker to begin with. What do you mean? The sensor triggered the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Inserted? This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the door closing, the door closes on me. But the object would be extremely thin to fit through the door. Not only that, it would also have to block electrical currents. That would need to be an insulator. Yes, an insulator, but at the crime scene, there just might have been something that fits the description. But sir, by insulator, don't you mean? I think I finally got this figured out. Very well. Will the defense please present the relevant evidence? What was this insulator that was stuck between the locker door?
Take that!
I found this near the locker. A thin rubber glove. And we can't be sure that was in the victim's locker. It has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. But that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is that not so, Officer Meekins? Sir, it would appear so, sir. Order, order. So we are to believe then the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman.
Objection!
not be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean, Edgeworth? The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. What? Officer Meekins, please testify about this. Sir, me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir. This is a joke. Very well, begin your testimony. There is one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his ID card. An ID card record, I see. I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. The ID used at 514 was that of the victim. Just before the crime, Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases could have been due for transferal. Why would there be so few people using this room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Special cases? Extremely violent cases involving police staff. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end. Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. There were only a few cases up for transferal there. Most were cleared up by noon. Right, I see. Now let's move on to the cross-examination. There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his ID card.
Hold it!
Earlier, I believe that you testified when you said a man showed his ID card. He pulled a knife out on you. Yes, sir. He didn't show me any ID card, sir. Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife. Maybe he was just panicked? Everything stems from contradictions. Let's point them out. That's right. What do you think? I'm confused. What? The problem with this ID testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth to miss something like this. You're thinking too hard about it. Come on, let's show them what we got.
Hold it!
So unlike your earlier testimony, you believe this to be rock solid, do you? Yes, sir. Solid as stone, sir. If my hand wasn't wrapped in bandages, I'd even give the V for victory sign, sir. Couldn't he just use his right hand for that? Let's hear him out fully. As we see, no one knows what he might say until the very last second. To enter the evidence room, one must use their IDs.
Hold it!
Is that card hanging from your neck one of those IDs? Yes, sir. The card right next to my cuff, sir. I keep it here so I will never forget it. But what if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out in the open like that? Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. Remember when I said 2 out of 3 times my tie gets stuck up when I get out of my car? Well, the remaining time it's my ID that gets stuck. Instead of the door closing, my ID gets stuck. Maybe I should just leave this one alone. At any rate, each police officer only has one ID card. Both the police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to this. Please proceed with your testimony. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. Yeah, it was rubber gloves.
Hold it!
Let it be noted that this is the record the witness referred to. Let me see. Yes, that would be it, Detective Goodman. What's the matter? According to this, Mr. Edgeworth, your name is on here. So it is, Your Honor. Hey, maybe he's behind this blue prosecutor. He could hide evidence. Mom, is that man a blue murderer? Shh, don't stay with him. Not the wrong color, kid. It would seem the inquiry committee will want to speak to you again today. I have nothing to be ashamed of regarding my actions or their consequences. For now, let us continue the cross-examination. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. It must be so difficult for him. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card.
Objection!
Wait one moment, Officer Meekins. Also, why I get this sauce. I'm alive. Thank you for the breathing check. Unfortunately, I chose to breathe and swallow at the same time. It didn't work. Oh, one moment. Lesson of the day: don't breathe and swallow at the same time. Well, I'll probably be playing it sometime tomorrow, if you're free. I hope you enjoy. I'll give you an update. Catch you up. Have a good evening. I'm not good at waiting, sir. I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. When I said crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room in the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. Two conflicting checks at the same time? Oh. Oh. You mean breathing and hydrating? Noted. I was just so excited I breathed in food and almost got chicken up my nose. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. Lost item report? It's only half complete, but it shows the detective had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess. You believe this something was his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there's a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. Order! Order! So now, what does this all mean? It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man in Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. Order, order. Does the prosecution have a response? Sorry, just getting lost in my food out of the hole. So I hadn't gotten any utensils, but I did get to straws. But then again, there were 2 drinks, so not completely unbounded. Okay. I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo? Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are 2 grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes. What is he up to? That being the case, he must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instance of the murder. That is... Yeah, well, I guess that's right. Is there something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago, you seemed content to be pointing your finger around. This isn't going to end well. What? Just. Well, it seems you finally came to realize exactly what you're going to such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. I got you. Get out of here. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is fake, which means a murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. I told you, it just didn't make sense. Like, how can they even say that someone died if there's how can someone say that they died if there's not even like evidence of someone actually getting hurt? So, the real crime could only take place in one location, the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office, the murderer being Ms. Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness. Observe the moment the defendant used the murder weapon. Ah! Kind of forgot about that. That was probably the point. I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning. The activity in the the activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? And where did this person disappear to? However, his purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, you have to do something else or else Lana. What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this? When has waiting and seeing what happens ever done us any good? I'll tell you, never. One moment, Your Honor. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven. Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proved one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. Yeah, okay, move on. However, it cannot be said it's unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This just might be a chance. It's time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, do you mean? Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness. Well, and who do you have in mind? Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you have to testify, what is his or her name? I like how they did this. They don't give you just like 3 options.
Take that!
Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? I can't let Edward know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he's responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works at the police department. He shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. Court is now in recess. February 24th, 11:32 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. There's no stopping this there, Mr. Wright. Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured out everything out. I haven't figured anything out. Lana, you're the one who knows everything. Ema. You always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? I hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here? I've seen happier people at funerals. Sorry, Detective. You better be, pal. Hey! Hey! I didn't see you there, Prosecutor Sky. It's okay, so have you brought what I asked? Oh ho! Oh ho ho! Oh ho 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 ho! Oh ho ho ho! You mean this, right? My apologies, Detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name? Never in a million years would I thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I need them by noon. Talk about crazy. The SL9 incident? But Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here. You might do well to read them. I can't believe you, Chief Prosecutor, were a witness in that case. Miss Sky was a witness? SL9 incident files received from Lana Sky. Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with serial murderers. Wait, what? Now that I brought you stuff, you're just gonna ignore me? Ema? But why? Why is your name in here? What? My name is in there? I don't know, unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana! This SL9 incident, is that... It's a classified number for the police file it filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark killings. The Joe Dark... No, Lana! It's over with, no! Emma, wait! She ran away. You know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here. Jake Marshall, Angel Starr, Damon Grant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone who's involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't just be a coincidence. Knowing you just might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. I better take a good look at this file. It seems like a natural place to end. Things have like calmed down a little bit. Like obviously there's hype, but there's like, you know, not really too much craziness going on, you know? So yeah, I'm gonna end here and I'll pick it up tomorrow. Maybe do what I did today, so do some Sims and then play some Ace Attorney. But it's been a lot of fun. Thank you so much for joining me. I appreciate you guys a lot. And yeah, have a good evening. Bye bye. Where's my... Oh, there it is. Bye.